Hello, Rasubaka. You're in right when I start the stream. All right, and I even got the transcoder today. First try. So this is for the benefit of Endorn. Hello, Endorn. Yeah, of course, because he's playing it at 1.6x speed, I have to say it more slowly so you can pick up that I'm saying hi. Anyway, hello. This is stream number 443. I am working on the login system for my game in Rust, and mostly just going to try to wrap it up today. So, a couple things that I missed from yesterday: caching the OpenID stuff. I want to make the Twitch ID its own type, so I don't get it confused with other types. And then I have the nonce in place the way I want to have it, but I don't have the server rejected if the nonce is used twice. And it was mentioned yesterday, a great idea to move all the login related code to a separate module, just to kind of keep it separated from other concerns. Hey there, Sarian. How are you doing? And then I think I have the opportunity to make a macro to simplify some of the code that's going to be repeated. There's going to be a lot of different requests from the client that need to be either handled or forwarded. And so the logic of either handling it or forwarded is pretty common. Hey there, Endorn. Why is Reimu speaking so slow? Did you miss it, Endorn? I said, hello, Endorn. Okay, and then the remember me, the persistent login stuff isn't implemented yet. That's going to be just tacking on this persistent login token, giving it back to the client so they can use it as a different kind of credential. Hi. Okay. Oh man, I'm gonna sneeze or something. A second. All right. Okay. As before, I have my co-pilot. He looks like he's sleeping, but he's really just concentrating very hard to make sure that he gives me all of his psychic energy. All right. See you, Endurn. Endurn, if you put my stream on slow mode, then you won't miss as much when you get back. Oh, silly. But you could just pause time for me, obviously, so that when you get back, you can unpause time, and then like you don't miss anything. I guess actually all those things you could do if you're watching this on a VOD. But then I'm really impressed that Endurn can actually chat while watching this VOD from the future. That's pretty good, Endurn. I wonder how you do that. How do you send chat from the future back in time? Can you tell me what the next winning lottery numbers are before you go? All right. Wait. Of course he's not going to tell me because he can just send himself a message, and he's probably already won the lottery. That's how he afforded the time machine in the first place. Of course, this is how it works. All right. So, caching of the OpenID configuration WDKs, right? So let me find where that was. Main at the bottom. All right. Here's where we get the web keys, and here's where we get the OpenID config, right? So I had this note to refactor this. I want to at least extract it into a function first, and then in the function, we get to skip all this stuff if we already have the OpenID configuration. So this is the thing we're going to be caching, this structure, and yeah. If we already get it, then we're just going to use it, because I don't think that the OpenID configuration from Twitch is really apt to change much. I suppose we could, I don't know. I'll just keep it the way it was in the previous version of the game. We just assume it never changes. And I guess if it does change, I would just restart the server, which would clear the cache. Or maybe in the future, I have a admin command to flush the OpenID cache, so to speak. That's in .NET 22. I see. Of course. All of the it's really great that all of you future time travelers who are really rich now can visit my stream. Endurn and Guy Creative, it's very nice that you're here. Let's refactor this. Put this into a function. So extract into function, yes. Function name is going to be OpenID configuration. Should there be an underscore after open before ID? I feel like we don't really need it. Let's do it that way. An old school developer trying to learn a new language to convert a framework you wrote in Visual Basic. Wow. Nice. Although some would argue that Visual Basic is, you know, even though it might be old school, it's people still write stuff in it, right? Okay, I don't know why, but it didn't let me it didn't require that be a parameter. That's definitely a parameter, so I guess I'll just add it myself. OpenID issuer. At this point it can just be a borrowed, right? Actually, why is that a string? Why is that a string? That doesn't need to be a string. Again, why a string? Okay, because I needed to clone it. It was a string. I just don't need to consume it, so I can just make those borrows. There's no reason for me to consume them like that. Right. Oh, wait a minute. There is a reason. Because it's going to be put into a future task. Okay, so never mind. Back. Go back. Those are strings because this is an asynchronous function, and we really need to have it owned. Otherwise, we need to worry about the lifetime of the thing in relation to the work. Actually, how come it didn't warn me about this? Yeah, we don't need this. Why did I do that? Why did I do that? This is not necessary. Here, though, we can borrow it. Okay, what's going on here? Yeah, this is async. Apparently it didn't know that. Which means I need to await here. Alright, so it's refactored into a function. Now what I can do is have a cache for it somewhere. I just realized I have a problem. This is a free function. There's no place to put a cache. Unless I make it global. Actually, there's no reason why it can't be. So, do I need to use lazy static for that? Like this, or lazy? Why not? Static OpenID configuration cache. This type. Option that. Actually, I don't even know if I need it to be lazy. I think I can just set it to none. Yeah. This should be fine because if it wasn't, Rust would tell me I have a problem, right? The fact that this should not be used from other threads. Actually, let's see if it warns me about it. So we would say if let some OpenID configuration. Actually, we're gonna have a problem where that is owned, so I'll have to do a clone. Okay, yeah, no big deal. So if we do that, then return okay this dot clone, right? to make that work, this type will need to be clonable. Now it's clonable. And borrow. Okay, so it's all good. How would you mutate the global static though? We'll see. Maybe I need to use lazy for that. We can at least fetch from the cache there. So yeah, here's the moment of truth. Can I store it in the cache? Replace this cloned, right? Cannot borrow a mutable static item as mutable. Cannot borrow as mutable. Okay, so what happens if I make it mutable? Operation is unsafe and requires unsafe function or block. It's unsafe requires. Mutable status can be mutated by multiple threads. Okay, that's what I was worried that it would find me out. Aliasing violations or data races will cause. All right. So let me think about this. The best would be if I actually gave it some state where I could store that. I wonder if I can. If I like have some cache, we have some cache we can pass in here. Read write lock's kind of slow though. Yeah, I don't think we really need it because ultimately this comes back to this is called by something where we can store state, right? Yeah, from the realm server. So I could have it. I could have it borrow the state from self. I think. The same way, maybe with the same lifetime A. Why not load it on startup and write it in the static, or do you need to update it? I guess we could load it on startup. It just means that I need to have another asynchronous task to load it. Let me think. I think I'm just going to make it a ref cell. Because there shouldn't be multiple threads doing this. It's going through the worker's single thread to do all this stuff. So I'm just going to make this a ref cell. And then I don't need to mutate it. I wonder if it's still going to be mad at me for mutating it though. Let's see. Borrow mute, replace the clone. I know it's happy about that. And this should be like borrow. It's not borrow, right? It's like maybe it is borrow. I forget how to use the ref cell. Okay, so it's borrow, but then I like need to dereference it or something. No. Cannot move out of the ref. Okay, I forgot how to do this. I guess we can take it and then put it back. Yeah. So let that equal that clone. And then put the oh, I can't. I don't want to alias it like that. This is probably the worst way to do it, but that's okay. Replace with that. Sum. Okay, there's probably a better way to do it, but that actually works. Ref cell isn't sync. Could you not do as ref instead of take? Maybe. That's what I was typing, but it, like, I guess as ref is not a member of ref cell. It's available for a box or an arc. I mean, Rust is happy with it now. Except for this weird business where I have to take it out, clone it, and put the original back. Oh, let's see if it works. I guess I'll have this get started too on the UI npm run dev. Hey there, Nui, how are you doing? This won't work in general? Oh, seems to be accepting it for now. Oh. Nope. There we go. We actually do have an error. On line 130. Okay. Cannot be shared between threads safely. Yeah, okay. So I can't do it this way. I mean, I guess we can. It seems like overkill, though. Seems like way overkill. Arc new ref cell none. What? Oh, this is probably it. So I need to like do a lazy. Lazy new. Is this not the way you do arc? I forget how to use arc. About one cell, yeah. It's just been too long since I've used these types. No, that is how you use it, arc new. Oh wait, arc does interior mutability, right? Cheating and looking at where we used it before. Arc mutex, not arc ref cell. Stink. Actually, I shouldn't use that kind of mutex, should I? Should use futures lock. Yeah, mutex or RW lock. Yeah, so I guess I didn't need arc then. I just needed to use mutex, not ref cell. Yep. So do I even need lazy then? Can this thing be constructed like that? All right, I didn't even need lazy. All right. Don't need ref cell. Don't need arc. Yeah, it's just I can't think of the word. I haven't used arc, ref cell, and mutex recently, so I'm getting kind of rusty at it. So this is lock await, right? Mismatched types. Well, how come it let me get away with it? Is it because I have these other errors now? We weren't writing Rust? I don't think so. I think it's C++. Okay, I forget how to use this stuff. Yeah, I used one here. Oh, async mutex. All right, because, okay, I'm using the wrong kind. Back here. This is from Futures util. I'm not familiar with this one. I don't think I want to use this one actually. Yeah, I want to use async mutex. What version are we up to with async mutex these days? Cargo.toml 1.4. All right. Back to here. Okay, so this mutex, import from async mutex. And do I need to do like an as ref or something? Yes. And then I don't need to do this replace. So I can just substitute this directly. Okay. And then down here, I don't do borrow and mute. I still have to do await or lock await. And then I can do replace. This like that. Okay. That builds, and apparently we can make it at static. Yep. Okay. So this type must support this kind of construction that we can make a. We can call mutex new with on a static. And I know that there are certain restrictions. Like that's why I had to use lazy new with a closure to initialize a reference to a path. So I was wondering if I would have to do that with this async mutex, but apparently not. We can make one in static scope. All right. Package 200 alpha and stage orchestrator localhost. The front end is running. Let's try it out. So log in with Twitch, authorize. Cool. Validated for user. So now when we do it again, it should be using it from cache. Yep. So you see that second time, the first time, or where was the first time? The first time it had fetched the OpenID config and the web keys. Now it just fetched the web keys. So second step, I guess, would be to cache the web keys too, right? Hello again, Endorn. What is a dir file? That's something we can look up real quick. So dir key. Distinguished encoding rules. Binary encoding for an X.509 certificate or a private key. And public key, apparently. So it's just like a binary format for encryption keys and certificates. PEM is privacy enhanced mail. That's like the text format, like the format that you can send in an email without having it get corrupted. But a dir is binary. So it happened to be that what was it, crypto key in the crypto key API in JavaScript wanted it in dir format. That's why I had to have it that way. Hey there, Romania Hate. It's going well. How are you doing? Async mutex new is const, yeah. So yes, the synchronous mutex new probably isn't const, right, Sarian? But I cheated and I'm using async mutex now. Which is why it looks strange. We lock and then we have to wait the lock. So this is more, I chose to use async mutex. I've used this before because it's more friendly to asynchronous functions. If we use the synchronous mutex, then it's possible for us to cause a deadlock if our asynchronous function is in the same executor as another one that also locks the same mutex. We will get stuck because we'll how does that work exactly? We will get stuck waiting for the other guy to finish before we can... Well, actually, I guess this is a bad explanation. What's the advantage to using an async? Right. We'll get stuck on the lock, but we'll get stuck in a way that will block the executor, right? If this is a synchronous lock. So nothing that executor is running will be able to proceed, and so it'll just get stalled. But with an async mutex, we just put the future on the I forget the terminology, but we put the future on the list of things that it's not ready to run yet, and so it would go back and allow the executor to continue running, eventually to run the other future that has the lock, and that'll unlock it, which will cause us here to now be ready to run. Async mutex can hold a lock across the waypoints. Exactly. Nyanicious, yeah, that's much better than I could say, so I'm going to give you a point. So we're locking it just long enough to clone it and return that. To basically sample the cache, and here we're locking it in order to store a copy of the configuration we get. So we should only need to read from the web once. So I want to do the same thing for the JWTs. Or JWKs, I should say. So this stuff here, this is going to be another extracted function. Okay, I did a better job that time, although we are going to need to do an await here. So this is going to be Twitch JWKs. This is going to be async. All right. Mostly for that await, but also because in a second I'm going to use the same trick right here. So this is going to be Twitch JWK's cache. Twitch JWKs. All right, so that's this type at the top. Static Twitch JWK's mutex option of that is mutex new none. Good evening, Lentil Stew Dragon. How are you today? Did I not name it right? I didn't name it right. It's got cache in the name. There we go. Okay, that's not clonable yet. Now it is, as long as we do that. We're actually cloning all the keys when we really only need one of them, right? So I might change this to get like Twitch JWK and then give him the key ID. I think that's what I'm going to do in a second, but for now we'll just keep it going. Where when we get the JWKs before we return them, we want to store them here. Lock, await, replace, these clone. Right? So then this called from here should work. Let's test it out. How's it going, Jack? Delahunt? Just cleaning up and adding some cache to some login stuff I did for my the Rust version of my game. Getting close to the end of the big Rust refactor for login system, yeah. Alright, so login with Twitch. The first time it's gonna need to fetch both. So it fetched both. Second time though, shouldn't need to. Right, it didn't need to fetch them. It still was able to validate as my bot, and we're good. Alright, getting there. So yeah, this locating it, if we did this inside of here, then I wouldn't need to clone all of the keys, right? We could just clone the key we need. So I'm gonna move, yeah, this is refactored. So we're gonna say fetch the Twitch public key used to sign the JWT. So we'll rename this without the S at the end, and we'll put the key ID in there. Kid. We can borrow it, and then move this entirely into here at the end. Like that. So this would be fetch all of the Twitch JWKs. Okay. I think I should make this into a sub-function, what we have so far, right? This much of it. So I'm going to extract that as a function right away. Actually, maybe not. Hold on. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. I think if we have them, we don't want to clone them. We would just want to do the lookup. So it's the doing the lookup really that I want to reuse, right? So what if I just extract that? Oh, my copilot has left his seat. I wonder where he's going. Dumb question, why you need to authorize twice? Shouldn't the client keep track of the JW2 so it can reuse their subsequent logins? You're not supposed to use the same JWT twice, though. It actually has a number used once for that purpose so that it can't be used for a replay attack. So if I let you use the same JWT more than once, I won't know if the second time it really is you or if it's someone that happened to get the key and used it to do a replay attack. So it's just more secure to let you only use it once. So what I was going to do for like the remember me is issue you a single-use persistent login token so that you could put it in local storage and use it. And if you use it, you just get a new one again. And just to avoid the replay attacks. Subs might be home users. Oh, did it change? Chris must have changed it. So Chris made the stream parrot and he's been evolving it. So it looks like, yeah, it looks like VIPs are /home, non-VIP, no, subs are user, I guess. No. Because Get Off My Lawn is also a user. I guess there's no distinction for subs, but mods are /root. Okay, if subs are home, then why didn't ismat show up as home ismat? I think it's VIPs that are /home, which is kind of weird. We should tell Chris that subs should have something else. Maybe it's configurable and I just have to go look at the configuration. Okay. the easy thing I can do is just make this into a closure, right? Let select JWK equal, given the JWKs, this code, right? Type annotations needed. Of course they're needed. Let's just give it for now. So this is a hash map. I don't remember what the type is. Oh, no, it's just this. Borrowed. Okay. Do I need to say it gives me a result? JWK's anyhow error. Oh, I haven't finished this. It should just be this, right? Okay, that. Nope, still don't have it right. Expected enum found closure. All right, so this should be a function called once that takes a reference to JWKs and gives us back a result. I guess it's telling me I don't need that. Dine. Do I? I don't know how to write. Is it impl? I guess I don't know how to write this. We'll just get rid of this part then. It's gonna say, oh no, we're almost there. Can't find kid. Yes, so we need the kid. All right, there, I got it. Stream paired open source, you can't find it in code? No, it's made by Chris. Bots baby. Oh, I have my bot ignored in my own chat, and along with stream elements. I'd have to unignore one of the two. Or have a known bot, put it in there. How to download it? I'm not sure if Chris opened it up to general streamers, but you can ask him. I think if you ask him, you're a streamer, it'd probably add you to the yeah, probably add you to the alpha or beta list. He's a nice guy about that. He's eventually going to monetize it, so it's not going to be a free thing. Okay, I think he'll have like a free tier, but he wants to try to get people to pay into like one of the non-free tiers too. Okay, so if we have one, then what I can do is say return. What am I doing? Return okay. Yeah, we're gonna switch this to return a single key. Yes, actually, and the key that I wanted to return is this type here, which is a decoding key. Thank you for the follow. Decoding key. Right, so then this should be just select key. From, I know we don't have to clone it, we can just borrow it. It's actually already a reference, right? Yes. And the key ID. Oh, we have to pass the key ID. Borrow of a string, I think. Thank you for all the follows, I appreciate it. Yeah, let's put that. I like to put the like resources you might need to do this last. No real special reason. This probably needs to be imported. Let's just qualify it as that. For some reason, I don't feel like you doing a use for that. Elided lifetimes are not allowed. That actually has a lifetime? Oh, okay. It has a lifetime. Actually, can I just use that? No. It wants me to name it. Fine, you can name it. Oh, this should do return with a question mark. All right. Although one can argue that if we can't find the key, maybe instead of returning, we would fetch them all. Let's just do it that way. We can say if let OK key equal this, then return OK key. This should just, yeah, that's fine, right? So if we couldn't select it, then we'll basically reload the cache. Because this is possible, right? They might issue a new key with a new key ID, and we won't be able to find it in our previous cache. So try picking the key out of our cache first. All right, so then fetch all the keys, and then locate. So this is then, I guess we're just copying this. Only we're not going to get us a third chance. Pick the key out of the cache we just filled. So I don't need to do, okay, we don't need to pick it out of the cache. The cat's meowing. Hey cat, we're down here. We're all downstairs today. Maybe he'll figure it out in a second. Pick the key out of the keys we just got. Actually, then I don't really need to clone them, do I? I can just store them, and I can do that as the last step? Yeah, let's do that. So then I don't need to do that. I can just say, well, let key equal selected, right? And then keep all the keys. Keep all the keys in our cache. So I don't need to clone it. And then I just return key. It's just JWK's. Borrowed. All right. Never knew about the meanings of all the key ID issuer and stuff. Yeah. What's cool, Endurin, is you can take a JWK. You can do it at jwk.io, I think. Okay, that's not the right one. Let's use Bing. JWT actually, not JWK. jwt.io. And scroll down, and if you put your own JWT in here and highlight over here in the payload, it'll show you what things stand for. Like IAT says issued at. Sub stands for subject. Or you can just go straight to the RFC for JWTs and they kind of give you a list. JWK is a JSON web key. JWT is a JSON web token. So JWK is used to sign and verify the JWT's signature. And then there's another one, JWS. Yeah, JWS is the signature, JSON web signature. Jot, by the way? I'm not going to pronounce that Jot. I'm going to say JWT. The RFC actually says that? Okay, maybe if the RFC says it. Jot. Oh, okay, that's the suggested pronunciation. It is not the official, it's the suggested. So, I gotcha. I don't have to, because it's just suggested. They didn't use the keyword must. You must pronounce it the same as the English word jot. You're also not calling it jot? Sorry. It just doesn't seem right to pronounce a W as an O. Drubit. Okay, so prepare the logic needed to... Oh, there's a problem here with this iter. Oh, it's a lifetime problem. Dang. So I guess if I clone the strings, it'll probably be okay. There's probably a version of this that lets me clone it. Or there's another one I can do. Doesn't they have like a into static? Yeah, I can do that. Let me just do that. And then this becomes static, and I can remove this. That's probably the right way to do it, right? Yeah. If I get this into static does a clone of the strings for us, which we need to do because we don't want to borrow from our cache. We want to actually have a key that's detached from our cache. Your name is actually pronounced Andy. Andy. Andiorn? Andy? Okay. Nonce is nonce, right? CTL is kubesiddle? Sissel? No, I like SSL. Like, some people say SQL, others say SQL. I say SQL, but if it's SQLite, I'll say SQLite. If it's my SQL, I usually say MySQL. I guess that means I'm a hypocrite when it comes to SQL. Yeah, it's one of those where you could say SQL or you could say SQL. It's like right on the fence, I think. Prepare the logic needed to sample a key from a set of keys. Try picking the key out of our cache first. Fetch all of the keys. It's from Twitch. Pick the key out of the keys we just got. Pick the key we want. Now keep all the keys in our cache. Return the key we got, if any. Because this is actually a result decoding key or an error if we couldn't find the key. So it would be unable to find the key. Alright, I'm happy with this now. I guess I should test it one more time. Oh, no, we have a problem. What's going on here? Can't find key in this scope. Oh, right, because this should be key. Now we're good? Cargo build. SSH. Hate. SS hates. Okay. What makes it complicated is we all speak different native languages, right? And which have slightly different pronunciations of various letters of different alphabets, so it gets really complicated. All right. The cat's still meowing upstairs. I wonder if he wants his cat bed upstairs instead of downstairs. Okay, fetch the configuration and the keys. Log in again. Okay, it's still working. I think it's probably good to check this in now. Hey, Buff Siegel. By the way, hello. Dab, dab, dab. Okay, so this is cache Twitch JWKs. And open, I just say cache Twitch open ID information. Commit that. So make a woo sound. You're vibrating for an appropriate amount of time. All right. Get reoriented with what I'm supposed to do. All right, I wanted to make a new type for Twitch IDs rather than handling them as bare integers. Where are we doing that? Go back. Yeah, it's here, right? Yeah, this type. I want there to be a type for Twitch IDs. So I guess what I'll do is track down where we use this here. Make this a Twitch ID? Twitch user ID. If I say Twitch ID, that's sort of maybe ambiguous. If I say Twitch user ID, then maybe it's more specific. So I suppose it makes sense to make a submodule of the game called Twitch, right? To deal with everything Twitch, and then from the main we'll declare that module Twitch, and in Twitch, let's just steal from players, I guess. Oh, actually, I need to move this up. This can't go here, so forget that. Remove the module. Remove this module, Twitch. It actually has to go all the way up to where we keep the stuff persisted in the game state. Right here under player, I have Twitch user ID, right? Twitch ID. So it's at this level I want Twitch. Twitch.rs. So at this library level, mod Twitch, and I want to say like pub use Twitch ID as Twitch user ID. Actually, let's just make it user ID. All right, so here we're going to want to have a type for that, and I'm going to steal from what I had for player ID. Since it's much the same way, we'll tell it how to go into and out of the database, how to interpret it from a string, all that good stuff. Yeah, we have /home for VIPs, /root for mods, and /USR for everybody else, looks like. Hey there, 715209. See, I like to say the numbers out. Prima Nocti was not a real thing. I don't even know what that is. Sarian is pretty good at Rust trivia. I know that. Okay, so let's rename this user ID. This uniquely identifies a Twitch user. So we can display it. Hold on. I'm missing some uses. Yes, we can display it. We can convert it to SQL or SQL if you prefer, from it SQL or SQL, or from a string. All right, and then this will then be able to import it. Oh, Twitch user ID. Really? Still doesn't know how to import it? I guess I have to say use crate. Twitch user ID. And that will understand that? All right. Okay, so this will cause errors in other places, right? Where the types don't quite match. This type is, right, so this type, it's saying these types don't match, right? Because this needs to be Twitch user ID, which we'll be able to import from game state now. And then now I'm just kind of tracking down all of the various places where we have compiler errors now. Import Twitch user ID. Is that it? No, main at the bottom. Right around there. So yeah, exactly there. This needs to be parse as... Actually, I don't need to do that. I can just do... yeah, Twitch user ID, right? Because parse uses from string, which is what we implement. Right? We implement from string. Parse uses from string, so it just works. Okay. The other thing I wanted to do, I think, is to not parse the nots, but to just keep it. And just let the user pick whatever they want for that. But let me make sure that this, we're good so far. Hey there, Muscabish. Is if there's some political humor here that you're missing. Probably. That's okay. I usually miss those things too. All right. Logging in again. Yep. Okay. It got our user ID. It's printing it all correctly. Just abusing the login system here to make sure it's all working still. Great. So I'm going to check this in. Represent Twitch user IDs with a new type. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna work with the nonce now. So I want to have the server rejected if it's been seen before. Hey there, Mr. Halsey. By the way, we're working with Rust today. Mr. Halsey is another Twitch streamer who programs in Rust. So check him out. Nonce. Number used once. I think I want to first start with making this not a U32, but just keeping it as a string. Yep. So then I don't need to parse it. So it's just that. Okay, and then when we get down to here, this should take a string. All right. That should just work. Oh, nope. In the main. Okay, back up here. Yeah. I think this was a wrong idea to actually put it into the game command. I think we should catch it before it goes into the cluster like this. So I'm just going to remove it. Like that. Which means removing it from here. Which means removing it from here. Make sure this still builds. Right, so now it's not used, but I'm going to use it in a second. So it's only a warning for a moment. Actually, the warning will help me locate the code I need to change. Yeah, so here, I think what I want to do is similar to the caches that I had. I want to maintain... Actually, I don't need a cache. The Realm server, which we have a reference to, can hold on to like a collection of nonces that it knows about, and we only need to hold on to nonces until the expiration time of the associated JWT, right? And then in order to allow a login, we have to have the nonce not show up in the list, and then we need to add it to the list so that if we try to use the same JWT twice, we would get an error. Yes, I have that emote as well. Mr. Halsey Clippy. There's also the Mr. Halsey Clippy Angry. Maybe pull out all the non-struct impls and statics from main as a refactor step later. Yeah, probably. Probably. Well, I'm gonna be moving all of the login related code to a separate module because that was someone's idea yesterday. I thought that was a good idea. There you go. That's the appropriate use of the emote, Mr. Halsey. Harness that anger, that fury, and channel it into making the compiler obey you. Actually, I don't think this even needs the nonce, so I'm going to drop it from here. We're going to pull it all the way back before this step. So that means I'm removing it from here, and I'm removing it from here. Trace this back. Dropping it from here, and from here, and from here. Okay. So it's not present in the work output at all. Okay. Back in main, we'll probably have like an unused variable warning. No? It should warn me that I'm not using it somewhere. Okay, it's not, so that makes me worried. Here's where I get access to it. Shouldn't it have warned me that I did that and I didn't use it? Oh, I did use it in the info. Okay. So that masked it not being used. Yeah, this is the point where we want to make sure the same JWT isn't used twice. So I think what I want to do is have a collection that remembers nonces, but only as long as the expiration time. Where we show that? This expiration time. So I guess we'll say discard all nonces that have expired. And we're in that static context again, so this is going to be another one of those static things. So maybe I put this into another function. It doesn't need to be asynchronous, right? You know, it does because it's going to grab a lock. Async function check nonce. Maybe make it so it's unique on, so the key is a combination of the nonce and the Twitch user ID. And the issued at, I think. All of those will be part of that key. Hold on. Twitch doesn't verify that the number's used once. We have to. So, well, that'll be part of the key, though. So I think it's, yeah, it's globally. So it's just the nonce. Actually, I guess it will consume it because it'll put it in the map if it's not already there. I guess I don't really need any other parameters. Result. Unit anyhow error. So that's what we will do. Check nonce. That's what I did. Oh, wait. All right. So we're gonna have the whole thing inside of a lock of some kind, right? So nonce is used. Dot lock dot await let nonce is used equal that. This is going to be mutable. Let's define it. I'll put it here for the moment. So static nonce is used. I'm thinking like a hash map from nonce to expiration time. So string to U64. It's probably not going to let me do that, is it? Oh, I need to put it into mutex. If it doesn't let me do that, I'll do it with lazy construction. That's probably what it's telling me, right? Calls and statics are limited to constant functions, so we'll use the lazy trick. Lazy knew that. All right. Future, yes, future. We're going to wait for it. And mostly future because of that wait. So then nonce is used, filter, or drain filter. Is drain filter stable? I seem to remember it not being stable. Maybe it's stable now. It's not stable yet, shoot. Really not the one I was looking for anyway, it was this one, right? Yeah, not stable. So my workaround for that was to do what? I forget what I did to do the equivalent of drain filter in stable. Was it just to form a new map from the old one and replace the old map with the new one? I don't remember. It might have been doing a drain. It might have been a drain followed by a collect. A drain followed by a filter followed by a collect, I think is what I did. So this equals this drain filter. So drain's gonna give me back. Yeah, keys and values. So filter nonce expiration date or time. And then I want to get like the current time. Let now equal system time now duration since Unix epoch. And I didn't just like pick that out from thin air. I wrote that last night because this is how we get it, the time in seconds to match the issue date and the expiration time. So actually, why don't I just copy that and put it here. So system time duration since then, this is January 1st, 1970. And the expect should fail if this will return a failure if the clock reads before 1970, which it shouldn't. And get into seconds. So then the filter should say expiration time is greater than now. Mismatch type expected. Oh, I'm supposed to do a collect again. Consider borrowing here. Mismatched. Oh. I guess we'll copy this? Or dereference that? What's the error on collect? Oh, I just can't assign it? I have to do like, what, replace or something? So you can't assign back into a mutex card? Uh-oh, Grumpy Game Dev is building a time machine to go back before 1970 to run my code. A lot of stuff would actually break if you took it back before 1970 because the any kind of code that wants to get an unsigned number of seconds since the Unix epoch is going to get a underflow. Oh, I have to do that. Yes, thank you, 715209 Sarian. Point for your pointers. Yeah, I don't need the nonce at this point, right? I wonder if at the same time we can see if the nonce is in there. We should be able to do that, right? As a side effect. Filter text what kind of closure? A mutable closure. So perfect. Then I can have like a let mute nonce found equal false. And then inside of this, I can actually see if it's in there. I can say if it expired, then false. Oh, I had the logic backwards too. I wanted to drop it if it's expired. I had this wrong then. If it expired, then false will drop it, right? Sometimes I get these backwards. Filter probably will say what I want. Only the elements for which the closure returns true. So if it expires, I don't want it included. If it hasn't expired, then we want to keep it, but I also want to check if the nonce... let's have this nonce used. If nonce used equals nonce, then nonce found is true. So this now does two things. It drops the nonces that have expired. And the ones that don't expire, if it sees the one that we passed in, then it knows that we found it, so then I can return an error. So this would be nonce found dot then. I have to invert this, right? Maybe then is not the right one. Or? Okay, what are the methods, those crazy methods that I'm not used to using for bool? Like then. Bool then. What can I do? It's just then and then some? So sure, if it's true, I'll get something. But in this case, if it's true, I'll just write it out the traditional way. If nonce found, error, anyhow, nonce already used. Else, okay. Maybe there's a clever way to use the then with that. It's like turn a sum into an error and turn a none into an okay. That's a combination I haven't found before. Let's see if there's something on the cheat sheet about that, like to turn an option into a result but invert it somehow. Like, it would be like a not okay, right? Instead of an okay or. It would be like a not okay or. You find yourself explaining to someone how when you were a kid you did not have a remote control, so your dad would have you click the dial to look for something to watch. You had a dial you could click? We had one where you had to rotate it. That was always fun. I guess there isn't one, right? That turns a sum into an error, or a none into an okay. Rotated loudly, yeah, I remember those. Chunk, chunk, chunk. Or drrrr, if you turn it fast. Yeah. Because it was engaging different switches, right? Dented rotary encoder. Hey, we had a rotary phone when I was a kid. That's how old I am. All right, so I don't think there is something that's like a not okay. So I'm just going to keep it. Clippy would have told me if if there was a more clever way to do that, right? Or Sarian would have told me that. So I really don't know how to test this without hacking the UI to try to use the same token a second time. I think that's what I'm going to do. That is by just disabling the history clear, right? So that was in lib.rs of the UI. This thing. So just by commenting this out, it won't clear the history, and then we'll have a JWT we can try to use twice. That's what we'll do. Hate when people who had a 9 or a 0 in the front number because you got to go all the way around, right? You have to wait for the thing to go all the way back. Okay, package and build. All right, let's try it out. We should get an error by saying that we used the same nonce twice. Well, I'll go Twitch. Authorize. Okay, and then just reload. I don't see it. I don't think it worked. Yeah, it says validated. It didn't work. Okay, I messed up somehow. Thank you for the follow, by the way. What did I do wrong here? Oh, I didn't insert it. Okay, I'm dumb. All right, so we have to say if the nonce is not found, then nonces used dot insert nonce, and then we need the expiration time, so that we should have included that. All right, so then where that's used, we need to pass that expiration time. So that's JWT claims expiration time. And then does that return something? It does, but it's an option. I think we can just ignore it, right? All right. This is why I test things. I was better at this kind of thing, I'd probably have a unit test, but I don't. Because I'm not. That's okay. So I can just hit refresh a couple times. We're just using the old stale token. Okay, so that first time it was accepted. Second time it was not. Nonce already used. So to test this fully, I really need to wait until it expires. But I think that might be a long number of minutes. Let's see. Just grab all of that token. Grab this token. Let's see when it expires. It expires in another 12 minutes. So what if we keep this around and in 12 minutes I'll do the test. In the meantime, I'll work on something else. Yeah, sounds good to me. Let's just presume it works. And check the code in. I have to remember though. Someone remind me in 12 minutes to run the test again. Okay, so mitigate replay JWT replay attacks. So before declaring a JWT valid, check to see if the nonce value used, the nonce used, has been seen before for a JWT that might still be valid. Oh, I don't want to stage this one. This is just a hack. Unstage that one. Okay. I should also say, do this check before placing the command in the game log, since it's time sensitive. The reason why we don't want to put it in the game log is that the game log is replayed the next time we run the server, which we don't know how much time it'll be. And we don't want to basically avoid at all costs having time sensitive information in commands, because we don't want a different result if we play the command at a different time. So anything time sensitive has to be resolved before putting it into the cluster for that reason. Unless I were to like sample the time and include that with the command, I guess I could do that. But yeah, I think it's just easier to just avoid placing it into it. Yeah, that's so yeah. That's good enough, I guess. What's the next thing? Move the login related code to a separate module. Okay. Let's do that. Keeping this running because I want to actually see that. Hey, we're being rated by Irish John. Hey, Irish John. I saw your chat at the end of my last stream after I rated. I'm like, oh, shoot, I forgot to acknowledge Irish John. I think because my mind gets set on, like, what do I need to do to wrap up the stream and to raid someone, and I just stop reading chat. How was your stream, Irish John? I'm finishing up and kind of polishing the work I did yesterday. So yesterday I did login with Twitch, so now we're doing stuff like have a dedicated type for Twitch IDs, caching so we don't have to keep pinging Twitch for its keys, rejecting a login if it gets replayed, and now I'm gonna be separating the login related code to a separate module. So your stream froze. I'm sorry. Was it the raid that did it? Okay, so login code. So let's just make another module called login. From the main, we will declare that we have a module called login. Now I'm going to take anything login related in this file and move it. So we're going to move the cache over. I think we should move these two for now, yeah. Well, that's log out, not log in. This is log in, though. All right. Player report. So I could have another module for log out, which is where we would handle these. Yeah, so this one and that one go here. Hash player password would probably go there too, right? Actually, we also want to hash player passwords when we create accounts, so let's not do that? No, well, let's say creating accounts is a form of logging in. Then I think it would belong there. But then if you change your password, we also need that. So really that should stay. That should stay. Logging with Twitch definitely would move out though. That's fine, Ash John. Feel free to lurk as you munch on your pizza. Right, this can move out, right? All this stuff is login related. Yes, all of this, nonce used, check, Twitch, yeah, all this stuff can move out. Paste there. All right. So let's look deeper into main here. Not main, what am I thinking? The realm server. And, okay, handle log out. This one? What does this one actually do? Yeah, so this one needs to move out. So here I would do an impl realm server with that inside. Okay, login with password, login with JWT. Also go in here. Okay. And then finish login with Twitch goes in there too. Cool, so we cut down the size of this file significantly. It's still rather large. But the login is a nice decent size, 615 lines. We'll need to pull in, let me cheat by just pulling in all the uses and we'll just delete the ones we don't actually need. So that goes up here. These will have to say crate in front of them. all the ones that are in submodules of the crate. So actually, that was it, right? This maybe this one. No. What are the modules we have? Connection, logger. Yeah. So that logger, login, wrapped memory. Do we have wrapped memory in here? I don't see it. Let's just save it and see what happens. Famous last words. Save and see what happens. Okay, I missed that one. Okay, so there's a bunch of stuff that we don't use. So what are these errors? Oh, I must have not pulled that one in. Yeah, okay, so we need that one. That static or constant goes there. All right, what other errors do we have? Hash. Okay, so yeah, that needs to be imported from the main. So actually, I'm thinking that I want to put that into a utilities. Yeah, let's do that. So new file, utilities. It's like a junk drawer, right? Hash player. So yeah. Let's pull that out and put it in utilities. Actually, I think I'm going to take the read and write JSON and the spread and move those into utilities too. And the server. Yeah, these are all like useful utilities. Okay, so main is going to need to declare that module utilities too. All right. And I'm going to do the same thing. Actually, I'm going to copy it from login. All of the uses, right? We don't know how many we actually need. So I'm going to copy them all into utilities, because I think it's faster this way. We see what actually we need by looking at all the yellow squigglies. So I'm going to delete them from the bottom up. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. All the time stuff is not used. That's not used. ENV stuff is not used. Collections not used. Deserialize not used. None of this is used. None of that is used. That's not used. None of this is used. None of this is used. So I'm just deleting anything that has a yellow squiggly line under it. None of that. None of that, that. Any of this. Save. All right, cool. So this file contains password hashing, reading and writing JSON. Spread is like a little trick to take a value and then using the visitor pattern, give the visitor a clone of all but the last one. So basically spread a value across an iterable thing. So it's a nifty little thing I made. And server configuration was just extracting the configuration for one realm server from the whole game's configuration. So yeah, just various utilities here. Let's put them in the right alphabetical order. So SP should come after SE. This is sort of just arbitrary, that I like things in alphabetical order. All right. HRSSW. Okay, and then we're going to close that one because we're done with that. Now going to main, I'm going to find all the compiler errors and fix them. Yo, Clayman, how are you doing? They need a clean up uses feature, like delete all. Doesn't Visual Studio have that for C#? You can say sort and manage and it will delete all the ones you don't need. All right, so these ones, why can't it find that? Oh, probably because it's not pub? No, shouldn't it be able to find that? What? It's declared there. Oh, we can't do that? Oh, I need to import it. That's what it was. Well, why is it still an error now? because it's private. Okay, so we need to make them public. Anything that we need to call from here directly needs to be public. So this needs to be public. Didn't I just make it public? Oh, shoot. That is imported separately. All right, continuing on. This needs to be made public. That needs to be made public. All right, continuing on. These two need to be made public. That one and then the one after it, I think. Yeah. And they need to be imported. All right, keep continuing down. Spread needs to be imported. Okay, login with Twitch needs to be public and then imported too. Pub async function. Import that. All right. And server configuration needs to be imported or published and then imported. Oh, I guess that appeared in a lot of places. I might as well just make all these public. Whoa. Because that's they're intended to be all public. Okay, import from utilities. All right. Login. So that is in utilities. So didn't I make that public? Yes. Oh, but yeah. It doesn't see it directly, right? I have to like. All right. It doesn't always know where to pick it from. I just have to tell it to pick it from utilities. Now to find it. That should have been moved here. Yeah, so this should be moved in. That should be moved into login. At the top. Constant. There we go. All right, so then we have a bunch of these. What's this? Item name starts with containing module's name. It doesn't like that I have a repetition in the module name being login. Geez. Do I suppress it for this case? I think I'm gonna suppress it for this case. I think that's like going a little bit too far, Clippy. Clippy? You're going a little bit too far there. Okay, now to clean these uses up that we don't need. Don't need duration, don't need these two. None of this is needed. Down to there. We need hash map, but not those other two. We need deserialize, but not those other two. We don't need ring or server. We don't need the random functions. We don't need debug or error. Those two. This one, those two, that one or that one. Or that one. Or that, or those two or that. Or this top one. Okay. So this looks clean. Okay, main. So now we get to drop some of the uses from main. So those two, this one, those three, those two, that line. I don't know why that FS is brought in. I'll see that in a second, I think. I don't need any of this. Or those. Or those. Or these two. Or these two. Or that one. Okay. Oh, we'll just say standard FS read. That's why I had a using of FFS, I guess. All right, and then we have an error here. Finish login. That's private. apparently. Make it public. All right. It's actually been 13 minutes, so without rebuilding it, let's just reload. And it should be that it's expired, and it should accept it again. Oh. Okay, it doesn't it doesn't get accepted earlier. So then maybe it's still going to be in the list until I make a new one, right? And then it'll drop the old one. So log in. We won't really get to see that because I didn't print out any diagnostics for it. But at this point, it should have dropped the old nonce. Refreshing there. It's already used. So yeah, it's hard to see. It didn't break, but we don't know if it dropped the expired nonce. It should have when we got to this point. Thank you for the follows, by the way. Cargo build. Raft memory has an error. Yeah, those are no longer in crate. They're in crate utilities. Okay, it's saying that this is public and we're not documenting the panic section. Okay, it's because of this unwrap, isn't it? I guess it wants me to have a doc comment. How do we phrase these in the past? Just panics if? Panics if there is no connection with the given identifier. It's weird that it wants me to have a doc comment for that, even though I had doc comments suppressed. I have them suppressed at the main. Oh, no, I don't. Interesting. Interesting that it wants that, but it doesn't want an overall doc comment, doesn't it? Try Alt-Shift-O to clean up unused uses. Oh. So there is a way to do it? Let's test that by adding some back in here. Let's say, like the serde, we say use serde serialize. Now we have an unused one, right? So you're saying I can hit Alt-Shift-O. Didn't do anything. So it might be that I don't have it keybound, right? So it would be a Rust analyzer thing, right? Okay, maybe you're using the Rust plugin and not the Rust analyzer? That could be a thing. Maybe it's something that plugin has that this one doesn't. Another thing could be that there's a removed unused import. Is there a unused here? Nope. So I'm thinking it goes with a different different plugin. That's okay. Get off my line. It was worth looking at. It's not noise at all. It was worth looking into. Hey there, Menez. Good morning. This should build now, right? And then I really didn't do anything other than extract a lot of stuff into the login module. Which is cool now, because now I know where to go if I want to see all the login stuff. Oh, I should probably sort this, right? So L comes before S. The structures we should probably just define at the top. Before, like after the statics and before the functions, I suppose. And then these in order. O comes after J, but before T, right? All right, and then this one goes near the top, actually. C. After A, before L. Technically, this goes first, right? Start handling player login J versus P. Start H. Okay, L. Oh, this static doesn't go here. Thank you for the follow. I'm just kind of reorganizing the things in this file right now. N comes after O, right? No, it doesn't. The alphabet doesn't come naturally to me. See, in my head, I have to sing the alphabet. I wonder where the cat ended up. Should I turn off the cat cam for now? Till he comes back? People are gonna be wondering what the heck that empty thing is there. Turn off the second camera. Stream parrot will put back to 600 height. There we go. Until my co-pilot returns. Well, thanks, Manez. I appreciate that. Yeah, for those who haven't been in the Discord or didn't hear it yesterday, starting a new job next week, so this week will probably be the last of the streams I do for a while. Let's see. You usually organize these by the alphabet? I just think that it makes it easier for me to I know like if a function's in the same module, I'll just like go up or down to find it that way. You think you can set it up to do this automatically? That would be neat. I haven't found that though. At least Rust FMT doesn't do it. Okay, so within this implementation, L before P. So this would actually go last. What? How did that end up there? Okay, those look good now. Okay. I think in the past I've put the impl block for a structure before the free functions. Maybe just to maintain consistency, I do that here too. So the impl block goes there for Realm server. It's all rather arbitrary that like I'm putting constants first, then statics, then structures, then impls, then functions. It's sort of arbitrary, but I just want to be consistent. Never know how to organize. Yeah, I've seen different varying opinions. One thing that I might consider that I read is to put the function or the implementation that one would expect to go here to find first, and then its dependencies will come after in the order in which you use them. And so the bottom of the file would be the innermost function that you don't want to go to first, but it would be the last, like the leaf nodes would come last. The way I was taught long ago was like in the main module to put the main function last. I've kind of broken away from that because here, okay, we're back to it, main being the last, right? This is traditionally what I was taught, that you put main at the bottom and you put so you go from order of like leaf nodes down to the root. So I can understand how some people might want it both ways. The going to the end first and then looking up for the things you need. And that comes from the fact that many years ago, you had to declare a function before you could call it. So main didn't need to be declared, so you'd have it last, and then the things that main called would be declared by the time it runs into it with main. So like a single pass compiler would have no problem with it. But nowadays with Rust, it doesn't matter. I could put main at the top or the bottom, and so the original reason to put main at the bottom is gone. Hey there, Lazy Guru. How are you today? You like main at the top? See, originally in C, you had to put it at the bottom unless it didn't call anything. Or you had to do what people would do is they'd have forward declarations, and then they would have main, and then the main would use the forward declarations to get past the compiler. And then the linker doesn't care, right? Remember, Collector, that's how Clean Coder mentions to do that? Outer to inner. So yeah, I think that's probably where I read it. But I'm still using it the old traditional way, where I put inner down to outer here. We've been taught that way in C, main would be at the bottom. Yeah. So in these different conventions conflict with each other, and then sometimes it becomes kind of ambiguous, because what do you do in this case where you have some structure functions, some implementation functions? Do you put them before or after the free functions? I guess you would assume that these are outer and then these are inner, because probably from here we're calling the free functions, which I think is the case in a lot of these, like this one. This one's probably called earlier. Yeah, it's called at the top and defined below. But these other ones that are public might be called from outside another module, so it's kind of hard to say what's more outer, this free function or these methods. Solution is obvious. You interleave them. Yeah, that's sort of what I'm doing. But to give myself some sanity, I at least kind of want to sort them within their own category. So within the category of free functions, I have them sorted arbitrarily by alphabetical order of the names of the functions. And same thing inside the impl here. But yeah, I guess when the module's small enough, it doesn't really matter. And if the module's large, you kind of want to refactor it anyway. Like, this one's too large, right? So I might want to do another step of maybe extracting the log out stuff. It would save us... Actually, it wouldn't save that many lines, would we? I'd have to look inside of here and find out what's using all the... Actually, there's a bunch of log outs and connection closed. I could put the raft stuff separate from the log out stuff, maybe? Like, what if I had a raft.rs that handled the log stuff? Actually, this is a different kind of log. This is okay. These are two different kinds of logs. I should rename this. This should be like raft log, and this should be diagnostic log. First things first, I need to commit what I just did. Yeah, nowadays with IDs letting you jump around, it's not such a big deal. You see if your code compiles and it does, then your organization must be good. All right, fair enough. Refactoring. Move login related functions to new login module. Move miscellaneous functions to new utilities module. Too long. Must wrap. Okay. That I didn't mean to comment out. Oh, that was for testing. Yeah, this... Okay, we want to stage everything else. But not this one. Actually, I'm ready to revert that one. Yes. Okay. Refactoring. Done. Yes, so let's work on getting main.rs down to under... My goal is under 800 lines. So let me make a log out one, because that seems fairly obvious. The other one was one for the raft, and then I also kind of want to fix this ambiguity. So handle log committed should be raft log committed. Handle log message should be handled diagnostic log message. So now it's not ambiguous anymore, because there are two kinds of log. That ought to go into its own commit, really. Right? Oh, looks like the rename didn't get applied in worker. Sometimes the tools aren't smart enough to see that, so I have to manually fix it. Oh, I just need to hit save. Weird that it did the rename without saving it. I guess because I had a buffer open to that file. That kind of makes sense. Alright, so git cola. Endurin, are you still here? You're the one who had me start using this git cola. Do you remember what the cola stood for? So this is unambiguate the term log in function names. think that's all we need to say, right? Raft log diagnostic log commit. All right, so then the log out related stuff. So log out rs mod log out. Copy all the stuff here. I copied everything here. I'm gonna delete the log, delete the mods, and these become crate. Couple places. That was its own crate, yeah. I probably should have put crate inside of main anyway, just to be unambiguous about it. I should do that. I think Rust isn't necessarily less complex as some users tend to claim, coming from generally high-level languages like those, and a lot of things are just overwhelming, especially because Rust is a fast-moving language. And a lot of things on the blogs are already outdated. Yeah, I would agree with some of that. For my, like, as in I can relate to some of that based on my experience. But I did have a hard time learning the language. Like, you could go back and look at the old VODs for it. But I can't say if it's because of Rust or because of preconceived notions I had from years of working with C++. It's hard to say. Is it fast moving? I think that's a relative term, right? Fast compared to some standard. So maybe if it's compared to Fortran, it's super fast, right? Because Fortran isn't changing. But compared to, like, I would say like C# maybe? It's maybe the same pace? Because C# itself, if you do some C# and then you go do something else for a few years and you come back, they'll already have released maybe 1 or 2 revisions to C# and have added stuff that you didn't know about before. Initially struggled because you had a lot of imperative muscle memory. Yeah, I think that was my problem too. I think in the recent past there have been some releases that shook things up. What comes to mind is the async await stuff. So those changes I think were significant. But a lot of other things in the releases are just new things that you don't have to use unless you opt in, like const generics. I need to go check on something because I just heard something fall and now I'm hearing my cat meow. Do you find Rust a pleasant experience? Yeah, very much so, but I had to get up the learning cliff one plane. So, I have that here, right? Stream notes. The Rust learning cliff compared to JavaScript. So I would say the 2 cliffs that I remember running into were async await and lifetimes. Not necessarily in this order. And that's mostly because of how references work in Rust are super strict compared to other languages and require a lot deeper understanding of them. It's like when you borrow something and then you put that borrowed reference into a future, and now you have a reference inside of an object that you really don't think of as an object. You think of it as just an asynchronous function call. Async await is opt-in until you run into something that requires it, or you run into a programming, you run into a problem that whose best solution is multi-threading or something asynchronous, right? Then, like, I was gently guided towards async because I want to have like asynchronous, fundamentally asynchronous things like worker threads. So I initially like did a lot of Rust with worker threads, and then I started reading like, well, the stuff with futures, you don't have to have a worker thread. You can do it on the main thread. So I was sort of gently guided to that direction. But sure, I guess you're right that it is sort of still opt-in. You can do everything synchronous and avoid one of these cliffs, I guess. But you really can't avoid the only way to avoid the borrow checking cliff, let's say that's it, is to avoid doing references, so you just do clone everywhere. But it's really hard to avoid, I think. At some point, you're going to face the lifetimes and the borrow checker, and you're going to be like, what the heck does this error message mean? I mean, there are many of those times that I had where I didn't really, since I didn't really understand lifetimes and references well enough in Rust, I'd run into these error messages because I accidentally did something. Cloning everywhere hurts performance. Yes, it does. So that's why, again, you're kind of guided to, you need to understand it. Otherwise, you're going to be crippling yourself performance-wise. Okay, I'm going to be right back because I'm going to check out what my cat did. I think he knocked over something. Maybe I'll bring him back to say hi to the stream. I'll be right back. Okay, say hi to my co-pilot. I don't think he knocked anything over. I think it was actually the house next to mine, something that they were doing. He was just sitting at the top of the stairs, claiming ignorance. Kitty, yeah. And so I need to change this again. As I set him down next to me and he decided, well, in that case, I guess I will inspect my seat again. Okay. AutoMod didn't like one of those words, but we'll allow it. In the end, complexity isn't the main thing that bothers you. The most genuinely interested and want to learn the language. It ticks you off that people tend to shame you for not using Rust. Well, those people are the, what's the right word for that? The Rustins? The Primogen has this emote, Primogen Rustin, right? And he jokes about it a lot. It's the fact in the Rust community, there's a subset of the Rust community who, I guess you could say that they're a little bit zealous about it, and they will be kind of negative about people who like criticize Rust or don't use Rust. I tend to think that that's present more or less in a lot of communities, and Rust, maybe it has more of a negative subset of people that are really zealous about it, but I don't really care. Evangelists, there we go. Fanatics, evangelists, yeah. Is there an r/ for it? I'm looking for the positives. I don't say what are the list of things I don't like about Rust. It's the list of things that are not my favorites. That's a more positive way to think about it. Personally, you feel you've seen more anti-Rust fanatics than pro-Rust fanatics? I've seen both. I tend to think that it's kind of the same thing that people who bash on a framework, like they say React is better than Angular. It's like, well, it really is, depends on your situation and your preferences a lot of the time. Sometimes people just don't like Rust because they just don't like the way it looks. And that's fine for them. Yeah, I've had a pretty good experience. I haven't run into anyone who's really bashed me one way or another about Rust. Okay, we are removing the things that don't have to do with logout is the first thing here, right? So at a global point of view, that means I'm deleting all of these things because they have nothing to do with logout. Nope. We don't need the structure definition. We don't need this. I want to keep append logout though. Player report. Yeah, we're keeping all that. Dropping main. Okay. Going into this one. This gets all removed. Player connection closed. We want to keep that one because that's an implicit logout. Deleting this. Player report has to do with logging out people. Dropping this one. Dropping all this. Yeah, dropping all this stuff. This isn't logout, that's another server. Okay, so this is all that has to do with logout that I can think of. All right, now I need to find these things in here and drop them. So append logout. So yeah, drop these copies. And then I need to find handle player connection, close, drop that. Handle logout, it's right here. And handle player report, there. Okay, so now we're just going to fix up the error messages. Now I need to mark these public, I believe. Well, let's just mark only the ones we know that need to be public, based off of the compiler errors that I have. This needs to be imported. Okay. Just expand everything. Okay. Handle logout, public. And the player report, public. All right. Whoa, I've missed a bunch of chat. Might be getting some cash. Intend to invest in 20% off sub. Man, like I was saying in Discord, you know, I'm not going to be streaming a whole lot soon, so I would say don't worry about it. I have this problem with your memory model in Rust, Go, and Erlang. They are simple and don't cater well for multi-core parallelism on the same memory. Sure, because they're too general purpose, Tinspin. Probably what you're looking for either is a library that is focused on multi-core parallelism or has a good foundational library for that. I'd imagine you'd be able to find that in Rust, Go, or Erlang. Someone's probably written a framework or a library that you can consider fundamental or foundational for that and go with that. Try to get away from the business languages like Java, Python. That's a C#, right? JavaScript, TypeScript, Go. Try something like Rust, OCaml. OCaml isn't new, though. Isn't OCaml pretty old? Never found the time or support to make it happen. Support, I think you'd be able to find with Rust with the community. You know, time is a different thing. I'm trying to avoid safe 7th, so I don't have to cry. Oh, thank you, Menace. Just remember that it's not necessary. And I don't want to encourage it because I feel that it's not fair. If I'm not going to be streaming that much, then you're not going to get a whole lot out of it. Okay, append player report is here, public. So these we need to import if they're public. Apply logout. And apply player report. Both public, both need to be imported. Okay, where's the error? At the top? I have to hit save there, and then this will go away. All right. Okay, logout. This again, where it ends with the module's name. I think, what if I just make that apply logout command? Append player report command. Can make a submodule called commands. Or I can just suppress this. I think it's a little bit too pedantic. So in this case, allow it. Okay, we don't need a bunch of these things, right? Don't need WebSockets, struct op. We don't need these. Need the set, but nothing else here. Can drop all of this stuff down to unparsed public key. Drop that. Drop that, and that, and that, and these. All of this stuff goes. Really, all of this? Makes sense. Cool. So the logout stuff, 171 lines, that's not a whole lot. So we're getting there. 400 lines to go. Is it worth trying to run Rust programs as Docker containers? I think those two concerns are orthogonal, aren't they? Rust is just a language you use to make the program. Docker containers are a way you can run programs in isolation. It doesn't really matter what the language the program is written in, and Rust doesn't care if it's running in a Docker container or not. So I think to answer that question, where should the sofa? It's really two different questions. Is it worth it to run Docker containers, and then also is using Rust worth it in that scenario? Is Rust web scale? I wish I had the link for that. Get off my lawn. Yeah, I know it's a joke. I've heard that joke before. It had to do with NoSQL, right? The web scale joke. Anybody have the link to that? I can get it from Chris later. Okay, what was the other big thing I wanted to move out of here? Oh, the Raft stuff. Yeah. So raft.rs. Oh, actually, before I do this, I want to make sure it builds, and then I need to get work into the work. I need to do some work on this, breaking this bad habit of committing late. Yeah, we want to commit early because every different concern that we handle should have its own commit, right? This concern is move log out related functions to log out module. That only went over a little, so we'll accept it. Commit. All right. Now we will move the Raft stuff out. So raft.rs. Copy paste. Delete all the mod stuff. All right. And then put crate in front. Oh, I was going to do this last time and I forgot. I was going to go to main and put crate : in front of the things that actually are in the crate. So it's not confused with things that are in other crates like futures. Like that's in our own module, not another crate. And again, these two. And utilities and worker. All right. Let's do that before I forget again. Here I need to go and for all the uses at the top, we want to say what is in their crate. So these are in the crate. That's in the crate. These are in our own crate. That one and that one. So that's going to reorganize a lot of stuff, which is actually pretty good because now everything in our own submodules are in this big use crate, and these are all in different crates. Unless I missed one. Yeah, these are all in separate crates. Yeah, all right. Yeah, I did make a CMake tutorial. You found it super helpful? Great. It's one of the more popular YouTube videos I made. For some reason, a lot of people like tutorials, and I guess there weren't a lot of them for CMake. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, I'm glad you liked it. The next YouTube video I was going to make is going to have to do with WebSockets because people have been asking me about that. I already have a rough outline of what I want to cover, and I did make a YouTube video in between the CMake one and now, and I made a two-parter on TCP and UDP sockets. You must watch the CMake video. It's kind of old. It was before I even had a face cam, so it's just my voice. The thing about YouTube... Oh, that was weird. It's flickering for me, and you guys can't see it. Does that mean my graphics card is messing up? I think it is. How are you hosting your MMO? It's on AWS. So, infra. A lot of them are super basic. Yeah, I felt that like once I learned how to do some basic iterative development workflow, then I'm like, this is nice and self-contained, and I can make a YouTube video about it. Yeah, so Sarian, just be aware, I made it years ago, and so like I would probably be embarrassed to watch my own CMake video today, and I start thinking maybe I should freshen it up and make a new one. I think I have it on the West Coast because I'm on the West Coast, but there's no real reason for me to host it in any specific place, other than maybe it's faster for me to see the game. And I haven't yet thought about how it would scale to have it geographically dispersed. So, Raft. This is not in Raft. Okay, let's just fold everything for a second. Yeah, we won't want the structure one. None of that. Okay, so actually all the Raft stuff is methods here. This actually should be renamed. This should be buffer diagnostic log message, but we're going to delete it from here. Okay, so maybe another module for connections, or maybe I actually have I have one for connections. We can move this into there, couldn't we? Hey there, Fearless Cobra. Did you come here with Irish John Gaming? Irish John Games? Handle game private message forward. Yeah, none of this belongs here. Leadership change does go here, though. Raft log committed goes here. This does not. This does not. This does. These do not. That does. That does. This does not. So, if you're just joining now, I'm separating the functions that go with my game server into different submodules just for organization. Yeah. So these are all the functions of the game server so far that have to do with Raft, which is the cluster technology I use for error resiliency. Life is pretty good. Thanks, Fearless Cobra. Use GCP for the central region? Okay. Now investing in Atom servers for home hosting. Well, there you go. Yeah, I wish I had fiber. Another thing to consider is electricity cost. If your electricity is cheaper than what you're paying Amazon for, then sure. But if you're going to end up spending more on your electric bill than you would on your Amazon bill, then, you know, there's that to consider. So VIPs get a /home. I guess so. Get off my lawn. We have to ask CM Griffing. He's the one who made the chat overlay above my co-pilot's head there. Should have gone with temp. We we can all give Chris that suggestion. Our game nowadays developed like from scratch? No. This stuff that I'm doing in my stream is very unusual. Most people will use a game engine. Note 24. The only people that should be developing games from scratch are big AAA game studios who need to do it from scratch because the game engines like Unity and Unreal aren't specialized enough for them, or people on the other side like me who are just doing it for fun. For the vast majority of indie developers and smaller studios, using an existing engine like Unity, Unreal, Game Maker Studio, much better for you business-wise than to do it from scratch because you can get it out faster and there's a community to support you. Yeah, Masochist, exactly. But like World of Warcraft, for example, it's a custom game engine. There's a lot of AAA stuff that's custom because they have such specialized requirements and specialized tools that they make in-house that it just makes sense. Like, they're big enough they can afford to invest a lot to make something custom. Another thing I've heard of is companies start with something like Unity and Unreal, get an initial working game out there, and then they customize it to make it work with their own engine, or they build their own engine out of that. And so it kind of evolves from a starting baseline of someone else's engine to being in their own engine. Yeah, my stream is mostly about doing stuff from scratch because I learn a lot that way, and I think it's nice to show people how things are made. Sort of like if you've seen Handmade Heroes stream, uh, going through how you would make it from scratch. And so instructional and learning and fun, but not making a business out of it. It's really, really slow development to do everything from scratch. Okay. Although I don't know any game engine that uses Raft, so it would be funny if the Raft game used Raft, or if the Rust game was written in Rust. It would seem appropriate, at least. Okay, so these functions need to be removed. What if I just collapse that and then I can just delete it? And get this one while I'm at it? Not that one, though. That's Raft log committed. Okay, so Raft event. This one's next. And this one too. These two go. On cluster leader connected. This one. Actually, I don't think this is necessarily a Raft function. I'm gonna delete this one. I don't think that has to do with Raft. Send Raft messages though. All right, so then these need to be public and imported. Handle Raft message. Public, and it should let me... Oh, this won't work until we have to actually declare the module Raft. And then here, that it's going to force me to import that from the crate, right? And then we should be good. Right. Okay. Server command. Why is that an error? I don't know why that's an error. Cannot find server command module Raft. Oh, that... Oh, we have a name conflict then. Shoot. That's : Raft, right? Yeah, I wonder if I should rename Raft to something else so that it's not ambiguous. Like... What? Raft what? Or what Raft? How about we just call it clustering? Cluster? Cluster. Wants to make refactoring changes in the... Okay. Did it do the right thing? And yeah, call it... It did that, but that's not what I want. That should have been Raft. Okay, that was a mistake. We're gonna run into that in a bunch of spots, I think. Oh, maybe only one spot. Okay. Well, then not a big deal then. What are you doing your day job? So I'm starting a new job next week, State Space Signal. For the last couple of years, I've been just focusing on this stream and doing a little bit of consulting. But yeah, new job starting next week. And what I will be doing will be software programming, software engineering. That's as far as I can get into it because of it's a big company and they don't really want me to even by implication associate the stream with the company. So they need to be completely separate. So I really can't even I can't really say even what the company's name is or anything like that. What do you think are some of the most undervalued skills among software engineers? Undervalued skill, I would say the ability to manage people. And that I witnessed firsthand in that the people who were promoted to managers were promoted because of their engineering skills, not their management skills. So I think if management skills were valued more in software engineers, then companies would be promoting the correct people into management. But that was only the last company I was at. Maybe other companies are better at this. Another undervalued skill among software engineers, probably like the ability to ask questions and get to the root of things. A lot of software engineers just copy from Stack Overflow, and they don't really understand what they're doing. They just want the answer. They get the answer because I want to get paid, right? So the skill that software engineers have to understand something more deeply and get to the root of something, get to the root cause. I think it's undervalued because a lot of times managers just want the software written and working. They don't care if the software engineer actually figured it out on their own or got an answer from Stack Overflow. Is this your own Raft implementation? This is using the Raft. I did make my own Raft implementation. It's on my GitHub. GitHub.com. Whoop. HTTPS github.com/rimo8354/raft. There's my Raft implementation, and it's actually two languages in there. There are two alternative implementations. There's a Raft one and a C++ one. I like the Raft one much better because I did it second. I'm embarrassed about the C++ implementation. What language will you use at the new job? I think it's going to be C++, but that's probably all I should say. Good programmers are promoted into unhappiness. That's an unfortunate truth to life, right? That people are promoted to their own personal level of incompetence, is what I've heard people say. So yeah. Anyway, yeah. I think in life, it's not always fair, and so software engineers are a lot of the time valued for how much money they make the company versus maybe how much intangible benefit they might bring to the company by being like skilled at managing other people or skilled at understanding problems more deeply than is necessary to just get something working and shipped and get money for the company. Nice to see Rust and C++ Raft implementations next to each other. Yeah, but I'm embarrassed about the C++ one. So I did that one first, and it exposed a lot of bad habits I had in C++, and also a misunderstanding of Raft, and like, so there's some really like ugly parts of that implementation. Then I did it again, which gave me the opportunity to do it in Rust, and which forced me to have a better design because Rust tends to do that. And then it was the second implementation, so I learned from the first, and I did it a little bit better, I think. It's been working out a lot better. With the C++ Raft implementation, I went through months of having just weird bugs crop up, and I still have. Occasionally, the production server will just fail to find a leader, and like, I don't know what to do other than to shut the whole thing down and start clean out the state and start it up again. But with the Rust implementation, the worst I've had are I had a few what were they? There were a few RPC timeouts or something like that. And I'm like, oh, well, that shouldn't have happened because we shouldn't have been running the timer yet. So yeah, they're easy to see and easy to fix so far. All right. This needs to be public. And we need to that was it. Okay, so I must have already done the use for it. Okay, and yeah, this is another example of where it changed the name on me. All right, so we're down to the uses we don't need anymore. Right, because this is now used from the Raft, from the cluster module, so we don't need them here. That makes sense. Just starting to learn internet-related technologies and Docker, sometimes you feel underskilled? It depends on the job or the hobby or the independent projects you're going to do. You're underskilled if you want to get a web dev job for sure. And if that's your goal, is to get something with web development, I would suggest like freecodecamp.org or something like that. Would help supplement your learning for internet related stuff. Docker, I don't really have any advice for, since I'm a noob when it comes to Docker. The only two Docker containers I've ever made, one was to host a instance of Jenkins, and the other one was to run the Autobahn test suite for WebSockets. So both were pretty simple because I followed someone else's instructions. Common feeling, the best skill you can develop will be the skill to learn. Yeah. Whenever people ask me about is college worth going to, my opinion is that college is worth it, at least as far as learning how to learn, because you're forced, well, actually it begins in secondary school, right? In high school here in the US. The most important thing to learn there are the habits to learn. And college will help reinforce that, because that's how you have a success in college, is that you're able to learn. You know how to take notes. You know how to listen and pick out the useful information from the extraneous. I definitely feel that that's, if you pick up anything from school, it's that you should try to pick up how to learn. Then when you're out of school, if you know how to learn, you're self-sufficient. The more you know how little you know. Yeah, and then the more you realize that you don't really need to know things, you need to know how to find out, how to look them up. So when I'm doing Rust, I have this always at my side in another tab, is I have the documentation for Rust Standard Library. So I don't have to memorize things like the bool then method, right? I can just look it up and then I have cheat sheets. This cheat sheet is invaluable when you're learning Rust and you're not yet used to these types, option, iterator, or result, and how they're interchangeable in a lot of different ways. So, and Musen posted this in his channel. Someone else took it and gave it to me, and I found it really extremely valuable, because then I don't need to learn or memorize all these functions. I just have the cheat sheet, and I'm like, oh yeah, how do we do combining of iterators? Oh yeah, here we go. It's zip or chain, right? And then having this cheat sheet, knowing where to go, I don't have to memorize it as much. Although memorizing it can be handy if you want to go fast. You love good docs and sheets to look things up. I forgot to silence my phone. Hey, that's Mrs. Raimu calling me, so I'm gonna have to answer. Otherwise, I'll be in trouble. I'll be right back. All right, she just wanted to say hi. I said, well, I'm streaming right now. She's like, oh, okay, just wanted to say hi. Does anyone here know of a boilerplate Rust Plus front-end repo you could use? Oh, hey, you probably checked it out, but I'm using U, which contains boilerplate Rust for a front-end framework. If I'm understanding your question correctly. And if the one or two are U and Seed, then I'm sorry. Those are the two I would recommend. No, I'm not using you, I'm using you. Get it? And thank you for asking. You want a backend in there too? Look at Are We Web Yet? Are we Web Yet? So Are We Web Yet is going to point to Rocket, Actix, Diesel, SQLX, other things. So if it's not in here, then you could actually just propose it be added. But I think probably all the popular stuff with web development, front end and back end, is probably listed there somewhere. All right. What's the last thing I did? Delete stuff. Yes. Okay, so have some errors in here. Let's expand and find them. Probably just things I need to import. Yes. Import crate possibly needed. Import something else down here, I bet. Private type possibly needed. Okay, so I'll need to go to possibly needed and make it public. All right. And now it's just a bunch of uses I don't need. All of these are to be dropped. And then all of these, right? Delete error. Okay, these three gone. That and these two. That one. All of these. All the worker and utilities. Those two and those two. Okay. Hope we're good now. Now we can get to see what the line count reduction was in main. Okay, so we're approaching the 1,000 line. Okay, actually we're 1,100. So I have another 300 lines to go. the push to refactor down to a reasonable file module size, right? So this is refactoring. Well, move raft related functions to cluster. All right. Okay, what to move out of here? Oh, right, the connections stuff. We can move that to connections. I already have a module for that called connections right here. So connections has its own structure, but we can also have implementations for the server. Right? Because why not? Stuff that's like very related to connections can go here. Like handle connect result, connect to realm server, right? That makes sense. Handle connection closed. Can just be pasted here. And keep these here. Unconnected at least. I think this one's only job is to change the nature of the connection. So maybe that moves too. Yeah, I think conceptually that belongs there. So this is called whenever the game orchestrator identifies itself. So that really just changes the nature of the connection. The same thing with these. All of these too. And arguably the WebSocket message as well. I'm going to leave those out for now though. Maybe I put that into another module called messaging or something. Because look, we just hit our target of 800 lines. This one can move too. Now we have a good 50 lines that we have to go. That we can add back and not violate our limit. All right, let's see what I need to pull in for this to work. Debug comes from log, right? Use log debug. That's one of the few that I control dot doesn't work to automatically add a use for it. And error as well, actually. Error. Good evening, Everex. How are you today? Okay. Yeah, Rocklebest was saying the syntax is so intimidating. I feel that that intimidation is part of the learning cliff. Somewhere in here, maybe, you get intimidated by the syntax, but I think you get over the intimidation factor of the syntax. The real learning cliffs that you run into, I think, are going to be, like I said before, the asynchronous stuff, which you can avoid just by just sticking with synchronous stuff, and the other one is references and lifetimes. So syntax is kind of difficult, but I think you can get past that part. The syntax is not as intimidating if you looked at languages like OCaml and Haskell and other ones like that. Our Mr. Cat, yeah, that's my co-pilot, Casper. He was acting kind of funny earlier in the stream. He left his spot, he went upstairs and started meowing. I think maybe he got confused, or maybe he wanted me to go upstairs. But it's been okay, other than that. Sync message. Why does it not know where that is to be found? Okay, I think it's confused about some of these types. That it can find out, yes. Okay, where is sync message? It's from connection. Connections should know about connection. Okay, we'll just add it. For some reason it didn't know about it. It couldn't figure it out. Game private message. That's in another crate. Yeah, why is it having trouble finding these things? I don't know. Maybe because I have to hit save there first? I don't know. I think that was it, actually. No, I was in the wrong file. It still doesn't know about game private message, and all it knows is to do convert to guarded return. Maybe I need to reload this thing. Use game private message, game private message. I'm having to do these manually now, and I don't like it. I don't like it. I knew about that one. Duration is from time. Okay. Cluster has an issue now. Right, because this one is actually here now, right? So that needs to be public. Because we are going to import that. What? It shouldn't know where that is. Oh, because of an error in here somewhere. Yeah. Really, we just need to chase down all these errors, so it's a lot of these need to be public, right? Handle orchestrator ID needs to be public. So did realm server claim. So that we can it's strange that it didn't need me, it didn't require that I do a use. Now I'm just deleting warnings. Delete all that stuff. I really don't have to think much about it because the compiler does that part of the thinking for me. Okay, worker has a problem. Okay, yeah, these are in connections. Connect to realm server public. I'm thinking that Rust Analyzer needs to be restarted because I'm not having to do a use for these, and I should have to do that. Yeah, I bet if I compiled, it won't compile because a lot of the uses are missing. Oh, maybe not. How does it know where to find it then from here? Like if I do a find all references. Oh, is it because if you go from... No, that's not right. Oh, because it goes here first, right? And it goes to that type. And then it knows where to find all the impulse for that type. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, okay. I was confused. I only have to do the uses for the free functions that I have, like these two, if they were public. Update RA as well if you're reloading. I think it updated before the stream. We're on 546 now. That was released a day ago. Oh, and someone said that they fixed the warning that the error that we had to suppress before, right? Should we test that? So that was exhibited in WebSockets down where I use a select right here. I was seeing errors here if I didn't suppress one of the diagnostics. This one. So let's try to remove this and see what happens. Ooh, did they fix it? Let's reload and see. They finally fixed it, eh? Not sure if that's if it's that exact error. Well, we haven't seen it pop up yet. I'll wait until it's done indexing. That's usually when it pops up if there is a problem. That's sweet that they finally fixed it. It took them what, 4 or 5 months? Oh no, it's back. Well, I had hope that it would be. Yeah, unresolved macro call is what we get. Even though everything builds, right? Everything still builds. It's just Rust Analyzer has a problem with it. As evidenced by the fact that it says Rust Analyzer. Oh, I know. So we have to put the diagnostic... Uh-oh. Oh, I reloaded. I don't know what it said before. Was it just unresolved macro call? And then reload. If that wasn't it, I'll have to look back and look at the VOD and see what it was. Probably what it was, right? We're just suppressing that diagnostic that doesn't appear to work. If my window here is flickering, but I don't see it in OBS, does that mean that I have a graphics card issue? Is that file committed? Yeah. File's committed. Oh, no, not the settings. This one's not committed. I probably should commit it. I should probably commit everything in code user, right? Well, maybe not everything. I should probably commit my settings and key bindings, though. Let me make a note for that. For some reason, one note got closed. To do. Put VS Code settings key bindings into a Git repo. Another reason to put into a Git repo is if someone asks me for my settings, I can just point them to a Git repo. Yeah, but if I ever lose that file, I'll be kind of unhappy. All right, well, there was hope there for a little bit that they would have fixed that diagnostic, but they didn't. How does the organization look now? Oh, I want to check in and then I want to rename that function because the word log is too ambiguous. So this is move connection related realm server methods to the connections module. Refactoring. Cargo Clippy. We don't have any warnings, right? Yeah, no warnings. So this should be buffer diagnostic log message. A quick commit for that. Oh, it's still talking to the Git server. Wow. I'm not dropping any frames. Is it just Bitbucket that's slow today? Like really slow? So slow that I am ready to make the next commit and it's still pushing to the remote. Yeah, it just took a long time. This is rename buffer log message to buffer diagnostic log message. Rename method whose name was ambiguous. All right. I think that's probably good enough for now. Moving on to the next piece of work. And again, I closed my notebook. Why do I keep doing that? Develop a macro to simplify code that handles or forwards a client request. Yeah. So I had made a macro off stream earlier in the week to do this work. So yeah, I went back to the books. I think I put it in the notes for that day. Yeah, I reread the chapter in the Rust about macros. There's also the little book of macros in order to figure this out. So this parse and handle I use in two places here, right? The concept is that there is a message that came in from, where is it? Yeah, we're handling a binary message from a WebSocket, right? And it depends on who we're connected to, depends, how we handle and how we parse and handle the message depends on who we're connected to, right? So if we're connected to an admin, we're going to parse and handle it with the handle game admin message function. But if it came from a player, we need to parse and handle it with the handle game player message, and we have an extra argument, right? So the way I did that with this macro is the first argument to the macro is this identifier, which is this the handle function. And so that gets filled in here. And then if there are extra arguments, they become extra arguments to the handle function. And the rest of this is boilerplate. So it's not too much work to understand this, I think. And it's a way we can have the boilerplate put in one place in a macro rules and just make the parts that are different arguments to the macro. Cargo Clippy will not show errors after cargo check on stable Rust as far as you're aware. I thought it did. So like we can cause a Clippy warning. What's the best way? Like making a dummy variable? Let dummy equal 42. Right? And then I'll do cargo check. And then I'll do cargo Clippy. Yeah, I think at least here we're still getting it. You might be right about some kinds of warnings, but the ones that, like that one I just made, it still will pop up every single time you type it. You didn't... No, I did use your macro template, Everex. I compared it to yours, and mine fit yours pretty well. Yours didn't have this extra arguments, but you had the concept down. That we had the boilerplate. We have I think you didn't use ident, you used item or something. I'm just being more specific, right? So it fit your template. Hey there, disc guy Sam. So I want to do the same thing for where I had a couple to-dos that were duplicated. Yeah. Not that one. Maybe it wasn't in this module anymore because it got moved out. Yeah, it wasn't here. It got moved then, right? It probably went into cluster. No, not here. I don't know where it went then. I think it was here, actually. Yeah. Yes. So there's boilerplate here. Wherever we're handling a request from the player, and the way we handle it depends on if we're the cluster leader or not, this is all boilerplate. Especially this match arm is exactly the same. Because all we're doing is we're going to forward the message as is to the leader, right? So this exact block of code appears down here. Sorry, and not there. Okay, not the exact code. There are some differences. I think there were some differences, right? This part is the same as this part. So these two functions I want to make shorter by using a macro. Your system's got learning infrastructure as code. You believe your smooth brain can get a wrinkle or two if you stay a while and listen? All right. Well, if any of this stuff looks interesting, then learn Rust is probably the next step. Because you can look at example code, you can go through an online tutorial, or just check out the book. And if you're interested in... well, I'm not working so much on it today, but the front-end app of my game here, this is written in U, which also uses Rust. It's like React, but using WebAssembly. Actually, you know what I just noticed? When I hit cancel... Oh, it was just delayed. Never mind. I was like, if it hit cancel, it should stop trying to connect to the server. But it did. It just had a late error that came back. Okay, never mind. Anyway, yeah, I'm working mostly on the back end. So the back end of my game is mostly handwritten. So there's not going to be a whole lot to refer you to other than the Rust language itself. Okay, so we're going to do a macro, right? Where am I going to put this macro? I suppose I can... It's not going to just be login related. So maybe it belongs in the main here for now. Just to find a macro here somewhere. It doesn't feel right to put it in main though. But I want it to be shared. Is it bad to have a module called macros? Like, Is anyone going to yell at me if I make a macros.rs and I just put them all here? It doesn't feel right. It feels almost right. Already gave you a few wrinkles by relaying that idea to you? Okay. Sounds good. I'm not going to make a macros.rs. It just doesn't feel right. Maybe we'll just put it here because we're using it here for now. But I know we're going to share it with other kinds of messages. Can move the macro later. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. We're going to put it here for now. Macro rules. So this has to do with like handling or forwarding, right? Handle or forward. I don't remember the syntax exactly, so I'm going to cheat and look at where I did macro rules before. Okay, yeah. So it looks like a match arm thing, right? So we're going to have like something yielding something else with a semicolon at the end. And if we have more rules, then we'll just do that more times, right? Yeah. Which parts are written in C++? The parts that are in production now are in C++. The backend is. So if you go to game, pretty much all of the backend of the actual game in production that you can, there's not much of the gameplay yet, but the mechanics for like showing the world, as far as telling the front end what tiles to draw, and then all the messaging and all the coordination of the game objects, the entity component system, all that, it's all in C++. So what I'm doing now, what I've been doing for the last half a year, is translating that all into Rust. So the only parts that will remain in C++, I believe, are going to be, well, it's not even C++, it's C, right? I'm using the RustQlite crate because I'm using SQLite, and it bundles the C, I think it's ANSI C code for SQLite. There might also be C code behind Russell's, I'm not sure. But yeah, I'm pretty much using Rust for everything now. There's a little bit of JavaScript wrapper for the front-end stuff to fit it into the browser. 3D has great cross-platform support. Yeah, I was taking the opportunity to learn WebGL by doing the graphics myself, but I can show you my progress so far. That's in stage, right? No, it was in playing activity. Yeah, so I am dealing with the canvas and image elements directly, and I'm doing things with the WebGL. So I'm binding buffers using programs, dealing with transforms, viewport stuff, uniforms. So this is pretty deep stuff if you wanted to do something like what 3GS does, but 3D library does. So I don't know, if I find this stuff too cumbersome and I'm not learning enough, maybe I'll move to something like the 3D crate. But for now, we're doing it straight to WebGL, which means translating a lot of stuff through the WebSys translation and the WASM bindgen stuff, and dealing with shaders ourselves. So I have my own shaders in static, I think. Where did I put my shaders? Oh, didn't I do? I did the include macro, so they should just be sitting there. Yeah, here's the fragment shader, and here's the vertex shader. Nothing's fancy yet. Yeah, you're right though. If I used a real 3D library, I wouldn't have to deal with that. Yeah, I enjoy rewriting the stuff just to gain the knowledge on how I would do it. So I'm having to deal with pixels and buffers and uniforms and attributes myself directly. So I'm learning a lot there. All right, the macro. What if I just put the guts of the thing and then I'm going to have, it's down here, right here. This thing is what I want the macro to expand to, like that. Do I need to put that here, or is it going to know self? I think it knows self, right? this is going to be the argument we need. We need handle ident and make sure I'm doing this right. There's no $sign at before ident. Okay. So then the handle function goes here. This goes there. But what about these arguments? I think I'll do the same thing with the extra arguments thing. I should inspect to see what's common here between the two that I have. Self ID, connection, web token, and sender, right? What about this one? Okay, different sender. Game state. It has the connection ID is common, right? So actually I'm thinking that we don't even know if all the handlers ones will need that. So what if we make them all just passed in? In fact, what if we just make the whole thing an expression instead of an identifier? Or, yeah, expression. Why don't we just put the whole expression here? Handle. Handle it. Thank you for the follow, by the way. What's WGPU? Is that a Rust crate? Oh, there you go. Rusty Web GPU API wrapper. So that sits on top of Wasm Bindgen, JSys. I don't know what Naga is. Look at all those features they enable. I'm looking for WGPU core. They say it's on top of that, but I don't see it in the list. Oh, there it is. Web GPU, huh? An experimental web GPU. I don't even know what web GPU is. Is this like replacing WebGL? A new web API. So this is what, an alternative to WebGL? Huh. I didn't know anything about this. The fact that they don't mention WebGL anywhere makes me think that they are competing with them in some way. You would think that they would say something like, this is meant to replace or be an alternative to WebGL. Huh, interesting. I should probably bookmark WGPU, right? To look at later. All right. Running, they are a level lower than WebGL. I wouldn't think that there would be a level lower than WebGL. I expected WebGL implementation would go directly to the GPU. How would a web app utilize GPU? I don't believe you, GIF. Massive progression? Okay. So are they covering things like compute shaders and that kind of thing? So it's more treating the GPU as a resource and not being specifically graphics library? And that's my guess. It's like Vulkan. See, I don't know. The problem is I don't know Vulkan or Metal. Yes, okay, so I'm on the right track. All right. Okay, cool. Sounds like something that's cool, but I don't exactly need it. From the wiki, unlike WebGL, WebGPU is not a direct port. It's based on concepts from them, and it's intended to provide high performance on these modern graphics APIs across mobile and desktop platforms. Oh, okay. See, I don't know Vulkan so much, other than what Robot just said, that it's meant to replace OpenGL. But that could mean that you don't need OpenGL because Vulkan includes a replacement for it, but is more, or it could just be, so it could be at the same level or encompassing multiple levels. And then the other thing I know is WebGL is basically WebGL ES adapted for the browser, adapted for the web. Beyond overkill? Yeah, but you know me, I like overkill, Dan Hedron. Well, I think the idea is that the browsers would offer the web GPU and the WebGL to your app, and then you could, if you chose web GPU, you can use that, and you'd be closer to the metal, so to speak. That's what it seems like to me. I'm just guessing, though. Okay, so if we are the leader, just handle it. Otherwise, this is all boilerplate stuff. So this assumes a connection ID is present. I wonder if I need to make that. I probably need to include that in the macro, right? Let's see if I can get away with not doing it. But I'm guessing with the what's the term for it? The it's a term that's like cleanliness. It's I forget. There's something that has to do with like if it's part of the macro or if it's part of where the macro is replaced with. It's on the tip of my tongue. Someone will probably say it in chat in a moment. It's not ergonomics. Hygienic, that's it. Sarian's got it. I'm thinking we might have a hygienic problem with this because this has meaning only within the macro, and so it's going to complain that that's not declared anywhere, right? So I'll probably have to pull that in. And I was wondering if I have to do the same thing for self. But self is kind of special, right? And that is an identifier, and so it should expand correctly. Hygiene. Hygienic, hygiene. Yeah, I was more interested in the root of the word. Sarian still gets a point. And let's just see if this works in place. So if I did this correctly, I can go down and use it down here. I can say handle or forward this like that. And then delete all this stuff because it should all be in the macro. Now let the macro expand and see if I have a problem. Apparently I do. So I even need to pass self into the macro? Okay, obviously I need connection ID. So that's an expression, right? And I need the message. Also an expression. I'll figure out self in a moment. So connection ID and message. Connection ID message. Okay, I'm surprised that it didn't like message. What's going on here? Expected an identifier? Oh, that is an identifier, right? Yeah. Ident. Well, let's just do it this way. That's better, right? Okay, so I need to handle self here. Does that mean I need to put self into the macro? Okay. Self. Ident. I don't know if this is right. And then use it down here. Oh, apparently that works. I guess I guessed correctly. All right, then. So I should be able to reuse this macro down here. Oh, this is different. So this is slightly different. Why didn't that have that first line as well? Wait. This looked up the connection when it got into there. Why did I not write the other one the same way? Oh, this does a little bit more. Yeah. Well, I didn't have to do that. I could have done... Okay, let's fix this up. This could be done in here. Really, I need this whole thing to be in the macro, right? So is expression correct, or should I have block? You can have block, right? Well, let's just try expression. Let's see if I can get away with it. Okay. Thank you for the follow. I am trying out my limited knowledge on macros to try to reduce boilerplate here. So here is this entire thing needs to go into that right there. Maybe what I do is have a block. It's not going to accept that, but if I do that, it'll accept it, right? Oh, that works because the whole thing does work as an expression. Cool. So then I can delete all this, and then we want to test this by going through the login process, right? Both with password and with the web token to make sure I didn't break it. There we go. Got rid of all that boilerplate by putting it in one spot right here. How much time you look to be proficient at Rust? I've been working with Rust, so let's see what we say. But how long? That's how long I've been working on the game, so that's not the right thing. Is it Rust? Nope. I thought I had a command for this. I've been learning Rust since like around June or July of last year. So we're coming up on like 9 months. Sorry though, this for the bot spam there. Yeah, about 9 months. 9 months, more or less. Okay. 9 months ago, according to your YouTube channel? Yeah. So I guessed pretty much correctly. Cargo build. Package and run. Okay, and then we're going to test it out. So let's test out logging with password. Okay, which server do we connect to? We connected to a follower. So server 11 is the leader. I want to see 8086 down there. So I'm going to keep doing this until I see that. That's 8088. Excuse me. So one of these days I'll hit the leader of the server, the leader of the cluster right away. Nope, I got to try again. Little minor thing here is it doesn't put the focus in this box by default like I want. Okay, there it went directly to the leader, and we'll see that here, right? That it just adds the command directly, sending it to the other two servers, and all three simultaneously log me in. Okay, actually, I don't actually print out something when we forward, but we were connected up here. Yeah, when we see this logging in, I think it's forwarding it. Yeah, server 10, server 11. So that tested both connected to the leader and connected to a follower. So let's do the web token one. So correct. I'm not actually printing out what server we connected to, but this should have said, right? 8084. Okay, let's try again. I want to get to where we're doing to 8086. There we go. Same result. So it's working. The macro is good. What crate am I using for a server connection? I'm using my own crate, but I wouldn't recommend using my crate because I haven't even published it yet. I would recommend using Tungstenite. For the connections, I'm using WebSockets. So Tungstenite is what I would say. I would be using Tungstenite, if I can spell it correctly. So this is what I would recommend using. I'm not using it because I made one myself. Actually, it's not published, but you can get to it in my GitHub. Army8354/WebSockets. And then I have a wrapper around that called this connection. So ultimately, the connection has a sender, and I have a function to go from a WebSocket. So this is my own crate's WebSocket. If you were to use Tungstenite, there'd be something similar. And I do the similar thing to if you use the async wrapper for Tungstenite, it's called async Tungstenite. If you look at how this crate works, you get something that you can split between a split sync and a split stream. And so the split stream works like a iterator of futures, where each one resolves to a message from the WebSocket, and the sync acts like a channel you can send things into. But each one you handle asynchronously. So what I do is I bundle them into a future and put the futures into this collection of futures, and I let my worker executor that I also made myself process those. So these things handle them asynchronously. So here's how you would take. This would also work for async Tungstenite. You take the WebSocket, or if you split it, the stream end of the WebSocket, and you do like a for each, and then you give it an asynchronous closure here, and then it'll call your closure for every message that comes out of the WebSocket. And so here I just pass it to another channel back to my own worker to process the message elsewhere. You really like Tide? Well, Jefferson, I had been doing programming for 24 years before this, so I get to leverage a lot of knowledge I've gained over time, as well as some bad habits that I've gained over time. If you watch me learning Rust, you'll see that I'm having to unlearn a lot of bad habits. So I was really terrible at keeping modules small and avoiding multi-borrows, and so I just make structures that are monolithic. And I would make modules that had very, very large numbers of functions in them. So I had to unlearn a lot of that, because a lot of that's incompatible with Rust. You make a monolithic structure in Rust, you're bound to run into problems where you need to borrow the same structure twice for two different reasons. And you're like, man, if I could just split the structure into two pieces, then I wouldn't have this conflict with the borrow checker. And that's what I have had to learn over time. So like nowadays, the whole server itself, there's really not much. I mean, it's still kind of monolithic. I should probably break this out into more pieces. But I at least break the game server between the server state and then what I keep in the worker, the asynchronous work, and I put one into the other. So I put the realm server into the worker. I let the worker handle all the asynchronous junk, and then when we get to the server itself, all the asynchronous stuff has been taken care of for me. Am I turning 25? I need to go back and count. If I was doing this from birth, I would be 25, but I'm in my 40s. This is probably as close as I'll ever say to saying how old I am. You could probably figure it out from stuff in my notebook. So if you look at my notebook, at the overall thing, like my coding journey, I first learned how to code in 1981, so I obviously must be older than whatever 2021 minus. So I must be older than 40 years old, because otherwise I learned it before I was alive. These were the games that were being played in my family around when I was able to program. So I also mentioned things occasionally on stream, like earlier today I was mentioning we had a rotary phone when I was a kid. So that kind of gives away a little bit of my age. Run some numbers, yeah. You could probably get pretty accurate, but I try not to give out too much personal information. But the grayish beard, the knowledge of Apple II kind of narrows it down somewhat. All right, what was I doing? All right, I made that macro. Did I check it in? I was about to. So this is use macro to extract boilerplate code. So now these are much reduced, right? Just handler forward. Handler forward. Yeah, I like it. Let's check it in. Stage, commit. Push. That's my mother's maiden name. What's your social security number? Name of the first pet. Although he's not my first pet. If you're wondering who that guy is, he's my co-pilot, Casper. Just start learning programming, learning Rust. Sometimes you feel like hitting a roadblock and lose interest. Any advice for self-taught people? Did I already give the link out? Learn Rust. So, being a self-taught person, mostly myself, I would say it depends on your learning style. And one thing that's kind of neat about the Rust Learn web resources is that they give you a choose your own adventure. These aren't things that you want to do all of them necessarily. You only really need to pick one of these three. So it depends on if in the past you've learned a programming language best by reading a book about it or doing like a tutorial kind of thing, or just looking at example code. You start with the technique that you more readily can learn from. You're watching Adam go through it. It was overwhelming. It can be. A lot of the time something will seem overwhelming because the learner is skipping quickly through something because they happen to know something similar in a different language. So like if I skip through using things like strings or hash map, it's just because I'm familiar with a string in C++ and either a map or a unordered map in C++. It's exactly the same semantics, just with different names and syntax. So when I learn these types, I'm like, oh, I know what a string is. I know what a hash map is in other languages. I just need to find like what's the syntax mapping. So it can seem overwhelming if the person you're watching is skipping quickly through a subject because they know how to apply some previous knowledge from another language. If you're learning something from not having that background, you're going to be like, whoa, wait a minute. First, you got to tell me what the heck a hash is and what a map is. And, Adam or I might not do that because we kind of have our own goal, which is to learn it for ourselves. And I try to stop from that time to time and explain, like, if something is particularly like ugly looking, like the hash function. I think I spend a lot of time on that because I don't think a lot of people necessarily understand what's involved in like the PBKDF2. So I take the time to explain what PBKDF2 is: password-based key something. I always forget what it stands for. There we go. We can just click on this and see what it means. So I'll stop and do this because I think it's important, because otherwise it's going to be overwhelming if I talk about this thing and you're like, what the heck is this? Where's the definition though? Password-based, no, this isn't it. Don't they define it somewhere? Password-based key derivation function. I wonder why they don't. That's what it stands for, PBKDF, right? Password-based key derivation function. And then to break this problem up into 5 more problems, then I can explain well, everyone knows what a password probably is. But what's a password-based key? That's where you take a password and you run it through a function to get something that you lose the original password, so that you turn the original password into something new called a key in such a way that you can't go backwards and get the original password. So that if your password-based key were to get leaked, then someone who gets it still doesn't know what your password is. They only know the key. And then the derivation function is just how you derive the key from the password. And the devil's in the details, so I'll cover that stuff too and say, well, an HMAC is a hashed-based message. I think it's authentication challenge or something like that. We have to look up that again. And that's a secure hash algorithm. And I'll say, well, a hash is a function that basically strips out some of the information and is intended to like give you a derivative, which is a little bit of the information, but kind of scrambled so that you can't go back when a hash is used with security or cryptography. And then a secure hash is one that can't be cracked. And then yeah, I tend to go into the explanation a lot because I know if I didn't, it would be overwhelming. Because if I just started saying, oh yeah, PBKF2, do this stuff, you'd be like, what the heck is he doing? But sometimes I'll forget to do that. And like, if I start using a hash map and you don't know what that means, feel free to stop me and ask what it means, and I will explain it. But when I don't and you don't know what it means, that's where people get overwhelmed. You can relate to the roadblock part. So the way, did I show this to you earlier? Cliff. The Rust learning cliff. Typical learning curve, learning a language, right? The Rust learning curve is a cliff where you're not an expert at the end, you're just a student. Sort of tongue-in-cheek. I had a really hard time with some concepts in Rust getting started. You have a small Rust program you've been fiddling with for months now. Watching along with me has been super helpful. Aw, thanks, get off my lawn. Sometimes skipping can bite the person in the ass if there's something important. Yeah, and that's happened too. I'll skip through something and then I'll be wrong about it, and then chat's not there to back me up because it was overwhelming chat at the time. Sometimes that cliff has an overhang. Yeah, where you're like, I have to go backwards and jump, reach up and grab. Well, Robot Project, the thing is there's always a cliff that's even higher that you didn't see from the first cliff. It's like climbing the mountain. You're like, okay, we must be at the top of the mountain. And then you get over the crest and you're like, there's an even taller mountain behind that one. Nope, that was just the foothills. I think I'm on to the next task, right? We did this. Right, the Remember Me feature. Ah, yeah. How are we doing on time? Actually, we have a lot of time today, so I could probably get this done. So here we're going to implement a feature mostly from scratch again. So you might have seen this in a lot of login things. So you're like, I want to log in, but I want you to remember me so that when I come back to this site later, I don't have to enter my password again. So the idea is that when we click this Remember Me thing and we send our username and password, or we log in with Twitch, we want the server to give us back something that we can stash in our local storage or a cookie or something, so that the next time we go here, when I hit, actually I won't even have to hit login, right? It'll just, when we go to the site, it'll just immediately jump into the game. So my idea was, like written here, I want to tell the server that the feature is being requested. If it's requested, the server is going to generate what I call a persistent login token. Persistent meaning we're going to store it somewhere that it doesn't get lost if the computer turns off. We're going to tell the client that token if they're able to log in. Then the client, I want to use local storage. There are other choices. We could put it into an HTTP only cookie if we wanted, but I'm going to put it in local storage because it's reasonably secure. It's a use once token that only works for you from your IP address. So that when the client logs in with that token credential, if it's stored in local storage, it'll work in place of a password or a web token, but it'll only be used once. So we're going to drop it from local storage on, actually, it shouldn't be dropped on air. It should be dropped as soon as it's used. As soon as it's used. Yeah, and then when we log out, we need to tell the server to drop it too, because we don't want to just drop it on our end. We want the server to drop it as well. The server will drop it as soon as it's used and give you a new one, basically. Good night, Nui. Cliff gets higher every week because of the cliff behind it, yes. Okay, there was no new chat. I was just fooled into thinking there was. All right, so I have you all in rapt attention, right? So this we're going to do some front end work. So there is a checkbox here, but I don't think I'm doing anything with it other than putting it in the UI state. This is the logging in activity, right? Or the login modal? Login modal. Yeah. So it'll be in the view, right? Persistent login password is what I called it, right? Checkbox. So there's a toggle and it's persist login. So the toggle just toggles it. So it's this persist login, right? Where do we use that? So right now we set it to false and we toggle it, but we don't do anything else with it. Actually, this should also show. It's not showing it, probably because it's inside of a macro. But yeah, it's used to set the checkboxes. There are two of them. They're the same thing copied. The checkbox that is what we see here. If you remove after use, won't you have to log in again? What I wanted to do is after it's used, if you're successfully logged in, you just get given a new one every time. I should probably put that in here, right? It's kind of encoded in that, but I should maybe be more clear. Have the server generate a persistent token if requested, or which one is always implicitly requested if another one is used as the credential. Basically, if you use a persistent login token to log in, you're implicitly requesting another one to be generated right away because they're single use. They're like, okay, here's my login token, and the server's like, okay, here's the one to use for the next time. The only time you stop using tokens is if you can't log in, like it's stale. It'll say, well, okay, now you need a password or JWT because the login token expired, or if you manually log out. If you manually log out, then you're saying, well, I don't need that token you gave me before because we want to stay logged out this time. If you wanted to keep your token and you're playing the game, you just close the browser because you just open the browser, go back to the game, and then you're using the token because it's in your local storage. Hope that makes sense. And this might be just the weird feature requirements that I came up with. If I was working with a manager, they might have a different requirement set. This isn't the only way to do it, right? So the perhaps weird way I'm going to do it is we have to tell the server if we want it. We're implicitly want it if we use an existing one. Okay, so the first one is to tell. So which is this needs to be somehow given to the server when we log in, right? So I think that means I want it to be present in the credential. And I just need to remember where that credential is. It's here, right? So it's only in these two, and we're going to add a third one, actually. Why don't we just add it now? Player login token, or player token. Persistent. Just so it's independent of this one. It's not JSON or from the web. It's persistent login token. And we're going to pass the token. Okay, so then here we need to say that we want to be remembered. So this is a JWT, and we want to say persist, I guess? Sure. That we want. This is basically we're saying whether or not we want a token. And I'll have the same thing here. Good night, Rambane. And how are you doing, Dr. Padawan? Did I say how are you doing already? I might have forgotten because my memory is like a fish sometimes. Thank you for the follow. All right, so I'm going to let the compiler errors drive me, right? So here where we're going to admit this callback if we're told to log in, I want persist to take its value from self.persistLogin. Easy peasy, right? And probably login with Twitch needs the same thing. But we don't do it in this file though. And we must be doing it here. See, this is one of the things I like about Rust versus JavaScript is because the types are so strict, the moment that I updated this to have these new things, it causes compiler errors where, like, we need to provide something here, right? Or we need to do something with it. So this is saying that now we're not just getting one thing, we're getting two things. So this is on failure, right? So that means I don't really care what's there. Okay, and then this one is on success, right? I think again we don't care what was there. I think. Yeah. We don't care that's there. Okay. Moving on. All right, so here's where we had a token to log in from Twitch. Log in with Twitch, right? And we're waiting to fetch the client config. So now that we have it, we can start the login. So we can put in here. What do we put in here then? We need to put in here what the current value is, and I'm gonna want to make this checkbox persistent anyway, because if you click that and you do login with Twitch, it redirects us to Twitch and then back. So I'll need to remember what that flag was set to. Yeah, this won't work because we're rebuilding the code right now. Yeah, so I'll need this here. Persist. So this self. Oh, it's not in the model, is it? Okay, so we'll need to add it. Persist login. Yeah, so I need to move, actually need to move the state up to this level then. We can do that. I'll get back to that though. Okay, login credential. This needs to fill another match arm, right? So here's where we're gonna handle the token. To do. Log in using our persistent login token. Okay, this gets updated, right? Because in addition to the JWT, we have persist flag. And, right, so we need to include it as part of the binary message. So that leads me to changing this, right? JWT and the persist flag. And while we're at it, we're going to want it here too, right? And I'm gonna might as well add the other thing. So these kind of mirror what I had for the credentials, whereas this is shared with the server. This is just local to the client, but they kind of mirror it a little bit. Admin's a little different because admin has a handshake involved. We're actually sending an ID, and then they send us back a challenge, and then we give a response. So the one credential ends up going two trips to the server. One round to say we want to log in, then we get a challenge, then we send a response. But the other ones are going to be pretty much the same, and I might think about consolidating these types, but they're really different. This is a credential, and this is using the credential. Actually, no, I could combine this. I can say just log in with credential, and then this is the credential. I might actually want to do that. Let me put that to do later. To do, consider having one login client message and reuse game client credentials. Credentials. Because then I wouldn't have to have this replication, right? So player login with persistent login token. Yeah, I think that actually would be a better design. Because then if I add a new credential type, it'll just automatically be included in the client messages. But I'll do that later. Back to the front end we go. Right, so this we need to say persist, and so we're going to include that here. You know, that would clean up this code too, because right now we're just forwarding it into the message, and it makes sense that we would just, that would be an argument to some kind of player login message. Why does it not like that? Oh, we need to, it's borrowed, so we need to make a copy like that. Yeah, so this is, this, JWT, persist, copy the persist flag. And then, that should work, right? Okay, and then up here, yeah, so we need state for that. Let's add it right here, bool. And it itself is going to be persistent, right? So when we construct it, we're going to load it from local storage. We're going to do this thing. Let's get the storage first. So then I can say storage dot restore, and here I don't remember what the string was. Let's steal what we were using in the JavaScript version of the app. Where would I find that? Maybe in middleware? App, maybe? Let's look for local storage in all the JavaScript files. That's probably faster, right? Or global storage dot get item, really. Okay, there we go. So it's called login token. Oh, also it looks like the login name was persistent. Anyway, I'll deal with that later. So that's the string I want. And that gives us an option, right? So I want to give it a default if it's not set. What did I do here? I guess in JavaScript, if you get an item and it's not there, it gives you back undefined or something? It gives you back null. So we were just treating null like false, right? So then this would be like unwrap. Wow, my stomach's really rumbling. I need to eat lunch at some point. From text. Wait. Hold on. Okay is from text? Anyway, this should be unwrap. Okay. It doesn't know the type, so it can't help me. So I'll have to look this up in the cheat sheet. With I want it to be an option, so I'm gonna want to use like unwrap or, I think, right? Unwrap or false. Yeah, see, it liked that. It just couldn't help me with the type at first. In JS, undefined and null are not the same. It's null and false. Null and false works for that case, right? I was just looking at... Oh, no, it does have a problem. Type annotations needed, so I do need to tell it that... I guess I need to tell it that it's an option. Because unwrap or could go with the result, probably, right? So I need to say it's for an option. Let it figure out that it's a Boolean. Is that not how it works? Oh. What's this result? Is it that it goes here? No. It wants to know the types at this point. Oh, but it wants to know the type on the output. Yeah, that's what I did. What does it not like about that? How did this... Oh, it was okay. I'm just not thinking right. It's not option, it's result. Okay, so then if I need it to be a result, it should be like... Or if I need it to be an option, it would be okay, right? Result okay goes to a... Okay, it's not result okay. Oh, my eyes aren't working. That's or, this is okay. We want to go from result to an option. Yeah, so it's okay, unwrap or false. What now? It still needs to know that it's a result. Why does it need to know that? Bool? Maybe it doesn't work with bool. Yeah, you can't go from a string to a bool. Well, how did this work in JavaScript? What did I set it to if it's set? Set item login token. So what is the type of this token on login status? Oh, it wasn't a Boolean. It actually is the token. I'm looking at the wrong thing then. Yeah, this is the wrong thing. Okay, then what is the right thing? I need to look at the view for this, I suppose. The login modal. What prop did I use? Okay, from session login. Okay, so reducer session login. Persist. Okay. So it's the name or address that we're remembering. So I had this all wrong. That check mark was to remember the login name or address, not the persistent token. Or they were, I guess they were used together. Okay. I didn't know, I forgot that I conflated those two. So token, so it's really this one that I care about then. And it's a string because it's, yeah, okay. Now I understand what I did. I don't know if I agree with it, but it's, this is a side effect of having this in storage. So I should do something like let, login name or address equal this stuff. I probably don't need that, right? I'm gonna need to store it in self anyway. Go to model. No, not the impl model. There we go. So here, login name or address. Do I use an option? I think I do want an option here, and we only want to fill it with something if you click the checkbox. I think that's the whole point of this. And persist login is different. I think it's combined with this, so I'm going to drop that. If you click the checkbox, then this will get set to something, and we're using it for dual purpose, to fill it in the next time, and also to know that we want to ask for a login token. So then this becomes, that goes away. That just gets filled in here. So this is, where was it? Name or address. Okay, unwrap or, well, it doesn't need to be unwrap or. That should be enough, right? So this will be an option string. Okay, still doesn't like this. Why not? Annotation's needed. Why do I need an annotation there? That's weird. Can I say okay on... No? Why does it need an annotation? Is it because of the error? It can't figure it out? Okay, whatever. I'll give it an annotation. Quick fix didn't really give me an answer. Consider specifying the type argument in the method call or implement default methods or members. I know you can't see that because chat's in the way. Here, I'll put it down. It doesn't really help. I don't know why it needs the type annotation. I wonder if it has to do with OK being ambiguous. Like, this would work for a different kind of thing, which might also implement OK. That's my guess. It might not necessarily need to be a result. Restore probably works with other things. Yeah, I think it's because of this abstraction layer that anything that can be can go from a text, and text is a result string error, right? So there might be some other type that can go from a result to something else which has an OK method. So we're just basically saying no, it's result. I know. Well, it really can't. The compiler error should have been something like a type annotation is needed because there's potentially more than one type that would work in this position, and it's not. And it's because of the fact that they made it generic. Any type that can be converted from a result of a string would work in this T position, but we just want result. We don't want any fancy type. So it's a design decision of what is this, U? It's a U design decision. All right, anyway, long story short, we're going to remember that, and I guess whenever this gets set, we're going to want to store it too, right? Okay, down here. So this just should be is sum. We want a persistent token if they've checked the box. And if they check the box, we're going to copy the name up. That's what that box, checking the box, will do. Okay, so how did this break? Oh, I haven't put in this one yet. Okay, why did it add it twice? Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. So, this is if it succeeds, right? What do we do if it succeeds? Just printing a message and doing on login success? Does she want to do the same thing? Oh, we won't know the username, though. So really, it's just the same thing as this. So that or that. Don't need this one. And it's not formatting it until I fix the other error up here, right? Failure. And again, it didn't know I already had that match arm. Actually, it's the same thing, right? These are, for all these alternatives, we just do on login failed. Why is it not reformatting this? Got some other error somewhere, probably. All right, tell me where the error is. Here it is. Oh, that's in the back end. Tell me where it is in the front end. Wait. Close that. There is no error in the front end. So why didn't Rust formatter format this? Why isn't it formatting that for me? Okay, I don't understand why it's not formatting that. Maybe it's just too indented. Like this type name is too long now. Oh yeah, thank you, Sarian. Yeah, it's this one up here. But turn this one to false. Now we're back to ordinary plain looking. Now we turn on ligatures. Okay. I guess I could, once I refactor this into its own function, it'll be cleaner, right? Should I put a note here? Because this is running into a formatting issue. Put a to-do here. Needs refactoring. This is probably too indented for Rust FMT to figure out how to format it properly. I'll do that later. I'm not done though. This shouldn't have compiled, right? Yeah, oh, I know why this worked. Because the only thing it needs to set is this. But this is never actually set, is it? Yeah, it's declared and initialized to whatever was in local storage, which might be none, but we never actually set it. So yeah, I want the checkbox to do that. That's in here, right? Yeah, so toggle this one. This needs to actually feedback. The problem is this should be a prop, really. This should be a prop. So I'm gonna drive the change here by just deleting it and putting the prop that I want to have. So this would be pub login name or address option string. Let's make it specifically persistent. So if you click the checkbox, then we want this prop to be set to whatever you entered. So I'm going to want to have an on, the pub on change I know these props are really long. Sorry. Sometimes I use really extremely long names and people give me crap for it, but that's okay. Sorry, I don't have a list of commands. I got a link to the... Yeah. I probably have a command for that, but I don't remember what it was. There it is. Is it cheat sheet? Is it cheat? Cheat sheet? Nope. I don't know what it is. Streamer can't remember his own bot commands. That's probably a sign that I should make one. Right? So let's go into production environment, go to the bot. Yeah, it's not under C. Yeah, okay, so I'll just make one with this API. So new command, what should we call it? Cheat sheet? Paste that one. Add. Now cheat sheet will work. Oh, hold on. I needed to click something here, right? Did I not click add before? One more time. It's not working. What did I do wrong? Oh, I didn't spell it right. You saw that you found the W command, yes. The sheet is S-H-E-E-T. That's an inside joke, the W command. You get a bonus point if you can remember what that inside joke was, or tell me which user in Twitch that's associated with. All right. It's one of the moderators of Adam's channel. That's your hint. All right, okay. How are we going to use this? So this goes away. Right. So this one would be props dot. This one is some. Nope, not in Dorn. You probably won't know unless you've watched Adam's stream back when he was streaming all the time. Okay, so here we're going to handle separately, right? Here I don't actually want this. We want to do a re something rebate rehash dot reform. The fair code font is pretty nice, yeah. There's an even better one that is paid, and Hideo, who was a co-worker of Adam's for a while, told me about it, but it's like $100, and I forget. I don't know if I had a link for it. Sarian has all the pro tips. Yeah, we're gonna get rid of this message, so I don't need to do that. But I do need to reform this. So this becomes props dot. Oh, and this isn't. Here's not going to help me. Ah, shoot. Remember this place. Let's remove all the other old bookmarks I have. All right, and then go to the top, where my props are. Here. I need this. Go down. This dot is sum. Actually, I don't need braces there, right? Needed that for... We need braces like these for React, but we don't need them for you. Okay, and then instead of doing a callback, we're doing a reform. And this reform should use the self props dot on change. Yeah, and we're going to use name or address there. On change persistent login name or address self dot name or address. Is that how it works? Oh wait, yeah. I have this wrong. It's this goes here. And I removed these extra parentheses. And this is really long, so I'm going to do this to it. Did that work? No. Because that's not an option. This should be sum. Okay. Basically, if you... Oh, this isn't even right. Shoot. I actually think that this is going to be too complicated because I need it to be sum if the check mark is on, off if the check mark is off. But I guess I can get it from the event. I'd have to look it up in MDN though. MDN on change checkbox. Maybe here. Change. No. I guess I'll approach it a different way. I'll go to close that. Let's go to you. API reference. We'll look up on change. No. Input. This isn't helping. Oh, I know what I was supposed to do. We go to their home, and then they have elements, and at the bottom they had a page of the different things you get. Right, here we go. So on change is a change data. Okay, that doesn't help, right? Because I want to have the event. Okay, so this isn't gonna work out for me. I need to put that back to where it was, what it was. Yeah, we'll have a toggle persistent login. We'll just have that emit the other callback. So moving this back to actually have this message. So we'll handle it over here. Actually, this is out of order, isn't it? The T's come after T comes after S. All right. So, which means I'll want to have some local state, but this is where it gets a little tricky because it's a little bit redundant. I need to keep it in sync. This persist login. Oh, wait a minute. No, I don't. I definitely don't need to do that. Toggle just says if it's some, emit a none. If it's a none, emit some. Yeah. So this is still self.props. Yeah. This doesn't need to change. Yeah, this thing right here. Right there. Yeah, okay. Good. Toggle. So this does self.props.on change.emit. The value is the option string, right? So this will be if self.props.persistent login name is some, then it's none. Else, it's some self dot name or address. How do I know Adam? I'm one of Adam's moderators, and we're talking about the same Adam, right? Adam13531. I've been back when you could subscribe to him, I was a subscriber for several years, and I helped out moderating his channel for a while. I met him once last year when he was in my area. So that's how I know him. I never could figure out his age puzzle. I'm one of the few that has not figured it out. Okay, so this basically turns it off if it was on if it was off. The other thing I have to worry about is there is some overlap here, right? Because if you're not persisting it, we still need to hold on to that because that's what we show here. But yeah, whenever we set, I need to make sure it's updated. Yeah, so this has to say if let some persistent login name or address equals self.props.persistent log. That's a really long name, isn't it? Then self.props.on emit some name or address. All right. I'm assuming this works because emit does a dereference of some kind. Yeah, it just magically works because U is awesome. I think I'm done with this component then. So if you start changing it and it's persistent, it'll update the parent. If you toggle, it turn it on or off based on what you're typing. Okay, I think we're good at that level. So one level up, right? Oh shoot, there are two levels to this. So I have to go to modal and pass it through. Here's where our U ducks would be maybe useful. If I could centralize these props somewhere. So they're not centralized yet. L comes before O actually. So yeah, I have to have these mirrored here because this is an intermediate middleman. Unfortunately. So they just need to be passed through it or cloned here. What happened here? I don't know what it's complaining about. We do have an in on dismiss. I think it's just confused because I don't have a... Uncancel on dismiss on... Yeah, these two, right? Actually, this alphabetically goes there. Equals self.props.that.clone. Long name. That equals that.props.that.clone. Did I misname? I copied the wrong thing up here. Apparently I did. So what did I copy here by mistake? What doesn't belong? This? I think so. I think that doesn't belong. Yeah, okay. So we're good at that level, and then finally at the top. Yeah. We need to provide these two new ones, right? Cancel, dismiss, log. Yeah, put this in the right place. So that goes here. So we'll just have it, we'll have a message for this. I can just do this, right? Because we have the type is the correct one. So message will be change persistent login name or address. And then this prop is just self dot persistent login name or address. Actually, that might not be what I want. That depends on what our props at this level are, or our state, really. It looks like I don't have one. It's this one. That's what it is. Okay, if I just hit F2, it should help me, right? Persistent. Now it should show up in the correct places. Yes. This dot clone. Okay, and then I just need this message to be defined. Messages? Yeah, here. So this gets an option string. There. Hey, Anakin Luke. Hi, I should say. I didn't hi you yesterday? Okay. Hi. Hi. You want me to give you a special hey? There's one. There's two. Fill match arm. Hopefully it just adds one. And this is getting ridiculously long, right? This, we probably need to refactor this thing. I'm falling into my old ways, right? Of just making things way too complicated. This needs to be simplified by refactoring. Okay, so, I guess persistent login name or address. Very long. Okay. I think I just want to put this into our own state, right? And that should cause, when it re-renders that, it'll then set the check mark at the lower level and set the name and address. Okay, let's see if this works. Hey there, Toulouse. How are you doing today? Indeed. Hi. Let's see if I got this correct. Reload. Oh, not this again. It's not building because I have a compiler error somewhere. Ah. Yeah, I got errors. Yes, so this needs to borrow, and then this needs to clone. No, not that one. Yeah, that goes there. Oh, did I do this wrong? Let me think about this. I think let me think about this. So we're at what level? At the top level, update. If we have if we have this is going to be a string or a reference to a string, then although this isn't at the top level, this is in the login modal. All right, so this goes here. And this will need to be cloned. This is what happens when you have long names. It's like hard to read. Why didn't... Oh, because this needs to be cloned, right? Yep. Lots of clones. With passing messages through callbacks, it doesn't really it's not amenable to references. I think because they have to have static lifetime, so we end up having to clone everything. Oh, thanks, Toulouse. Yeah, the downside of that is probably not going to stream next week or for a bunch of weeks after that. But yeah, getting paid and getting challenging work and getting coworkers are all big pluses, so I'm looking forward to that. Doing like just streaming and maybe a little bit of consulting, I realized what I was missing. You try to make up for the lack of coworkers by participating in Twitch streams, but the problem is like unless you're in a stream where they let you get on the Discord or you co-stream or something like that, it's really not a balanced social situation, right? Either you're seeing me and I can't see you, you can hear me but I can't hear you. There's some kind of imbalance there, and I never really got past that. There's something about like working with someone where you're on equal terms, even if it's remote, like a video call. You're equals, right? But streaming, you can never really be equal. The closest you can come, I guess, is you watch someone stream and then they watch yours, and you're not at the same time, but at least you're kind of balanced that way. You can't wait to work on a team. Yeah, I can't wait to work on a team too. Okay, is this ready to go? Okay, we never construct this. That's a problem. Why don't we ever construct that? Because I screwed it up somehow. Oh no, because we never actually get it back, so we can't use it. We can only request that we want it, right? And I changed the client message, right? By changing this, that means I need to rebuild the backend too, or otherwise the two ends won't be able to communicate. Video calls are tough in comparison to in person, but at least it's more of a balanced social situation. Yeah, that's the thing. You could get into a bad team, but I don't know. At least you can leave, maybe, not get stuck. What's this? We're having errors. Where are my errors? Oh, I closed them all because I didn't want to deal with them. Yeah, okay, so I need to do some back-end work here. Let's just put like a do nothing in place here. Right, so this is for this kind of login style. So this is the token, right? Let's just have it fail right away. So that was self dot send client response, server client response is going to be what's the type of response again? Server message. Why am I looking it up when I can just copy it, right? Let's just look where this is called. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, this is what I want, right? I want this over here. So we're just going to pretend that you couldn't authenticate. Let's have a message here that says persistent token login not yet fully implemented. And we'll have a to-do here. To-do. Not at that level. Let's put one here. My caps lock got toggled on me. To-do. Needs implementation. Alright, this is just a placeholder for now. Alright, we don't need to search that anymore. Right, so this got changed to add a persist, which we're not using yet. So let me put, I guess we're just going to forward it to this function. And we'll just have this function not use it yet. And we'll have, well, I might as well just keep pushing it through, right? So that means it goes here, which means this thing needs it. Right? So then that goes somewhere else. So same thing here, right? Handle player long. So this will have a persist bool persist. And then we're just going to keep addressing the compiler errors. Right, so this has a persist also, right? Which means I'll need it here. Which means, what's going on here? Oh, right, dereference there. Probably here too. So this will need a persist boolean. And the cat's meowing. You see that? He's meowing at me. Persist goes here. I wonder if he wants pets. We should give him pets, don't you think? Let's give him pets. Okay, I got purrs in exchange for pets. Camera on. Sometimes he just, demands. He has demands. Persist, bool, we're not using it yet, but we need to push it in here, right? Okay. Yeah, so it needs to go here. Which means it goes into the game command. That makes sense, right? Oh. No, it doesn't go here. Because this is going to the cluster, we need to have actually computed at this point. So I'll just put this as a to-do. To-do. If we're asked to make a persistent login token, make it here and put it into the command. So that means this will show up as not being used for now, so I say we're not using it yet. All right. Purr-tastic, that's right. He doesn't actually purr very loud either. He's an old cat. His voice is kind of dying. Like sometimes his meow sounds like a croak. Like meow. He's adorable though. Okay. This will want to have the persist as well, right? So this persist gets put in here. That's what's missing. Okay. And then this needs to be dereferenced. Okay, and then this too, right? JWT and a persist flag. Persist there. All right. So new type of client message, right? So this is token, and here again I'll have a to do. Oh yeah, because of the clones, yeah. So to do needs implementation. I was gonna do something here for the meantime, right? Right. Yeah, it's the same code. We're just sending a response back that it's not supported yet. So one is if the leader is talking to the client directly. The other one is where it gets forwarded to the leader and the leader needs to forward back the response. So server ID is us in this case. Client ID is connection ID. Does programming language matter for new grads, juniors? It depends if you're going to be like doing an internship and that internship is at a company, like if you want to get an internship at a company, you know they happen to use a specific kind of like programming languages or tools, then maybe it matters. But if you don't have like a requirement based off of like an internship or some other job that you want to get, I don't know if it really matters that much. Finish to-dos, exactly. It's an never-ending cycle. See, Anakin Luke understands software development perfectly. It's exactly how it works. Persist. Login with Twitch has a persist flag, yes. Or it needs to have it. And this has a similar to do that, like they were supposed to generate the token in this function, so we're not yet. Oh, it looks like I just forwarded. Okay. It's the middleman. It's this one who's going to have a persist flag that we're not yet using. So yeah, at this point where like, if we get past all of these things, then actually, can we just keep it going to this? Where is this used? Finish login. I guess I could keep it going to this point, right? Yeah, because we could generate the token in here before we do the add command. I think. Yeah. Postpone it to the last possible point, right? Okay, so then this would have the persist flag, which means it needs to go in here, which then drives some other places here. Actually, we can have a persist. Persist equal display it. Okay, this string is too long, so let's use concat to shorten it up. Concat, did you hear that, cat? Concat. Persist. Persist. You really don't know Rust, you have no idea what's going on. Probably because I'm going way too fast. Yeah. I can try to slow down. If I'm going through the code and I find an interesting thing, I'll kind of explain what I'm doing. What these are all, whenever you see this match, these are all like different things that the work item can be. And it's kind of like in C, you have a switch and then different cases. So this is like, the work output is when the something asynchronous that my game server is doing finishes. And the output of that is basically it's a decision that we want to log the player into in using a Twitch user ID, right? And so we're going to forward all this information to this function that'll do it. This is where this function is supposed to say this Twitch user is logged in through this client on this game server, and we want to record that in the game state. So to record it in the game state, we have to take a wrapped command, this login authenticated command, and push it out to the rest of the cluster. And then once it's saved everywhere, then we update our state to say that that player is logged in. You only know Lua fully, learning JS and HTML, CSS. Well, that's cool. It's a good set of things to learn. So I'm going to have the same like comment about wanting to use this right here, right? To do. And the point where we want to do it is, actually it's not here. Why do I have that there? Yeah, that was the wrong place to put it. It's here in finish, not start. It's right here. To do. If we're asked to make a persistent login token, make it here and put it in the command. So this is the command that gets replicated across the cluster. Lua is a pretty good beginner language. I think the problem I would see with Lua for people learning is that Lua is not usually a language that stands alone. It's usually embedded in something else. But like if someone wanted to learn and they were really into like Factorio, for example, a good way to learn programming would be to write a plugin to Factorio, because those are written in Lua. I think BeginBot, who is also a Twitch streamer, was demonstrating how to do that, actually. A sort of fun little thing. He was making plugins to Factorio, and I'm pretty sure they're written in Lua. Also, NeoVim plugins are written in Lua. So if you're using a NeoVim as your text editor or IDE or whatever, and you want to learn Lua, make a plugin for NeoVim. Yeah, there you go. Factorio uses Lua, so does World of Warcraft, at least the user interface for World of Warcraft. So it's like one thing that can help motivate you to learn a language is to make plugins for something you really like. So any errors? I know that we're not constructing that yet. If that's the only problem, then we're just going to proceed and build. Okay, so then I should be able to at least request a token. And also it should well, hold on. I just thought of something I missed. We're not truly persisting the name and address, are we? I forgot to do the local storage store. But at least we can stage the backend. 4.5 hours. I should start thinking about, will I be able to finish this all today? We did that. We haven't done this yet. So we're nearing the end of this. Do I have enough time to do all this stuff? We'll see. Okay, I want to fix the thing in the front end before I try it out. The thing in the front end is at the very top where we toggle. Where is it? No, it's in my messages. What's the message? Change. This one. This should store it. Right, so we should say if let sum. I guess we can temporarily shadow it like that. Address of. Else. And I'll want storage, right? This storage API. Like right there. So if it's something, we're gonna use it to store. And the key was name or address, I think. And the value is this value. Otherwise, we want to remove it. Remove, right? Name or address. I really shouldn't make that a magic value, should I? Let me... Okay, so it is fallible. So what do we do on an error? Oh, no. It's not that it's fallible. It needs... That's weird. It wants to have a result for the value? Okay. So then it's okay. Interesting. Rust throws a lot of things in your face that Lua doesn't. That's true, because Lua is very loosely typed. There are very few actual types in Lua. String, number, integer, which is actually relatively new, and table, right, are the only real types of concern for most Lua developers. Question about job hunt. Don't have any finished projects to show in your resume, only a list of techniques you know. Do you have chances of getting a job? Or should you really focus on creating a portfolio? think it depends on where you're going to look for a job. It really depends. I mean, a portfolio wouldn't hurt. Minimum, just building the portfolio will give you experience in those areas that you chose to put in the portfolio. What people are looking for when they're hiring is what experience do you have? And if you don't have any experience in anything, at least like what are your interests? So if this is your first job, you'd probably want to list like what side projects did you do during school, what classes you took, and then like if it's in software development, any kind of open source you can do is probably gonna be nothing but help you. Lua is like function end, and Rust is just scary. It's fn. Yep, because Rust is so type strict that you have to write more syntax for it. They have pros and cons, right? I use Lua in my games scripting entity component system because I don't need I want the flexibility to just change out the code at any time, and I don't need the a lot of the things which Rust gives me. How sandboxable is Rust? Lua is very sandboxable. It's extremely sandboxable. All of the environment, the global variables, all in one table. So when you set up the script before you run, you can put whatever you want in that table. You can take things out you don't want the script to have access to. And that's how you both sandbox it and as well as integrate it into the host. Because you can add to it as well as take out of the global environment, that _G variable. All right? Okay, what did I do wrong with the store here? It's not satisfied. Oh, because this thing, it thinks this is a reference. So it actually needs to be cloned then, apparently. All right, so I wanted to get rid of this magic value, right? In Rust, because it shows up in 3 places. Actually, more than 3 places. 6 places? Really? Oh, well, this is not the same variable. This, though, these are all the same variable, right? This is how we initialize it, this is how we set it, and this is how we remove it. So I want to make a const for that. Suppose it should go up here. Const local storage name, persistent login name or address. String. Actually, this can be static scope slice, right? Name or address. Yeah, I know. Long name. What's it going to tell me here? Never used. Well, we're about to use it. We're going to use it here. Really long name. And here. Really long name. And finally here. It's not too long, right? Okay, let's see what I got now. Reloading. Why is it... Okay, it just took a while. Okay, so... it tried to log in. Why did it try to log in? Oh, because the URL had one in there. Okay, so login... let's try this out. If I click that and I type Raimu... Now if I reload, it should remember that, right? It didn't, so it's not initializing it. What's in my local storage? Name or address is empty string. Okay, so I guess the callback is not working. Yeah, it's not updating name or address, is it? It's not updating it. So it should have, I screwed that up somehow. That here, right? On change, so the set name or address should have worked. This should be... Oh, wait. No. Well, no, this should have done it. I guess it must not be set. This must not be set. Oh, wait, no. We're setting the wrong thing. This goes here. I used the wrong variable name. Yeah, that's what it was. Is this type not right? Oh, because we moved it. Sure. We'll set it after here. Will that come back to bite me? It might. We really want to store it first and then emit a callback, because I think it might be synchronous. So let's just clone it here and we'll consume it there. And then because we don't need that value, I can just say if it is sum, then change it. Yeah, that works. Coroutines. Coroutines is something that Rust doesn't even really have yet. Or if it is, it's unstable. I had some people at my last job who were really into Lua. They tried to convince me that I should use it more, and I should have listened to them. How long did it take to make the WebSockets? Which one, the Rust or the C++? Because I think I did the C++ one entirely on stream. Like really early. Way back here. Yeah, WebSockets. Looks like I did it in like 2 or 3 streams. Back then I actually recorded how long the streams took, so not that long. Like I got something working... Oh, I guess I didn't finish it. It says... implementation of Open Handshake. So when did I finish it then? Protocol violations. Loose ends of WebSockets. So maybe it took 4 streams. So like, what, 20 hours or something? Well, WebSockets really wasn't too much. Really not much to it. I can show you like the WebSockets I have in Rust now. There's a lot of lines because there's a lot of tests. If I just collapse the tests and show you the non-test code. Thank you for the follow. See, so it's only 700 lines of code for the main module, and then there's 2 submodules for the frame receiver and the frame sender, and they're only like a couple hundred lines each. Yeah. So what does that added up? 150 plus 270 plus 700, like 1,200 lines of code. So yeah. That sounds about right. 1,200 lines of code across 20 hours. I don't know if it would have taken you a lot more. If you, the WebSockets, you can leverage previous understanding of HTTP and TCP sockets, which I already knew. So once you're pretty comfortable with sockets in general and HTTP, there's only really 2 main things you got to worry about with webs to add WebSockets. One of them is interpreting the doing the open handshake. So where did I do that? Oh, I think that's in another module. Builder? Yeah. Okay, so there's more code. A lot of tests with it though. But not a whole lot of code. So another 200 lines of code. So it's this stuff where you're dealing with the headers in HTTP to like do the upgrade, and the whole concept of the getting and then trying to upgrade. And this is it's different for whether you're client or server. So I have two areas. There's the client builder and then the server builder. So I think that was the first stream that took me that long, but it went fairly quickly because I already know how to do HTTP well enough. I knew the mechanism, right? And then the actual framing stuff, this is it right here, where you say if you got 2 bytes or more, you grab what is this? Oh no, this is something different. Sorry. think it's here, right? Yeah. You decode the different bits, like the fin bit, the reserve bit, the mask bit, the opcode, and then you do the masking, you grab the payload, then depending on the opcode, it's either you're doing reassembly or it's a full text message, full binary message, ping, pong, or a close. So each of these, of course, takes a little bit of time, but that's really all that's it to the framing. It's just you decode some bits in the header, you figure out the opcode, you might do some masking or unmasking right here, and then you just branch according to like what kind of frame it is, and then the sender is just is assembling that. So it's this direction where you set the frame which has the fin bit in it. You decide if you're going to mask or not. You figure out how to encode the length. You do the masking, and then where do I assemble the payload? Oh, I think that's here. Apply the mask while adding the payload. Yeah. Yeah. So either you tack the payload on as is, or you tack it on with the mask, and then you send it. And this is the actual write to the TCP socket. So if you've already done this kind of thing before, this part's really easy. It's like, okay, now I have something ready to send on the TCP socket, so just send it. And then the loose ends to clean up are like, how do you do the close handshake? So there's extra stuff you have to handle. Here I chose to like send it off through a channel to someone else. One asynchronous thing needed to know I sent it, and another one needs to start a timer. I added this actually this week to deal with the fact that if the client just ignores you and doesn't close their end, you might be stuck open forever. So this one gives them 5 seconds and then calls it. But yeah, to get a minimal implementation, 20 hours, and you'll probably spend another 20 hours doing the refactoring, the little fine corner cases, and making it work with like the test suites that are out there. Which is like, in my mind, like if you already know TCP sockets and you know HTTP, WebSockets not being a whole lot more is one of the reasons why I'm thinking it would be kind of nice to make a YouTube video just covering it. So that's what I was planning to do. But I'm gonna have right in the at the beginning and in the video's description, I'm gonna say there's a prerequisite for this video, and that's you need to understand TCP sockets and you need to understand HTTP, because it's fundamental to both how we send the data or receive the data, at what level in the protocol stack, and how to do the opening handshake, which is a big part of WebSockets. So it's not going to be intro video. It's going to be like a level 2 video, where the level 1, you have to figure out the prerequisites first. No HTTP and TCP, be comfortable using those protocols. So TCP, you usually use that protocol through sockets. So that's why I made another YouTube video on sockets. So if you watch that, you probably have a decent intro to sockets, which gives you to the TCP knowledge. HTTP, just knowing, like, you know HTTP if you can go to the network tab and click on something in here. Like something that makes sense would be like if I reload this page and I look at, oh, I know what's going on. We want to see all. Yeah, so like the index of the page, right? Where is that? Let's clear and reload again. So like the index page, where is that? Well, there's no index. I guess it would be this. Yeah, if you could click on one of these requests and understand what this means, right? Roughly, you don't have to understand everything here, but just knowing what a method is, what a URL is, what a status code means, what these addresses mean. So if you don't know, if you don't know like what those are, what a URL, what a method, what a status code, what an address is, then you haven't learned enough about HTTP to proceed to WebSockets. But I think if you do like any kind of online intro course about the web and how to like send a request to a web server and get a response, they'll cover these things for you. You don't need to know the host spec. You just need to like be able to understand the terms, because when they talk about WebSockets, they're going to be like, well, are you going to do a GET request that has an upgrade header? So that shows up if I connect. Let's just do that. So that'll be down here. So there's an upgrade header, right? A connection upgrade to WebSocket. So when they talk about headers, you better know what a header means. So it's gonna, if you know what a header is, then it's like, okay, WebSocket open is just a GET request in HTTP, which has the upgrade header with an upgrade to WebSocket, and has some extra stuff to make sure that the both ends understand the same version of the protocol. But that's it. That's all you have to know about HTTP. Because once you get the response back, now you've transitioned from HTTP to WebSockets, and it's all covered. Cool, you know. So if you know that, and you know enough about how to like open a socket in a program, then that's all you need to know to start learning WebSockets. Let's just show WebSockets only. Go back to console. All right. Yeah, no problem. What was I doing? I was on a long diversion, I guess. Or a long excursion. I kind of lost my place there. Was I, oh, there was a bug, and I was going to test the bug, yes. So, the bug is that I should be able to, why is it so wide? Weird. Why is this box so wide? Was it always that wide and I just wasn't paying attention? I should be able to click that and it should throw up in my local storage. Yeah, so as I type this... Okay, it waits until I hit tab. And the moment I hit tab, it updates over here. And I'm covering it so you can't even see it. Okay, yeah. Let's go back. So initially there's nothing there, right? This is the name or address. And the moment I type in Raimu and hit tab, it gets filled there. So now when I reload, it should load from there. And it didn't. It remembered that, but it didn't fill in that. So I have a second bug. I got another bug. Did I see the first message? Probably not. Sarian is not appearing in the chat. Oh, that's weird. Why not? Last time you opened a socket in a program, you accidentally had it sending data to itself. That's interesting. It's called a loopback. Yeah, it might be something weird with Twitch. We were having that problem yesterday. Some people's chat didn't show up, and then what I did is I reset Stream Parrot, and then it started showing up. I can do that again. Reset. It's either a Stream Parrot or it's something in Twitch. You know, Twitch is so reliable. It would never misplace a message, right? So if it's not seeing the text right away, then it must be when we're setting up our props. Oh yeah, there we go. That's the problem. We need this to be initialized from this prop if it's set. Yeah, so I messed this up. So this should be let name or address equal props.that.map to what? Well, actually not map, but unwrap. Or as ref, let's just new line here, as ref, and then unwrap or string new, and then we can make or else to make it call it as a function, right? Unwrap or else not work here? Mismatch, oh, because there's a reference in there. As ref and then map to clone, I guess. Yeah, and so that's a new string, which we put there. Maybe that's why people weren't responding to you. I don't know. How many viewers actually look at the chat overlay for the chat versus the what comes with Twitch? It's hard to say. Or do you mean like in other channels you weren't getting replies maybe because Twitch was dropping it? Yeah. I have trouble where I can't read all the messages if it's if I'm concentrating on something. All right, did I fix it? I have a oh no, that's the warning I know about. All right. The font goes away when we're loading, right? We're loading. Okay, now we're loaded. Log in. Hey, look, it remembered that time. So the idea is if I click that and I reload, it won't remember me now. Cool. And if I type this and I don't have it remember me, when I reload, it won't remember me. Right. But if at any point I click that and then I reload, it should remember me. Yeah, perfect. And then furthermore, if I try to log in, it should have told the server that I wanted a persistent token, so I should be able to see that here. Oh, I never printed it out. Yeah, I didn't print it out. Dang it. Well, let's hope that it actually... Oh, I know I can see it. I can see it in the application. It's not application, network. Because that should be the socket we have open, right? This one? Not that one. This one. Yeah. I just need to be able to read binary. Yeah. So there's the message. There's my username. There's my password. And this is the flag. So 1. So I think that means it was set to true. So let me confirm that by doing the same thing, but saying don't remember me. Connect. So I'm guessing it's this one? Yeah, so now it's 0. So I think it's sending the flag in the binary message. Why am I getting 2 replies? 2 and 2. Ooh, that must be a bug. We shouldn't be getting 2 messages like that. Okay, we have to track that down. Because I shouldn't be getting 2 messages, I should just be getting 1. I have an idea where I might have messed that one up. But I kind of feel like I should check this in as an incremental step. You feel like giving internet hugs today for free? Anybody wants one? Sure. But no smiley face, no franny faces. So this is work in progress, adding persistent login tokens. Okay. Have the UI persist the name, address. If the remember me checkbox is checked. Have the UI request a persistent login token. During login, if remember me was checked. Add placeholders in the backend where we will generate the persistent login token if requested. All right, so it's going all in. Commit. I'm not even going to look at it. All right. Wonder what OmniRating's business model. The idea behind it, Anakin Luke, was that I would be evolving the game, and at some point the game would have enough content in it that people would want to play it. And then as more people play it, I would at some point have a content gate. So you could play it for free up to a certain point, which would allow you to determine if this is something that you wanted to, assist by donating, or maybe if you want to get further into the game, you could unlock content by, and I hadn't figured that out yet, whether it'd just be some kind of subscription thing, or it would be like $1 per dungeon or something like that. Like, that's how Wizards 101, that's their business model. You could play the game for free, but if you played up to a certain point, you have to start unlocking things by having a subscription or by paying a one-off charge per dungeon or something like that. But of course, we're nowhere near that point. So I had to have enough content to where people would be interested in unlocking more. So there'd have to be enough to unlock. And if the game ever gets to that point, I might do that. But now that I'm getting a full-time job, it might go back to it not being a business at all. And so it would either remain a hobby thing, or maybe I just make it all open source if I can. All right, so let me try to figure out why we're getting these two messages. So it's message 2. The cool thing about enums is that the variants are all ordered, so I can just look at server messages. So it's going to be this auth. So we're getting 2 auth successes at some point. Find all references to it. Okay. Right, so apply login with, so when we apply the command, we form the response, right? And then if we're connected, we will send it. That's one point where we send it. Here's another place. Apply, login, authenticated. Okay, the other 2 different, oh, is that what's happening? That's what it is. Okay, I know what it is. Apply login with password delegates to apply login authenticated, and that one internally, before it returns, it will send the response message. So we should only send this for a failure. So basically, this should do an early return. This should just return. Right? Because we're fully delegating to that function. We don't need to do any more processing. Only if we go into these various else's do we want to send a response. I think that's the bug fix there. So it's probably going to tell me, yeah, I don't need to have an else there. Right? And if you look at this carefully, you'll see that we always have the same failure. So that means if we get to this point, we should just send it, right? So that can just go there. Delete this, and then get rid of this and this. There we go. So if we find the player and their hash matches, log them in, they're authenticated. We're done. Otherwise, it was a bad password or we couldn't find them. Either way, we send them a auth fail response if we're connected to them. Sounds good to me. And I wouldn't have ever found that unless I was looking at the WebSocket traffic. Squiggly lines can be yellow. Yeah, they're yellow on warnings. If you had the error lens add-on, the entire line could be yellow. Which line was yellow that you're looking at? Was it like while I was working on this? I went too fast. I don't see the yellow line anymore. Package. Run. Red for compiler error, yellow for a warning. You probably haven't seen a whole lot of yellow squigglies because I try to fix the warnings right away. Or fix or suppress them. Okay, so clear that and log in. Let's set that now so I don't have to type that in. Right, so, okay, cool. Only one response. Great. Let's test the other paths. So bad password. So we get invalid username or password, right? Let's do invalid account. Again, invalid username or password. And then the final one would be log with Twitch. It must be, actually it's one of these two, but they're the same, right? Ah, yeah, this one's bigger because the whole JWT is sent. So this must be the right one. Yeah, so it works. There's only one response. Cool. And it always, it remembered that. Cool. One more login for all good time for old time's sake. We get a 2 for success. All right, log out. Check that in as a bug fix. Wow, it's already almost 5 o'clock. I don't know if I'll finish in time. Okay, so fix bug fix bug in login process. Okay. On successful login, the client was being sent 2 of these auth success messages because one login function was delegating to the other. Oh, someone's subscribing. Radon 90. 22 months. 22 months. Thank you for the resub. One login function is delegating to the other. Both were sending auth success to the client. To the other and both. Okay. Fix this by returning early after delegating from one function to the other. But yeah, thanks again for the resub, Radon90. And just as a reminder to everybody, please don't feel that you need to sub, especially given the fact that this will probably be the last week of streaming for a while. It's totally fair to cancel or not resub, knowing that I probably won't be streaming much for a while at least. So it's all cool. You don't have to. Argentino Geek, hi, how are you doing? I'll give you my custom wave in return. All right, working today on the login process, and I am down to, we actually need to generate this token now, right? And there were 2 places where we have to do it, so I'll probably make one function to do it and have it called from those 2 places. Once we get the token, we need to include it with the login success message, right? And then we need to store it on the UI. And then when we load the app, if there is one in local storage, we want to try to log in immediately. And then as soon as we do try to log in, we want to drop it. You're a Dakiri boy, okay. You create this account to implement your advices. I'm not sure what that means. Oh, was that for streaming? So you made an account just for streaming? That's cool. All right, so yeah, I remember. I kind of feel like I'm not the expert in streaming though, so and then in general what I like to give, I forgot to give yesterday the advice on giving advice is that getting advice, the advice on getting advice is to get it from more than one person. So you got advice from me yesterday, try to get advice from at least one other streamer. And because it can be a sensitive topic, streamers don't like, most streamers don't like the self-promotion. What I would do is if that streamer has a community, they can Discord, like just join the Discord and maybe introduce yourself, say that you're interested in getting started streaming. Does anyone have advice? Not the first one? Okay, great. Perfect. But just to let everyone else in general, my advice on getting advice is get it from multiple people. And this goes for like streaming as well as like any important decision in life or like any major purchase. Always get a second opinion. That'll make me feel better that if I forgot to tell you something, it won't be my fault. That if I forget something, probably the other places you get advice from will probably not forget, and then you'll basically combine the advice together. Yeah. All right, so then if I'm moving on, I want to generate the token. I think I'm going to do the same thing that I did before. I just need to find it now. That would have been in auth, right? In the C++ land. Token. Okay, that's where we... Okay, where do we make a token? Where do we make it? Ah, here we make it. Generate or update login token. And this is what I was talking about earlier. We're going to make a token if they asked for one or if they used one. Either way, we're going to make one. Thank you for the follow. So we're going to need a token, and we're going to remember their address, and we're going to compute a time when it's going to expire. Thank you for the follows. Here's the function that's doing it, right? So generate a random token. So, okay, in my configuration, I'm going to have a random token length somewhere, and a login token max age we're going to add to the current time. Okay, let me bookmark this. That didn't work. That wasn't what I wanted. Bookmark. Okay, and just delete the old bookmarks. All right. About the new job. Oh, thanks, Jack. Just wanted to ask for how long you've been not working full-time. I haven't worked full-time since I got laid off from my last full-time job. So that was almost 3 years ago. I was told that I would be laid off in like right after tax day, so like April, like April 20 or something in 2018. So it's been almost 3 years. And so for the last 3 years, it's been this stream, some YouTube, and then I had one consulting gig, which was actually pretty nice. I like that one. Why am I going back? I kind of touched on it earlier. I kind of miss some things about having a full-time job. One is being in a team and working with other people. Another is getting paid. And I guess a third one could be the challenges that other people give me, so that I don't have to be the one constantly challenging myself. So motivation for me is a big problem, right? A lot of the times it's hard for me to get motivated just to do the streaming. You might have noticed, like, I didn't stream for the first 3 months of this year. It was a large part because I lost my motivation because of other stuff happening in life, right? So having a full-time job, definitely they'll be motivating me, because it'll be like, here's some money if you work here and do a good job, and I'm going to check on you to make sure your progress is doing good. So, but yeah, getting paid will be nice. Going out on your own, you're going to be poor unless you're a very good entrepreneur or already have some mechanism to replace your income. So I've been coasting on savings for the last 3 years. That and Mrs. Raimu supporting me. So the first point about being back in a team, for the longest time I thought streaming would be a nice substitute for being in a team. But like I touched on earlier, there's one thing that's missing from streaming or being involved watching a streamer is it's not a balanced thing. I can only either be a streamer or watch a stream. I can't do both at the same time. Maybe you can convince them to use Rust. We'll see, null pointer reference. But it's a big company, so what I've learned from my last job is it's very, very difficult to make any kind of change in a big company. It's like steering a aircraft carrier, right? Or steering that container ship that got stuck in the canal, right? It's incredibly difficult to make a change, and you can only do it with persistent pressure, low levels of persistent pressure over long periods of time. So we'll see. Maybe every time I see a problem that would not exist in Rust, I would say, hey, if we were using Rust, this wouldn't have been a problem. And maybe if I say that by the 316th time, they'll say, maybe we should have you give us a presentation on Rust. And then I'll be like, awesome. I already made that 2 years ago. I just been waiting for you to ask. Here it is. Yeah, if you're in a big company and you get to the point where they start to ask you to let them know more about your idea, then you're starting to make a little bit of headway in change. If no one's interested in your idea yet, then you haven't gotten that foot into the door of change yet. I would just suggest you just keep gently pushing and not give up on them. Large scale, yes, but I have an effect on it. Yeah, but something like convincing them to use Rust, if they're not using Rust, that can be really tough because you're going against a lot of like team conventions and what's the right word? Like best practices, like they or like especially if they're building on code on a code base they already have, you might have to like say, well, let's use Rust wherever we have the opportunity to try it out on an extension, but like you can't tell them to rewrite all their code in Rust because they're like, well, this mountain of code, millions of lines of code, we can't just toss it just because you have the idea to use Rust. Feels the same way you're working at Red Hat. Seems like, or you're doing this plan. Yeah, not only plan a year in advance, but you can't make that big of a change. You can make little changes incrementally, and you always look for those extension points where you're like, oh, we can introduce something new without dropping the old stuff, and then if it doesn't work out, we can try something else. Like a perfect opportunity to introduce change is where someone gives you a side project at the job where you have a chance to impress them with something. You're like, here's something that will add a lot of value, but if it doesn't work out, it's no big deal. That's a perfect chance to bring in something new. All right, generate token. First off, I want to introduce these configuration variables. So way back in game state, actually not just game state, but this main function, right? No, game configuration, that's where it was. Game configuration? I can't remember what I called the thing. Oh, game configuration crate, lib.rs, right. So here we go. Here's where I've been adding game configuration variables. So I want to have random token length. Random token length. And that's what? U size. And then login token max age. Login token max age is a U64. Because as I've learned, the system time as seconds, was it time as seconds, gives us a U64, right? As sex. I could ask for it as a float, but the default gives it to us in U64, so we're going to go with that. All right, and then that should drive some change here, right? Because here where we, in the test, we're going to need to provide values for it. So random token max age, no, random token length. This is going into there, right? Yeah, so this would be like, I don't know, 80. Max age 100, 1,000, let's say that. And so we want it to show up here, right? Random token length 80. Login token max age 1,000. And then going the opposite direction, right? Right here. Why copy why write it again when I can copy? You know? Copy paste, my friend. Now we can assert. Deserialization dot random token length is 80. And then login token max age is 1,000. Then I could run these tests. I should have written the test first, but that's okay. They passed. Working at Red Hat seems to be awesome, is it? Or it is. All right, so that should raise other problems, right? Yes, here. So this is in importing from the original format. So we'll need to provide values here, right? This one needs to come from self dot, and then we'll need to invent it. Let's put it here. Self dot there, right? Okay, more errors, right? So those don't exist yet, so we'll need to add them to game snapshot configuration right here, right? Pub, that is a usize. Pub login token max age is U64. And here's where we want to use the serde rename to make it match. Random token length. Login token max age. All right, and then we need to go in the other direction. Does it really matter where I put these? I'll just put them in the end. Login token max age comes from game config.login token max age, and then random token length, game config.random token length. All right. That should be enough to get it into the database. Cargo build. And then I did write a script last night based off of chat's feedback that I should have one so I don't have to do all of the tedious stuff to remigrate the data. I made a wmigrate script, which we're going to run for the first time today. So it basically imports all the data from the old format, exports it so we can take a look at it, and it's going to overwrite the game database and delete the logs. So I'm going to do it right now. And it's done. There's one manual cleanup step I got to do, which is I got to go to the JSON configuration file. Because these I haven't bothered to fix in the snapshot. I guess if I fix it in the snapshot, I wouldn't need to do this by hand. Just do that, close it, and we should be good. So, stage, or actually, I need a package again. That, and then run, and shouldn't crash. Cool. So, those configuration variables are present for us now. Okay, so then I just need to port this to Rust now. So I need to find out where that was. It should be in login, right? It should be in the to-dos in this module. Oh, where am I? This is in the UI. This is the wrong file. There was two logins. Yeah, backend login. Yep. Okay. These to-dos. Right here. So there and there, we need to make a token. So maybe start off by making the call. So if persist, which is this flag. Yeah, so this game command, we want to modify it, right? So persistent login token goes there. Let it be equal to if persist. Well, really it's persist then generate persistent login token, I think. Oh, you know what? There's a problem. This function doesn't have... Oh, no, we have access to the game state. Okay, cool. Access to the game state gives me access to the configuration, which is perfect. So we'll just let it have... We'll let it borrow that game state. There. All right. So that obviously, I never added that to here, so let's add it. So yeah, here, pub, that is an optional string, right? Actually, we can store it as raw bytes, right? There's no reason that we can't. This random token did an extra step of doing base64 encoding, but we only really need to do that when we store it in local storage on the UI side, right? So I can have it binary everywhere else. So this might as well just be a vector of bytes. Okay, so this is an optional token which, if present, the player can use to log back in, can use once to log back in at some point in the future. All right. So we store it in the database, and then we compare it when the player tries to use it, and they have to match. And it's a use once, so if they use it and it matches, we need to drop it. This other code back here was also concerned with, where is that used? Final references, please. Actually, that's going to take a while. Was it an auth? Yeah. This is also concerned about the IP address and the expiry, right? So I guess we should just make room for that now. And these three kind of go together, so that tells me that this should be moved out to some other type, like struct persistent login token. Pub value, I guess, or token. How about token with what? With attributes? Very long name, but that's okay. Long names are fine. This to be used there, it needs to derive the same traits. So then, yeah, we'll want to document this. This holds all the information the game server keeps about, I don't know why I'm doing that, about a persistent login token. All right, this is the persistent login token. And then this is the IP address of the client who is authorized to use this token, right? So this will be pub IP address, IP header, and this is the system time at which this token expires. Expiry, U64. This is the system time in seconds in seconds past the Unix epoch. Yeah. That's right, Robotic Head. That looks like a copy of my description. Even down to the correct way to say Apple II. We didn't have long names. Yeah, because we didn't have enough memory to store them. Alright. I think this can be stored in the database, but I'm not sure. We might have to stringify it. We'll see. Okay, so then where do I need to modify now? You would think that, okay, there we go. You would think that the problems would tell me where to go next. Okay. So yeah, the same thing, right? I started to write that, didn't I? Where was it? It was like generate, yeah, this one. Yes. So, we need to know the IP address of the client. What, shoot. How do I get that? I can get it from the connection. But we actually don't have access to the connections here. So I think we need to get it. At what point, how far up do I need to go to get it? Let's see. Okay, we're in Realm server. Does that help me? Let's see. Connections. Do I store the IP address of the client here? I don't think I do, but I could, I think. Actually, that might... Where would I get that? That would be like even before this from WebSocket, right? That would be in the... what we give the server, actually, right? Where do I do that? I don't remember where that was. I would have guessed I put it here somewhere, but I don't see it. Maybe it's in new? No. I don't remember now where that is. It's not in cluster, is it? Whatever is dealing with the HTTP server. So let's look for HTTP server. There. This thing. Handle raft event. Right, when it commits to the log and we catch up, right, this part. Right, so here's where we make a server. Oh, no, we just say one's needed. Oh, right, that's right, the worker does this. Okay, back to the worker then. Needed. Yeah, here it is. Well, this is when it gets started. Okay, we need to go a little bit further back. There should be a task like if it's needed. Where is that? Serve? Yeah, here we go. If we need a web server, then we're going to start it. Starting it means there's a work thing to start it because it's asynchronous. So start, we register a handler. Okay, I think this is it. It's this type. This connection. This one. Oh no, I think it's in this request actually. Maybe it's not. Is it in peer? It's here somewhere. I can't remember where it is now. Is it in request? Maybe in my server I never give the user the IP address. Yeah, this resource handler. Yeah, they just get the request and they get the connection. They don't get the IP address of the connection though. Well, I need to add that then. Yeah, because there's nowhere here do we track the IP address. So I'm reaching all the way back into my HTTP server code. This does this. Right, so there's this handlers, right? Resource handler collection. Who uses the handlers? How come I don't see any more hits to that? Okay, it should be here somewhere. I think it's this handle connection, actually. Yeah, it's passed around, or it's shared. I remember this. Yeah. It's just me, or is Rust looking suspiciously TypeScripty today? It might be, I don't know. Okay, it's in this handler, right? Where is the handler used? Okay, it's right here. Yeah. So here's where I get the handler, and here's where we wait on it. And here's what we get back. Okay, so here are the arguments. So I think I need to add another argument here. I need to give the address of the remote address here. Where do I get that from? Connection origin? No. Oh, address. That's probably it, right? Am I not using address anywhere? Okay, I logged the address, so we're probably seeing that in the terminal when we connect. Oh, did I even connect here? I don't think I did. Let's do a connection to see it. Login, username, password, right? Log out. So there should be a connection here. Oh yeah, here it is. So there's the address. And I think we don't want to store the port number. We just want the IP address from that address. Right? Connection. Where were we putting it? Oh, this is somewhere else, actually. Where is that? Connection recede. Oh. Okay, that's earlier. Yeah, I don't want it there. We should be seeing that somewhere. Oh, it's right here. There it is. So this log message is right here. So we're printing the address, the request ID. Wait, what? Oh, no, that's the target. That's the address. Why is there a request ID? String. Request ID. Oh, it's two things. It's a get and then the resource. A method target. It says method target dash status code, status reason, and then body length. Okay, so yeah. We have the address here. We're just not giving it to the resource handler, and we need that. Okay, got it. Okay, so this is pretty fundamental change to stuff. If I just add it here, I'm going to break a bunch of things. Is there any way I can do this without breaking it? It's a place you could see a clip or something on the latest running state of it. Well, you can try it out now. It's online. So you can just see for yourself. The last time I actually worked on the production system is probably a year ago. Based off of the last time I made a release. This 146.2. I think I actually forgot to label it. I think it's the same as 146.1, but it had updated server certificate is what happened, right? Actually, my certificates might be expiring soon again. So, the last stream I actually worked on it, let's see. I'd have to go... I'm going to use this tool because I'm more familiar with it. Meow! He just woke up and started meowing at me. Look at that. See him looking at me? See him looking at me? Hello. Wants attention. Okay, yeah, the last time we updated the back end. Follows. I did a lot of front-end work after the last change to the back end. Okay, here it is. 146.0. Yes, so it would have been last May 15th. I fixed something, I fixed a critical bug in the JSON. May 13th. May 13th to 15th. What stream was that? It's been a while since I worked on the back end of the server. Yeah, so around stream 374. Because what I started doing at that time was I started doing the database migration. I never finished it. Instead, look at that. Here we go. I started doing database migration. I never finished it because guess what I started doing on stream 386? I started to learn Rust. Yeah, so it hasn't changed since I started picking up Rust. We're getting there. Maybe by May 15th of this year, we'll be caught up and we'll be advancing the game dev. One can only hope, right? Yeah, I think I want to. I think I'll have to do a breaking change here. So we'll just put an address. Does the port number important? I mean, I have no problem giving the handler factory the address. So, okay, so this is going to break stuff, right? So this all feeds back to resource handler collection, this resource handler type, right? So in addition to request, we also want, is it an IP address? I think. Actually, I'm not sure. What type is address? It's a socket address, okay. Right, because it could be IPv4 or v6. Fair enough. So, socket address. All right. And then, yeah, it's going to break my example code. That's fine. I think all we need to do here is add the address here. Say we're not using it. Socket address, which comes from standard net. Okay, what else breaks? Worker breaks. Yeah, here we go. Here's where we get the address, right? So we'll pass it along here, I guess. This address, socket address, import from standard net. And I kind of want to keep that around, right? To give to the connection. So where does that happen? Right here. So put the address here. So new connection gets the address. This change isn't that bad, really. Right, so the private one has the same address, but here I don't really care about the address. So I'm just gonna say we don't use it. Oh, wait a minute. This was common, so fine. Okay, so then new connection probably gets handled in it should be handled in the same file. Find all references. Why do I handle it there? Oh, handle work messages done in main? Why would we handle it here? This should probably go to the worker, really. Let me put a note here. To do this might belong in the worker module. All right, anyway, here it is. Address. Yes, so then we just pass it along to new so that we have access to it in the connection. Socket address. And down here. So from WebSocket, whoop. Import it, please. From WebSocket needs it. Import it from standard net. Okay. And let's just store it in self address, I guess. Sure. So then it goes here. And then what? I need it down here, right? No. Okay, this is the alternative way. Here, I'll need to provide it. This is when we connect to them. So that's in connections, yeah, right here. So we have the address, but we only have it as an IP address. Okay, so here I might want to reduce it to an IP address. Yeah, so we'll make that an IP address. Instead of a socket address. Okay, and then that means that one of these levels, we need to convert from one to the other. This level right here, right? So from the WebSocket, we have the full socket address. How do I extract just the IP address part? Okay, it really depends on if it's v4 or v6, but we don't support v6 right now. So I should maybe just, I should assert that it's a v4 address for now. And then how do I get that? How do I convert that? What is that? Ew. Is there a method to convert? Oh, it looks like there might be. IP, that's what it is. How does this work if it's an IPv6 address, though? How does that work? I think we're going to end up getting 0 or something. We're going to get something random. No. That type is v6 address. How does this work? Oh, IP address can be v4, okay, that's what it is. All right, I thought I was just confused. Yeah. Thank you, Nylonicious. That you have the right idea. I, for some reason, I thought that it was IP adder was just IP4. So yeah, back here I just do IP. Okay, cool. So then I'm going back to here. Where was it? I needed I needed to have the address. Was it here? I think it was in generate, right? Oh, I haven't defined that yet. Right, but I knew that I needed to pass the IP address. Yeah, okay, so then I need to go, this needs to know the IP address, which we don't have at this point, so I'll need to have it like client IP, because that needs to be provided to this. Yes. Okay. And then we'll copy that to, well, so that to do we don't need anymore. I'll do the same thing in the other place where we have the, here. Right here. Right there. And then put that there. Okay, I need to make this function though. Where to put it? Let's try to put it in like where I would want to normally put it. So sorted by alphabetically with the other functions here. So it would go here, right? Function, game state. I don't need mutable access to it. Client IP is just an IP adder. This returns to me a persistent login token. I don't know why the autocomplete's not helping me. Do I have that type wrong? I must have it wrong. Oh, it's token with attributes. Of course. Where is that? Wait, I'm publishing it from game state. How come I don't see it here? How come I can't control click that? Okay, I'll just do it manually then. Game state. Persistent login token with attributes. Oh, I think I might know why. It's public here, but then I need to expose it at the crate level. Here. Pub use, or is it game command? So it's not here, it's here. Ah, that, there. Yeah, it might not, like, it might not be the best place to put it here. It might belong somewhere else. I think I only put it there because it's only used there. That's okay. Anyway, this should have access to it now, right? Yes? No? Maybe so? So let's put something bogus in there for now. Vec new. IP address is client IP. Actually, I can rename that so then I don't need to rename it there. And then expiry, let's just put 0 for now. I just want to see this compile, so then we'll fill it in a little bit later. Okay. What's wrong here? Cannot find persist because it's actually that. Client IP. Okay, but we have access to self, so I can look it up here. But it might be easier to pass it in because we should already know it. Or maybe not. Actually, let's to wherever this is done. Do we have access to the client? Yeah, I guess I can filter it in through all this junk. Why, though? This is a lot of levels to do it. Yeah, it's just too many levels. So, like, it's generated here, but then it came from here. Yeah, we didn't even have... We still don't have the connection here. Okay, finally we have the connection. We're too far removed. So let me just copy this. So that means it's possible that we might not be able to... We might no longer know the address. So I guess we would fail early there. Right? If we don't know the IP address... So I guess we'll look it up at the very start. So let client IP equal self.connections.get connection ID dot how do we want to do this? We'll generate a client response that we can't log in, I guess. Wait. I guess we could do it inside of here. No, I can't do that. Okay, so I guess we'll just do an early return with a special kind of response. If we, yeah, one of these. So then it's a match. Some connection dot why am I getting a error here? Because yeah, I know there's a missing match arm. It really wants me to put something there? Okay, there. Satisfied? Oh, it's client ID. Wait, it might not be us. That's a problem. Ooh, okay. Then I might have to, yeah, I might have to go back up then. Shoot. Damn it. Hold on. Where do we call this from? Going back up the chain again. Log in with Twitch. Yeah, I think I have to do it further up. I can't do it here. That's a pain, though. Yeah, I think along with the server ID, I had to pass the... along with the client ID, I had to pass the client IP address. Dang it. What a pain. Okay, well, shoot. Then we don't need to do this stuff. We just need to have it. So, let's just put it here. So that is used there. Why does it say that it's not used? Too similar to an existing binding? What? Oh, it's saying client ID and client IP are too similar. Really? I get a warning because those names are too close to each other. Okay, what if I say IP address? Fine. I've satisfied it for now. So I'll need to use that down here. Okay. One step. And then I guess we're just following the error messages. Yeah, extra argument is needed, right? The client... actually, it's going to have the same problem, so we're going to do the same trick. What's wrong here? No field named that. Oh, the field is named slightly differently? Persistent login token. Oh, it doesn't go in there. It goes right there. Okay. Compiler's my friend today. Never forget the compiler is my friend. So, yes. It's forwarded to us, so I need to have that address. Oh. That means the forwarding protocol needs to include the address too. Yeah, okay, fine. Client IP address. So IP address. So that goes there. A lot of arguments. We're going to start getting warnings from Clippy about having too many arguments. After the ID, so there. So actually we have that from connection, right? Yeah, connection dot. You're not helping me, computer. Connection dot. Why you do this to me? Connection dot address. Oh, it's not public. Yeah, I preferred to make most of this opaque. I don't know why I didn't do it for an admin challenge though. But yeah, I should just make an accessor. Yeah, just address. Pub function address self IP address self.address. There. Adder. So this would be connection. Oh, I know why I can't do there, because I can't continue borrowing that, so I need to get it out here. Wait. I can use it in there? Okay. Oh, right, because we're picking from different parts of self. We can do that, yes. So I can do connection.address there. And that's perfectly fine. All right, good. Good. Back to main. Yep, we need a client IP address there. So it needs to be given to us. Import that. All right. Same thing here, right? Yes. Yes. IP address. And that. Okay, here, there's where I think I want to include it in the message. That's the easiest way to do this. Like this. All right. What's wrong with this now? Oh, right, the macro needs to be updated. Yeah. Here's that terrible macro, right? So, right in here, right? We need to put the client IP address, which we get from the connection where? Oh, we don't. So I need that here. There. Need another argument to that macro. A lot of arguments. What's this? Missing fragment specific. Oh, right. It's an expression. Can I break this up? Like, maybe right there. I don't know how I want to format that. How about like this? There we go. All right, so then the macro, whoever uses the macro for the third argument has to put the client's IP address. So, wait. Do I just forward it here? This has got access to self. I could look it up again, but wait a minute, let me look. Okay, here we have it, so I could get it and use it there. So let's just do that. IP address there. And then here as well, I guess. All right, and then up here. What's wrong with this? Oh, right. Client IP address is put the value there. Cool. Back to main, I guess. Yeah, so here let's see if it'll let me do this. I don't know if it will. Because it might extend the borrow. Might not like that. I guess it was okay with that. Alright, I'm gonna roll with it. Any other errors? Back in worker we have an error. Yes. So that needs the client IP address as well. After the server, for some reason, I put it there. Okay, so then, I guess put it here too. IP address. A lot of these changes ripple throughout the code, don't they? I don't think I'm gonna print that. So what I'll do is just end with a dot dot, saying we don't care about the rest of it. All right. Back through here, so we just ping pong between errors now. Client IP address. We don't have that here. So put it there. Getting dangerously close to too many arguments. Yep, need to keep forwarding it. And then bounce back to main. Okay, here we can look it up, right? Maybe? No, we have it, we should put it in here, just like I put it there for, yeah. Put it there and there. All right. Bouncing back and forth. Where are we to now? Log in. Awesome. There. And there. Next. Probably bouncing back to main. Nope. Thank you for the follow. Sorry, I'm like kind of jumping around in my code adding client IP addresses. Okay, finally we have it there. Yeah, so we do need it in both places, right? That makes sense to me. Because we either need it immediately or we need it later. And that matches that, which is good. Okay, here's the multi-borrow problem, right? So to fix this, I need to get the address first, and then call the function to handle it. So we say let client IP address equal connection address. And then use that there, and then that should resolve that problem. And then again down here. Copy, paste, copy, paste. All right, are we done? Oh, we have large, oh, okay. We ran into the argument limit. Dang it. I'm never really sure how I want to fix these. I just know I don't want to fix this now. Fix this later. And I totally didn't put the right thing into the clipboard. I want to put the warn clip too many arguments, right? And then paste it and then turn warn into allow. All right. I was worried about running into the argument limit. When you get past like 7 arguments, it starts to say, wait a minute, you got too many arguments. This function has too many arguments. Ah. Okay, fix that later. Couple ways to fix this, right? I could start collecting structures with the arguments in it, or I can start thinking about like if all the arguments are going different ways, maybe you need to rethink the design. Usually it's that all the arguments are following each other, and then it makes sense to have a structure for it. Time for player login builder. Yeah, builder pattern is one way to avoid that, right? So you give it one piece of information at a time. Okay, yeah, we don't need the game state yet. That was the placeholder where we're going to put it. Okay, in the examples for WebSockets, we get the address that we don't need. It's like the Autobahn server. We also get the address that we don't need. Where else? Okay, that's still not constructed, but we should be good now. So, cargo build. Some vars might be passed as some tuple type to bundle them together. I usually like structures because then you get to name things, but yeah. Builder pattern looks nice. Yeah, it's like construct a structure incrementally, right? Package, run. All right, so everything should still work. I should not have broken anything. So we're going to test that. Login, clear. Login, valid password. Cool. We didn't break anything. Great. I like that we don't break anything. So let's make a persistent login token and do something with it. Generate persistent login token. Oh wait, yeah, let's just mark this to do. Actually, you know, I can do this now. It's not too much work. We have to use the thread RNG, right? Like I was doing here. Well, I guess I'm not using it in the server. Is that true? We're not generating anything at random in the server yet? I guess not. Okay, but yeah, I used it in Lurker to pick a random nickname when connecting to chat. That's kind of what I want, right? So let token we're going to put token there. This gen, though, the way it works is a little weird, right? I do have the rand crate imported. Yeah, I need to use rand RNG to fix that. As something, as nothing. Oh, if you want to break Rust Analyzer, nothing better than to put a tick mark and try to save. It crashes Rust Analyzer every single dang time. I'm telling you. All right. So what if we... Is it going to say that it needs type annotation, or is it going to say it doesn't know how to generate a vector? Yeah, okay, so I can't use gen. Was it gen bytes or something? I don't remember how to do this. I'm going to look it up. I can never remember this stuff. Lib. Rand. I just need the API in Rand to generate RNG. Fill, that's what it is. It's fill. So we would like make a token mutably. Vec what? And here's where you can get all elaborate with like assume uninitialize or something. I'm not going to do that stuff. I'm just going to say, what is it? I'm just going to do it with an array. This is where I need the game state, right? I need to get something from the game state. Hold on. Game state dot game configure game state dot game configuration. This stuff, right? This block of code pasted there, because what we want out of game state. Oh, I don't need to map because we already have it. Never mind. I just want to. What am I thinking? I already have it, so I can just do this directly. Dot random token length, right? So I can just use that directly in here. There we go. And no, I can't use that. Attempt to use a constant value in a... Oh, right. I can't do that for... Right. We need to know it before... We need to know it at compile time. So I guess we're doing vec. What was it then? Was it with capacity? I can't remember which method of vector it was. Is it with capacity? Or is it vec the macro? Maybe it was that I'm thinking of. Yeah, that's what it was. With capacity allocates it but doesn't set the length. The vec macro does what I want. Yeah. What A squared said. Yeah, the beast. He's my co-pilot. What do you think, A squared? I'm still alive. I've been going for like 6 hours, A squared. I want to finish this soon so that I can eat something. I guess I skipped dinner. We're moving on to... Or skipped lunch. We're moving on to dinner now. Okay, mute self. Can I... Is thread RNG give me... Oh, yeah, it gives me an owned value so I can do that all I want, right? I just need to do mute token. That works, right? No, it doesn't work because it wants a slice, I think. It's as slice mute or something, right? As mute slice. Yes. And then we don't do that. This is one of those few functions that it does its work by side effect. Right? The side effect of fill is it fills. It doesn't return anything. Most Rust stuff don't have side effects. They actually return their result directly. Got your 5G installed today. Wait. Oh, I see. Got your microchip. Been a little off. Had a headache. Yeah, but now you're less likely to get really sick. You know how you didn't realize and come here sooner? Well, we'll blame the microchip that you got installed with your COVID shot. Bill Gates! Expiry. The idea here was to take system time, this stuff. In fact, I'm going to just copy this. I'm thinking I should just make this into a utility, because I've done this like 3 times in the code now. Just paste. Let now is system time now, duration since the epoch, expected to be reading after 1970. Give me it as seconds, so it'd be now plus game state dot game configuration dot login token max age. There we go. So that will give me the persistent login token with attributes. Perfect. Then we generate it here and we put it into the command. The command should have them. Yeah, command, because the commands have the session. The session has the token in it. So then the next step would be to actually store it in the player information when we apply it. So that's back in login. .rs here. Apply login authenticated, right? So we have it available here, right? This thing has the persistent login token. So, and it only happens on auth success, right? So then I'm getting kind of tired, but I'm going to soldier through this. Do I want it to be stored in player session then? No. Thank you for the follow. Where do I want to store this thing? I think I'm adding it here. Unless, was there a reason that I chose to put that into a structure? Why did I choose that? Why did I do that? There's got to be a reason I did that. Anybody remember? Player session, okay. Yeah, what am I doing here? Why did I put those together? Did I just put them together because they sort of go together? Oh, I might have like set it to none. Right, because they're either something or nothing together. That's why. So I probably set it to none on logout. Yep, there we go. All right. Chat told me, yeah, I'm sure chat did tell me to do it. Still waiting for your chance to get Service Pack 2? Yeah, me too. Those of us who are like not old enough and not have underlying conditions have to like wait a little bit. All right. Where was I? Right, the append, right? So this, I think I'm just going to say player dot persistent login token with attributes equals login dot the same thing. Oh, did I shorten the name there? I did. Can I just rename it here? With attributes? Long names. It's long name today. A long name day today. Okay, so then we need to add it here. Pub that is an option. Persistent, that thing. I think it actually did the use for me. Isn't that neat? And okay, this holds any information about, well, if if the game, if there is an outstanding persistent login token for the player, this hold onto that token along with its attributes. All right. So that's going to generate some compiler errors everywhere because Rust is type safe. Right, so this is selecting it from the database, right? So we need, similar to how we did the session, we need to do the same thing with the token. Fortunately, I thought ahead with player, and I have it here somewhere. Here it is, login token expiry, login token IP address. The auto add use is great in Rust. You find the TypeScript one is always adding random things. Well, sometimes the Rust one adds random things too. But it's pretty good most of the time. Might be a better style to drop this from doc comments. That's what playing with scissors would have told me too. I just don't like the idea of not using a complete sentence A squared. It rubs me the wrong way. I keep remembering back to my English teacher in high school and how mad she would be if I didn't use a complete sentence there. Okay, here's the 3 columns we want. Comma, space. Actually, we already have a space there. We don't need an extra space. Space that. Expiry and IP address. Okay, so we have 3 more columns to fetch. Do I want to do the same thing where we have to have a value for all of them? I think so. Login token, which may or may not be something, is road get 8. Yeah, these are all options that kind of go together, right? Row 9 or column 9 and column 10 is the IP address. Okay, and then the same thing, let persistent login token equal login token dot end then login token expiry. I guess I could chain these, right? Because I need this to go into an and then. Yeah. And then login token expiry. I guess it actually makes sense to nest them, right? Yeah. And then in the innermost we have a map. And at this level we have the persistent login token with attributes, which is really long. Save. Quite the diamond we have here, don't you think? So then we have I need to import that first. Oh, is that not available here? It should be available here. Do I need to do that import from crate again? Yes. This thing. Down here. Fill struct fields. Token is login token. Expiry. IP address. All right, and then finally, that goes there. Did I not get that right? Oh. I guess we can shorten it. There we go. Field name holds. I consider that. I think it's a lot like common git commit message styles, where it's expected to be in the active voice like that. It's 100% a style thing, but the Rust docs seem to be like that. For example, option is some, where the doc comment is returns X, not this method returns X. How do they structure that? Do they have a period at the end of it? So it's kind of like a sentence fragment. They actually have a period at the end. Yeah, so my English teacher would throw a fit about that. That's not a complete sentence. It's missing a subject. Right? I'd be okay with that if there wasn't a full stop period at the end. I think that's the compromise we make with the ghosts of all of our English teachers, is that if we don't have a period, then it's not meant to be a sentence, and then we can drop the subject if it's implied by the context. Right? The English teacher isn't in the tech world, doesn't have yeah, but documentation is the bridge between code and English, or whatever language you're writing the documentation in, right? So one could argue that this is in the domain of the human language, and so you should need to follow the rules of human languages. But then again, there are some abnormalities, right? These things are code, and that's why they have a different style. I don't know. Are we bike shedding at this point? The subject, yeah, I know the subject is obvious, but we have to make the ghost of my English teacher happy too. Okay, it didn't like this get. Why not? Okay, we have no way to convert to an IP address. Fair enough, but we could probably get it to a string and then parse it as an IP address. So let me do a get dot map IP address. This is getting very indented. Actually, I guess we can just do map IP address dot comma parse. Let me do that. Or string parse. No. Is it from stir? Now I'm just being silly, I think. These don't come intuitive to me. Let's just say IP address, which is a string. What I want out of that is an IP address. So it would be IP address from. Whoa. Hold on. What's the error here? Unresolved or undeclared type IP adder. Why does the control dot not work? Okay, I guess we'll just do it manually. Use standard net IP address. Okay, it really didn't like that at all. Oh, sure. Yeah, well, the get... Oh, do I need to do a question mark and then map it? Like that. But this might fail too. So this should be like an and then. Like something like that. Don't tell me, there's no from. You can't convert from a string to IP address? Seriously? Well, how do you do it then? How did I do it before? I must, okay. How come these, I'm striking out right now. There must be a way to convert from an IP address to an IP address from a string. From str, there it is. I need to call this from str. Okay. Do I need to do something like IP address as from str, str? Something like that? Maybe. Okay, it just, the error type is wrong now. Okay, so then... I guess we're using unable to parse the table column. Where have I used that in the past? I've not used it. Okay. Did I must have used this in the past and I haven't used it lately. But I hadn't removed it. Alright, fine. So, map error to error unable to parse column. Column name. Login token IP address. Reason. I guess we'll take the error and to string it. Oh, it wants a rusculite. Okay, so then, yeah. This doesn't quite work, right? Because all of these gets return a, rusculite error. Shoot. Ah, that's a pain. This is where I wish I had just decided to use anyhow here. You can parse on a string. Yeah, I'm too tired to remember that. You're both right. I'm more concerned about fitting the error types together. I'm disappointed I don't have another example of this. Oh, maybe I decided instead of doing that, just turn it into game database error. But no, that needs a SQLite error. Okay, so this won't quite. This doesn't work out very well. Yeah, how did I do this in other places? This is load players. Did I have to do it? I don't know. Oh, wait, I think I might have had to do it here. Yeah. Okay, I see what I did. Okay, this is going to be messy though. So first deal with database errors and then do another step. Okay, so what, so split this into two different selects? Or I have to handle all the database errors and then at the end construct the player. It's going to be a big mess because I can't construct it directly inside this map. On content stop, hello. I like your name because it looks like a function name. So does that mean like you raid someone when you run out of content? So it's like on content stop. No? Okay. Anyway, welcome. I'm trying to figure out this little problem I painted myself into the corner for. That I have two different types of errors, and so Rust doesn't like the fact that these two error types are incompatible. Howdy. Now, I wouldn't have this problem if I used anyhow. It makes me think maybe I want to use anyhow at this level. Instead of using my own custom error type and then be very strict about the type. So the problem is that this kind of error doesn't fit into this type here, which is a SQLite error. So, I can't think of how to solve this easily, though. What if I just cheat and manufacture a SQLite error? Can I just make one of these? That would be so hacky, though, wouldn't it? Why not, though? I wonder if I've already done this, and that's why we didn't run into it today. Like invalid column type or something. We can say, sure, it parsed out like a string, but it really is an IP address. Yeah, if I used anyhow, that would be the weakening of the type to fix this problem. I think I'm just gonna, for now, I'll put a to do here, and instead I'll map it to a SQLite error invalid column type. So it takes I guess that's the column number. Is that the column number, the name, and then the type? What's this type? Text. I don't like this. If they had like an other, I would use it. I don't know. Actually, wait. Could I use this? Oh, that looks like it's what I want, right? It cannot be converted to the requested Rust type. Oh, shoot. That reminds me. I could have made a new type that does this for me. Why don't I just do that? Yeah, why don't I do that? I've done this before. Yeah, okay. I know what I'm going to do. Where was I? Not here. Here. What I'll do is I'll say IP adder from SQL. And that'll be a new type. And then I can just do that. Well, actually, I kind of want to keep this around. Let's do a cut. And we'll declare this type nearby. I don't know where to put it exactly. Sure, why not here? IP address from SQL, right? And then impl rusqlite from... Okay, that should be a type. I don't know why I'm not seeing it. Oh, for IP address from SQL. Am I not getting that type correct? Okay, we're going back to the books. Lib. rusqlite. Click, click. From SQL. I thought that was the... Oh, it's types. Okay, fine. Types. Happy now? Implement missing methods, right. So here's where I wanted that stuff in the, that I had in the clipboard. And I'm not just gonna make this up. I'm gonna look where I've done this before. Up here, right? Yeah. So I did something like this. There. Yeah, so what I want is like string column result. And then I want to map it. Here's where I want to map it into this. So actually, let me think about this. Maybe I want an and then here. I want an and then. Because this gives me a result, right? Column result. I can't click it right now? Dang it. Can I click it now? No. It's giving me trouble. If I go here and click it here. Okay, I'm confused. Oh, right, this type, right? Yeah, it's a result, and you can have a from SQL error. Yeah. Right, and that allows me to use the other to box my own error in it. That's what I wanted. That's the goal here. Yeah. Right here. So this column result might be an error, but if it's not, we're going to do our conversion here. And that's where I'm going to take, yeah, this IP address. And then chat was saying that I can do what? Just a parse on it? So, IP address parse? Oh, I need to give this thing a type, right? Sorry, I'm going back and forth because this is not the easiest for me. Right, here I was mapping it through the, it's like the implicit constructor, right? So this is, if this is the same way, then what I want out of this is self, right? So this is good except for the, right, except for the error. So map error to from SQL error, right? And here I can import the type. Whoop, I click on the wrong thing and it goes somewhere else, right? Import that other, and then I can take the error and box it. Right, and then that ends the map. Get rid of that, and we should be good now? No, okay, the parse isn't quite right. Oh, right. I need to put this whole thing inside of this implicit constructor, don't I? So what's the right way to write this? Let me think about this. Wouldn't it be okay, this, and then early return here, and then close it like that? There we go. Look at that. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. So if I wrote this correctly, to convert from a SQL column, we're going to take that value, that column value, and run it through column result. And that basically says it better be a string. If it's not, then we'll get an error right away. But if it's not an error, we're going to take that, this should be a string. I don't know why it says unknown, but it should be a string, and it's going to take that string and try to parse it into the type that is implied in that position, which is IP address. So this works because IP address implements from string. And then to make the type compatible with the type expected there, we're going to take the error and utilize this other, which allows me to box anything that supports the error trait. So we're going to box it error, and it's going to be an other error. Beautiful. All right. So then what's wrong here? Oh, right. So I need to unpack it here. So I guess what I'll do is do a map. IP address to IP address dot 0. No? What happened? Type annotations needed. Why does it... Oh, because I have the wrong thing in here. I guess the question mark really goes at the end, too. It doesn't know the type for some reason. Oh, probably because yeah, I know why it doesn't know the type. Did I put it on get? I could put it on get. That's one way to do it. So I would do get underscore comma IP address from SQL. That's one way to do it. No? What else did I do? Okay, expected enum option. Okay, yeah, right, it's an option. Shoot. So I would say as ref map. This is really clunky, isn't it? I don't even know if this is right anymore. Okay, this is the wrong type. I'm completely wrong here. I guess I do want to do an early return here. At that point, it's an option. Why can't I map an option? Well, back to this, actually. I'll figure this out someday. I'll figure it out someday. Get rid of the question mark. See, Rust is really particular about things. Its bounds were not satisfied. Why does it think it's an iterator? It's not an iterator. Okay, let's just do this step by step. From SQL, right? Get 10, right? So this part should be okay. Let's comment this out for a second. So the type of that is option IP address from SQL, right? So that's really just a wrapper. Oh, I have an idea what we can do. We can just implement as ref, right? Why don't I just do that? Would that be the easiest? Just implement as ref here. So implement as ref IP address for IP address from SQL. Because that's the natural way you'd want to use it, right? So I would just say self dot zero, and we're done, right? Maybe not. Do I have to borrow from self zero? There we go. Now what's wrong here? Why? Okay, do I have to dereference it myself? What's going on here? Oh, as ref. Shoot. Actually, what I want is into, not as ref, right? Yeah, I want into. Yeah, silly me. Into looks a little bit different, right? It's here. It's just gonna be self.0. Is it gonna warn me that I shouldn't do this? Implementation of from is okay. So I'll turn. That means just turn it around, right? Implementation from IP address from SQL4 IP address. It doesn't matter to me. It's one way or another, right? So this would be value. It's just value.0. Same thing. Okay, now it's happy. Look at that. My goodness. Okay. Oh, I renamed this in a bunch of places because I thought the name was too long, right? No? What's going on here? Cannot find it in the scope, right? Because of me calling it that. Oh, name mismatch. Let's shorten it here. It's just too long. There. Now you're happy? If I shorten that? When it gets late and I've been streaming for like almost 7 hours, I start to talk to the code like it's my enemy or something. Like, aren't you happy yet? Okay, yeah, this is shortened. I'm also more apt to make mistakes. That's okay. I'm nearing the end. I fix all my mistakes later. Not the right type? Can't move it out. That's true. Okay, we're in apply. Why can't I move it out? Because it's borrowed. Why is it borrowed? Probably because the context is called from it had to be borrowed, but maybe not. Maybe I can transfer ownership. Well, that's the last time we use it there. What about here? Login. Okay, we could just change the semantics here. So make it so that it's actually owned. So here we don't take a reference, we just pass it. And then we don't take a reference. Now it's actually consumed. And everything's happy, I hope? No, this is not happy yet. Cannot move out. It's behind a shared reference. Oh, yeah. Okay, so same thing applies to this one. So final references. Yeah, so consume it, please. There you go. Yay, we're happy. Any other problems? Okay, there's that in the UI because we don't use the token yet. So let's see if it builds. Oh, no, I don't want to do that. We're getting there slowly but surely. So at this point, it should save the token in memory. And if we had it in the database, it would load it. So a small step, I guess, it would be to return it to the client when authentication succeeds. So let's do that. That would be in server commands. Server messages, sorry. And yeah, so auth success would include optional token. Like that. I kind of want to give it a name. Otherwise, I'm going to look at this and I'm going to be like, what the heck is that? So to give it a name, we just do this. Degenerate structure. We say persistent login token is that. All right. And then we let the compiler errors direct us. Yes, so what do we put there? We put player dot that. Actually, if what I want is to just grab the token out. So let's do let token returned equal this dot map token with attributes. Token with attributes dot token. Yes. And I want to clone that actually right now. Oh, that's interesting. It shouldn't let me do that. I know it's gonna want me to clone it because it can't be in two places at once. So, but this would have token returned in it. Fill struct fields. There it goes. Yeah, it shouldn't let me do that unless I clone it, right? Why is it letting me do that? That it shouldn't allow me to do unless a vector is copyable. Why is it letting me do that? I am confused. That it should not let me do, because this player is borrowed. Why is it letting me do that? Oh, because we have other errors. Okay, we'll come back to that. Yeah, sometimes Rust won't tell you something is an error because there are errors elsewhere. Okay, at this point, this is if you're an admin, so we have no key here. So this would be none. Where else? Back here? Aha, finally. All right, it's probably going to tell me I can't move it out, right? Yeah, cannot move out. I knew it would do that. Clone, though. Now it can go two places, right? No? Oh, right. It's not the clone itself, it's the asref. The missing, if we don't have an asref. Now the inner problem is can't move out of that, but we can if we do a clone. And we get an optional byte string. And we put it into the auth success. Okay, so now I should be able to verify this by logging in, and I should get some random bytes out on the UI side. Oh, I have an error in the UI. Imagine that. So lib.rs in the UI. Probably because we don't do anything. Yep, we don't do anything with the token. Really? It can't insert what I... Okay, fine. There. You happy now? It's going to be like you don't use anything for the token. Let's actually print something out about that. Yeah, all this stuff, right? What should we say? Actually, it's for both of these, right? So what if we just pass it to on login success? Seems like an appropriate thing to do, right? So this would take the persistent login token option vec u8. And then for now, we're just going to print it. Let's be a little bit, have a little fun with this, right? If let some token equal borrow it. Actually, we can consume it. Why not? Then we're going to say, yay, we got a token. And we're going to print out a debug version of it. Else info feels bad man. We got no token. All right, everything looks like it's going to compile this time. Long day. I don't know if I'm going to stream tomorrow. Oh, it's crashing. Oh, right. I changed something with the commands. Let me like if I run it manually, I'll be able to tell what I did. Is it the database? I didn't add anything to the database, right? I can't type. Twitch ID is invalid. What? Did I mess up when I read from the database then? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, I was off by 1. 9, 10, 11. How funny. Off by 1 in my column numbers. It's still crashing. What now? Login token, invalid column type text. Oh, that should be blob, shouldn't it? Okay, yeah, the schema is incorrect. Yeah, that should be blob. And this ought to be integer. Yeah. All right, so then I have this, okay, build again. I have this nifty script we can do to fix the database. So cargo build. And it's wmigrate. So we're gonna run that right now. Migrate. Boom. Done. So then, oh yeah, I keep forgetting. I need to write for the short term. I need to fix up the configuration every time I do that. 200 alpha. All right, now I can package and serve. Nope. What now? Why does it say it's text when I made it blob? I don't get that. Let me look at the database. Maybe a text in the migration code, maybe it puts the wrong type there? Actually, it probably is. Yeah, I know what I did wrong. Yeah, and it's because I used to store it in the JSON as a base64 string. So I bet there are empty strings in there now. So let's look. Just look at this game database. Here it is. Open the database. Show me the players. All right, here are the players. And if I scroll over to token, okay, we can't see it. It should be null, but it's not. I think it's empty string. That's the problem. Yeah, it should to be a blob, it has to be stored as a blob, like an empty blob or something. Or a null, really. Okay, then I know what I need to do. Close the database. Yep. Not only do we need to import it as a blob, we need to convert it from a string to, we have to do base64 decode basically on it. All right. That's here. So here it is in the original JSON. Yeah, so it's a string. So what we'll have to do is, if it's an empty string, we'll convert it to an empty vector. Otherwise, we'll do a base64 decode on it. Actually, a base64 decode of a base64 decode of an empty string will give me a 0 length vector, which is not what I want. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, where we deal with that? Let's see. Yes, this isn't quite right, right? I need to convert this. I need something similar to this, only it might be an option. Let me think about this. So, it's going to be if self.login token.is empty, none, else base 64 decode of it. Comma. And the same thing for the IP address. Okay, why didn't it like that? Is this the wrong type? What? Oh, it gives me a result. Shoot. I guess I do a context and early return then. Unable to decode, yeah, login token. All right. Oh, nope. Almost. Expected type option found vector. Oh, right, sum. Sum of that. Okay. And then I think I want something similar for the IP address. So it's, since that's a string, right? Then it's none, and it's not base 64 decode. Instead, I want to do, I want to interpret it as a, actually I don't need to interpret it. I can just carry the string as is, and I can let the game parse it. So we'll just do some of this. Like that. Do I have to consume it, I guess? Self dot. Borrow. What language should I do? This is the Rust programming language. And when I'm running on the front end, I'll be using the U framework. The giveaway is that the file extension is .rs. And also there's the little Rust icons or along the left column there. Little hints there. But this part here, I'm translating from a JSON file into a database row. How many lines of code is the whole project? I don't remember. I don't even have a tool to calculate it. I don't remember. It's in the tens of thousands of lines of code. Like, not a whole lot. I average about, I'd say, like, if I was writing all new code, maybe 1,000 lines a week. So after 3 years, you know, it's going to get into the tens, if not hundreds of thousands. Well, clock, would that give me just the Rust or the C++ or both? Whatever it is, I don't have it. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, this, I just now need to rerun the migration tool. Invalid column type null. Oh, right, because we need to mark it as optional. It should be optional, though. Oh, maybe this also needs to be an option. So this should be like some of that. But that's not the problem, right? That's probably not the problem. Toki is great and written in Rust. I'm not familiar with Toki. It counts total per language. Huh. Interesting. Invalid column type null in index 12. Okay, so yeah, this shouldn't be null. Did I type that wrong in the migrations? I typed text. Why does it say column type? Oh, probably because I think I know why. It's in the export. Right here, right? One of these. Actually, where is it? Right here. Yeah, this type is wrong. This should be... Oh, I know. I want it to become an empty string instead of null. So how do I do that? Because the original, if I look at the original game snapshot in any of these files, there will be a, let's close that, close that, close that. It'll be present, but it'll be an empty string, I bet. Yeah, see that? Yeah, okay, so these are not options, but I do need to convert them back into empty strings to be compatible with the old format. Right, so then in the export players, I need to say for this one, get it and then do a then on it. So hold on. It'd be easier. Yeah, I think it would be easier to grab and give it a type up front. So like up here. Well, let's get the whole thing. Let that equal. And then it's going to say it needs type annotations, which we'll give it, right? So we will say that it is an optional string. Then down here, I will turn it from an option. I will say then, or it's unwrap or, right? Unwrap or empty string. String new. Like that. Okay. Is it telling me there's a better way? Unwrap or followed by new. Okay, what am I supposed to do? Try this. Try it. Unwrap or default. Sounds good to me. Clippy's my friend today. So I'm going to want to do the same thing for the token itself. Where is that? Here. So that's the token. Let the token, which is an optional string, equal that. And here I'm going to want to, right, it's going to be an optional vector of bytes, actually, in the database. I'm going to want to do base64 encode if it's something, otherwise empty string. All right, so here we go. This will be login token dot unwrap or, no, a map, right? Map token to base 60. Actually, I guess I can just do base 64 encode and then unwrap or default, comma. Looks like it liked it. Cool. Perfect. Do I have the right type for that? Okay, this is the wrong type from the database. Actually, it should be okay, right? Because if it's an integer in the database, maybe I do need to keep it. No, I want to convert it to an integer when it goes into the database. So, because there's no reason for that to be a floating point number. So this is on import. Yeah. So this should do some kind of like conversion to integer. What is the easiest way to do that? This, I don't know why I can never remember how to do this. It's like, I don't even know what to search for. How about Rust convert float to int? There we go. So I watch someone else do it. As. So will as just drop it? If you want to round instead of taking the integer, you can round it. As. All signs point to doing as. Okay. So then as u64. That's one direction. The other direction should also work, right? But here I need to, this is export. Actually, this should just work, because if it's an integer in the database, you should always be able to do that. Just open the channel, but you suggest against as. So I shouldn't follow Stack Overflow advice? Saying to cast a float to an integer, you can use as. Well, what would you recommend then? I don't know if we have to use it. There are all other kinds of conversion functions, right? From, yeah, there was a way you can do from, like if we wanted to write it with from, where was it? Up here, we could do, what was it? U64 from? Is that the syntax? And then I put another parentheses here. Okay, no, that's not exactly right. The U64's from F64 is not supported? Would it be try from, and then I'd have to bail if it doesn't fit, or something like that? I'd have to import try from, right? Use standard convert try from as no name. And then I'd have to like do a context here, like, and then an early return. Unable to convert login token expiry to integer. So that's, oh no, I still can't do that. Why not? So these are not convertible? There's no impl for F64? Not even for try from? So I guess I'm supposed to, the as is the only way to do it. I'm surprised. U64. '64 primitive type. Here we go. Oh, yeah. Why don't they have a try from float? Long time to bring back the beast pet reward? I don't know. Anakin Luke. I could probably take a break and pet him if you really want me to. F64s generally can't be changed to U64 because standard library is made by picky people. Okay. Well, I tried. No pun intended. I tried. So we'll just do an as, and we'll call it a day, right? So that's just forcing it, right? And it might blow up in our face, but that's okay. This is a one-time conversion only. I don't really need to worry about it so much. And then the other direction, I think the from SQL does it for me. Because going from SQL integer to an F64, if I remember right, this get converts it for me. It should go to column result from how does this work? That's a trait. So it depends on the type. So yeah, we'd have to look at the implementations of from SQL. I'm just curious now. Actually, we're already looking at that. Implementations on F6 on it would be U64, right? Yeah, go to the source for that. Value as I'm not even looking at the right place. Source. How come it's going from SQL integral? How do we find that? It's not even, we don't know where that macro is declared. Oh, there it is. I64 column result. Okay, so it's going to go into as I64, and it's going to do a try into, and if it doesn't fit, it'll be out of range. Okay, so what does as I64 do? Don't know, because we're not in value ref, but I can look up value ref, and I can look at as I64. Wait. Does this mean it won't work? Hold on, I'm confused now. Oh. No, I'm just looking at the wrong thing. I should be looking at this, right? Yeah. Okay, there. They do the conversion for us. If it's an integer in the database, they convert it to a float using as for us. So I don't have to worry about it. It gets converted for me. Because this is an F64, and it's an integer row, or column. Okay. I'm just trying to convince myself that I'm doing the right thing. Migrate. Okay, it worked. I once again need to fix up the config file. And this is getting kind of tiring, so very soon I'm probably going to just hack it in the snapshot so I don't have to do this. All right. Repackage. Rerun. Don't crash. Okay, good to go. So let's try it out. I should get it back out of the front end when we log in now. Clear everything. Log in. With password. Remember me. Log in. Oh, there it is. There's our token right there. It'll drop the fraction, it'll saturate. That's fine. Because this is just a number of seconds from the Unix epoch. As long as it fits into 64 bits. If anyone knows how to get a U16 from a U8 of double length that unsafe, please let me know. Can you just transmute the transmute the pointer? Yeah, I guess that involves unsafe. I mean, you could figure out what endianness you're dealing with, and then have one path for big endian, the other one for little endian, and then just do the bit shifting for you. That's probably what this byte muck crate does. Either that or it does the unsafe code for you so you don't have to deal with it. Sort of makes sense that it might do unsafe code because its name is byte muck. All safe code, just unsafe code in disguise. Yes, that's true. It's when you take unsafe code and you wrap it into a crate and you never open it again, and you just say, "What? What about it? It's everything's safe. Trust us." Okay, I'm happy I got the token. Let's check this in. All right, a lot of changes. So this was all this included generating the token from scratch, right? Yeah, which we did at the bottom here, right? Too many arguments. Oh, right, we had to change more than just this. Okay. So generate persistent login tokens upon request. Remember IP address and expiry for persistent login tokens. HTTP server now tells us the IP address, actually the entire socket address, right? The socket address of the remote peer. So this is work in progress implementing persistent login tokens. Do I need to say more? Oh. Change player schema to store persistent login tokens as blobs and expiration times as integers. That's that. Yes. IP. A lot of these are just IP address changes, right? But this included the ring stuff, the RAN stuff. I mean. Yep, including the IP address, persist. Yep. Okay, I think this is good enough. Committed. Moving on. We're past 7 hours in the stream. It's gonna be like a full day stream. I actually have a hard stop in an hour. Actually, but I want to get some food before that. You think I can finish this in time? How much do I have left? We're actually done with everything here. I just need to store it in local storage and then use it as a login credential. This is really easy to do. This shouldn't be too hard. Okay, there's one thing that's missing from here. Have server accept persistent login token as a valid credential. Don't have that done yet. That's probably going to be the hardest, but not too hard. Okay, let's do the storing it in storage first. So, front end. Yeah, here's where we get it. Right now, we're just printing that, right? So instead, we're just going to go to storage. Let me delete my old bookmarks. Storage is just getting this, the storage service, and say storage dot, well, the same, this thing is still here, right? If we get a token, then we want to store. What's the name of the key? I'm glad you asked. I don't remember what it is. Where would I put it in the old code? Okay, I'm going to look for it in local storage.store in all the JS files. Okay, maybe it's not store. How about local storage? Set item is what it is in JavaScript. Not admin key. Login token, that's what it was. All right. So login token. Actually, I think I want this to make this a constant up here. Yes. Local storage key persistent login token is login token as a string. Ah. Why is this not formatting it for me? I don't know. Probably because I have errors somewhere. Let's just assume, okay, that's probably why it wrapped that, but it doesn't need to wrap this. All right, down here, use that key to store that token. So this should be a blob, right? So here's where I want to actually do the base64 encoding. Encode that blob. Like that. Does this return a something else? All right, trait bound result string. It's not satisfied. Right, so this needs to be base64 encode always succeeds, right? So this should this needs to be an OK. This needs to be mutable. Okay, cool. Now, if we don't get a token, well, let's just make sure that we clear the key. I think that sounds like a good plan. Is that a photo or a cat or a stream of sleeping cat? He's not sleeping. He's my co-pilot. Here, I'll prove to you that he's real. We'll go pet him. All right? He deserves some pets anyway. Okay, I gave him some pets. Maybe he'll stir a little bit more. Yeah, I woke him up a little bit, but he needed pets. All cats need pets. He stirred a little bit, didn't he? He did a little murmur. He went, brrr. Okay. So now we're going to store the key. That's this. And we want to clear it on logout, right? Actually, we not only want to... No, we don't want to clear it on logout. We want to clear it when we use it. Right, so... we use it when we form a credential. So I think that's what we're going to do next. Yeah, and we're going to do it on start. So on start... where is that exactly? Down here? Yeah, right here. I think we're going to load it, right? Yeah. And if we have it... do we send ourselves a message then? Maybe I want to wait until we get to render. Okay. Maybe. Actually, it doesn't matter. I don't need it to be rendered. In fact, I know I don't want it to be rendered. I want to do a login immediately. So, hold on. I'll just copy this stuff down, because I need some of it. I'm going to do it right. Okay, we have storage there. So I don't need this first line. So let's do, yeah, let's copy this. Persistent login token is storage, load this guy. All right. So that loads it as a string. OK turns it into an option. I guess that's, at this point here, we can map token to base 64 decode. Well, I can just do this, right? Base 64 decode can return a decode error. Actually, I'm surprised that it let me do that. Because these errors are not compatible, right? Oh, it's compatible because anything that works with from text works. Interesting. Okay. And then this does away with the error anyway? Discarding the error, if any. Right. Okay. So then when we have it, I think after we make this, we're going to say if we have one, if let some token, then we'll just do this dot start login, and we'll make a new credential here. So game credentials. There we go. I already had it ready. It needs a string? Why do I have a string? That should be a vector. Yeah. And that's this token. There we go. Okay, it didn't like that. Why? Oh, it's a result still? Oh, shoot. I think I wanted to do and then here. But yeah, the error types aren't compatible, are they? So what if I do two OKs here? Let me think about this. No, we'll do a map. And do two OKs here? That doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem right at all. What is the type of this thing? Option result. Okay, that's definitely wrong. Inlay hints would help here. Okay, result is not good. I think I want to say map the token to base 64 decode token OK. And then I want to flatten, don't I? Yeah, I want to flatten. There we go. Because we can get none if there isn't one in the local storage. Actually, it doesn't really matter the order in which I do this, right? We can get none if it's not in local storage, but we can also get none if we can't decode it. Either way, I want to make it an option of an option. Actually, then I can just do an and then, and I don't need to flatten. Right? Yeah, that works. Okay, and then decode okay. There's probably a million ways to do this. It doesn't really matter. Okay, so if we have one, we're going to start the login. So that's going to put us into the logging in state, set the credential there. Okay, at this point we should clear the local storage, right? I should have done that up here. Let's do it here. Storage dot remove this key. Because it's single use, right? So we're going to put it into our credential to use it. And we need to mark it as mutable for that to work. Cool. So then, I'm not actually sure what the backend's going to do when we do that. But let's see. It'll be fun. Why not? It's rebuilding right now. Oh, this problem. It usually happens once per stream. I have to restart npm webpack. Yeah, it's Rust. Indeed. We're on hour 6.5 of Rust. There are a bunch of other streamers here on Twitch who use Rust. I'm honored to be in their presence, or amongst, counted in their number, I guess you could say. Okay, and we're using the U framework for the front end, by the way. So log in. We don't have a token yet, so let's get one. So now I should have a token in here. Yeah, so here's our login token, base64 encoded, right? So if I hit refresh, it should use that token. And I don't think it did. I think it got confused. It took it out, but it didn't log in, did it? Here's the login credential. Oh, it can't log in until it gets that. Okay, so yeah, we can't do a start login here yet. I forgot about that. How do we fix this? Oh, I had to do it the same way we did it with the JWT. So when we get a, where is that? Where do we get? Right here. This JWT, right? Yeah, I guess that means we need to hold on to this. Actually, you know what it actually means instead? We just don't look at this here. We look at it when the client configuration is loaded. That's what I'll do. So I'm going to move this. I'm going to move this whole thing to where the client configuration is set. Right here. Right here. So if there's a JWT, then do one thing. Otherwise, check to see if we have a persistent storage token. So let's grab that. If we have a persistent login token, then put that into the credentials and start logging in with that. And then if we don't, and then otherwise sit outside, right? All right. Makes you want to learn it? You haven't used Rust but heard Discord rewrote some of their Go features? If you want to learn it, check out that link to the Rust community's resources on learning Rust. You can start with the choose your own adventure. So basically, if you like learning from the book, if you like learning from online tutorial, or just looking at code. And this is kind of like looking at code with a little bit of book stuff to back it up. I did the book. I did that live on stream 9 months ago. But it depends on your learning style. It's really cool that they have basically 3 different ways you can start, and then here's, more stuff if you like to read. Otherwise, it's just like jump in and try to do something. Okay, so we start out without a token. Yeah, it's missing. So log in with the password first. And where's my token? There it is. It's at the bottom here, right? So if I hit reload, I don't know what it's doing. I screw it up. I screwed it up. Oh, did it send something, but it's waiting? Where's the cancel button? If it's waiting, then I should see that on the network tab, right? Yeah. It didn't send anything. What's it doing? It connected, but it's not doing anything with it? Oh, do I have a to-do in here? Maybe. Okay, we'll find it. I probably have something like when we're connected, now what? And I probably have a... Yeah, here we go. No, that's not it. It's when we're connected and we haven't yet decided what we want to do. Where is that? Where is it? I don't remember where it is. Is it a message? It would be on update then. Yeah, it's here. I remember this. It's on opened here. Yeah, here we go. To do. Login using a persistent login token. Yeah. All right. It's my bad, and we're not actually using the token. So this is going to be just kind of like a copy, right? And we're not really, well, we are authenticating. We're authenticating using username and, so it's actually more like this one. Because we need to provide a username and a login token. That's how it works. Logging in as player using persistent login token. And this should be like logging as player using password. Right. So then send... And this one, we don't have anything. Oh, no, we do. But we're missing a player name. How does this work, then? It doesn't work. Nothing uses it. Okay, that answers that. Yeah, so we need this to have a username. Username, string, and then token, a vector of bytes, right? All right, and then that's the message we want to send. That one. So token. There we go. And I need to refactor this. It shouldn't be so far indented like that. Oh, so the credential needs to include it too. Username token. I suppose we need to clone the token? What's going on here? Oh, I don't have it in here. Yeah, my bad. Username, string, token, that. It's probably going to want me to clone it, right? Because we're putting it into a binary message to be sent. Okay, so then yeah, here we go. So the token is that. And the username we need to get from self dot user dot persistent login name or address. We need to have that. Both need to be present, actually. Where is that loaded? That's restored right away. Okay, so yeah, both need to be present, otherwise it's an abort. It's abort time. All right, so then yeah, so we get the token out, and then it has to be something. So if let some username equal that dot as ref, I guess. Then we'll do this. And then we'll clone, we have to clone it here. Did someone say indentation? Are we looking at bad indentation examples? Oh yeah, we are. Oh yeah. Someone say bad indentation? Uh-oh. You're gonna crash my web browser. There's so many lines of code in here. What line should we... Oh, right there. Oh my goodness. This isn't even that bad, but look at this. Okay, you should have highlighted line 1745, my friend. Wow. Okay, there we go. What column number is that? That's crazy. Okay, now I don't feel so bad about my code. Is this the cry engine? Yeah. This is when a living entity steps. I guess a lot of complicated stuff goes into effect when an entity steps in that game. All right, we're gonna be able to use our token this time. I just know it. So reload. Oh, persistent login token not yet fully implemented. Okay, so we made it back to the server this time. Yeah, and I'm not really logging anything for that. But that's what I was hoping to find. So I'm gonna check this in. Oh, I should check. It should have removed. Yeah, so it removes it. So if we reload again, we have to put in a password. That's correct. Okay, so then yeah, checking it in, and we're going to the next to last bullet. I think we're almost done. I can feel it. I'll be able to eat tonight before the WoW raid. So use persistent login token. This is the UI on start. Commit, push. All right. We did that. These are the last two things to do, right? We need to have a command to the server right before we disconnect to drop the persistent login token. I think I'm going to do this one last, actually, because I want to see the login actually work. Have the server accept the login token as a valid credential. So that goes to the message we saw, right? Implemented in RS. There. Okay, they're actually in two places. Yeah, so I need to have a function that we call from, right, so the same similar thing to this. I'm actually thinking because it's synchronous, we can do it like this one. So we can say this. Handle forwarded. Actually, what does this do? Oh, right. Yeah, we have to go through a little bit of layer. Like if it fails, we need to send back we have to forward back a response. Yeah. Okay. Handle forwarded player login with token. So we should have a username. We don't no, we should have it. Username token. So that's here, token. So let's make it sort of like this one. Many parameters, handle it with token. Token. I guess we're just borrowing it. So back to where we, oh, what happened? Huh, I don't know. What happened? Oh, syntax error. That's what happened. And I keep hitting the wrong key. There we go. Because this is in the wrong class? No, it's the right place. Oh, because this doesn't... Right. Okay, start handling player login token request. Token. So that doesn't exist. So that's this. Token request. Token, token, token. There. All right. So some player logging in. We don't hash the password, right? We do want to always generate a new token. So let's just call this new or next token. Right? We're going to append a command. So we don't have a command for it yet. It'll be login with token. A client wishes to log into the game as a player using a persistent login token. And here I need to store a couple things, right? The session will have the new token in it. So I need a session and the old token. Yeah. So session login session. And then old token. What was the type again? This. Actually, it's just this. Oh wait, I don't need to do this. What am I doing? I don't need to do this. This is all unnecessary. Delete it. I can just check the token right here. Because we have access to it. It's in player, right? We can just deny it right away, can't we? Let me think about this. Is there a reason why I had to go through the whole cluster first? I don't remember why, but I don't think I need to have it go through the whole cluster first. I think we can just test it here. So we can say if token, yeah, let token equal token as ref, right? So this is going to be as ref u8. If token equals, well, if matches, right? Player dot persistent login token dot oh, we got to look into this junk, right? Because it has to not only match, but the IP address has to match too, and it has to be not expired yet. All right, so I guess we'll just tackle them one at a time. If let some stored token equal this, else there is an error, right? I think we just rejected out of hand, right? Return auth failure. This. I'll have to clean this up later. Turn auth failure. How come I didn't like that? Sum. With an extra parentheses? Okay. Alright. This is, I'm going to end up copying a bunch of times before I refactor this. So, if stored token dot token is not equal to what am I thinking of? Token. Actually, there's going to be a whole bunch of OR things, right? Or do I need parentheses there? Or can I just do OR? or stored token dot IP address is not equal to client IP address, or stored token dot expiry is greater than now, greater than or equal to now. We need now here, right? Now equals one of these. This is the fourth time I've copied this, which means it's a prime candidate for doing this in a utility. So I'm just being lazy here. Let's just turn it around. It has to be and. Less than now and equal. So only if the match and it hasn't expired yet, then I do all this stuff, right? Actually, then I know how I'm going to turn this around. So this is gonna move into here, and we'll just say return none. And then I don't need all these else's because it all collapses back. Right? If we hit here, then... Okay, actually, I do want to have else's because I want to have different info messages. But I don't need these early returns. I just want this info. So this inner one is like the token didn't match or something, right? Yeah. Login temp failed, token mismatch. This next, say this goes away. At this level, it's because there was no token. No token stored. No stored token. And remove that. And then if we get to this outer if, the player is not even known. End that, and then we always do an auth failure if we get to that point. What's wrong with this? Redundant else block. It's not redundant. I'm doing an info message. Oh, because of this early return. Yeah, so I can do this. See, Clippy's my friend again. So, yeah, this is all, this structure is just so I can leverage this common one with different, so I'll refactor this later, right? So, in place of that, we want the new token, right? Next token. And we're login authenticated at this point. And login authenticated just takes this session, and we're done at this point. I think. I do that right? This isn't quite right. What's different? Expected an option, right? So this is always some next token. All right, we're getting there. So this is the start handling, and I did one path of this and not the other one. Final references, right? So I did this path if it's forwarded to us, right? But I didn't do the other path yet. That should show up as a to-do. I don't know what file it's in. Main. Oh, we have an error here anyway. Let's see what the error is. What's the error? We need to borrow the token, apparently. No? What's the error? Why is it expecting a slice? Oh, because it is expecting a slice. This is wrong. Yeah, this should be U8. Okay. What's this one? Okay, yeah, this is the other path. So the other path there and there are going to be very much the same. Actually, why don't I just copy it? Because that's what I need. So that goes there. So server ID is our own ID, right? Self.id. Do we have to sample self ID? No, it just is. Why do we need the server ID for... Oh, of course we need... Oh, no, the connection ID is first. Yes. How come we didn't need that up here? Oh, shoot. Why am I not handling it the same way? Oh, because this is the wrong thing to call. Okay. Yeah. So I need to do this slightly differently. That goes there. Inside braces. There. So this is with token here. And I don't have one of those, so yeah, I need to... Okay, let's see what I'm going to need. So instead of password, it's going to be token, right? Yes. So I'm going to need to make that, and it's going to look a lot like this one, so let's copy it. And it's going to leverage that, that neato macro that we made with token. Token is bytes, no persist. Right, so this is start handling player login token request. Token goes there. And now we should be good. Yes. Okay, no. What's wrong here? Okay, I didn't close some syntax. I hate it when that happens. What did I do wrong here? Oh, did I put it outside? Okay. It's misplaced. Token that wasn't there. Okay. Cargo build. In the UI, we have a warning. Cannot borrow self as mutable because always borrows. Why is that a warning and not an error? Mutable borrow reservation conflict. How do we get away with that? Is that like something that will not be allowed in the future? Okay, yeah, the easy way to fix that was just let username equal username.clone. Oh, sorry. No, that's not how we do it. I don't want to do a ref here. That's the problem. I suppose I want to do it cloned then, right? Is there a cloned? Yeah, and then I don't need this. Perfect. So we have no problems now, right? No problemo. Okay, and then package and run. Okay, now we're testing again. So I don't have a token, so let's log in normally with the password. Okay, now we have a token, so here's the test. If I reload and it logs me back in, then we're all good. No, invalid username or password. Why? Token mismatch. Okay, said the token is mismatched, we don't know why. So I want to find out why, so I'm going to print out more diagnostics. Mismatch. All right, we got into here somehow. That means one of these failed. So I guess what we can do is just output this thing. And then IP is something, and then now is something else. So we have stored token, we have client IP address, and we have now. Doesn't implement debug. We can fix that. We can certainly implement debug. No problem. All right, let's see it. Build. And stage and run. All right, and then log in. 1, 2, 3. And then reload. Okay, here we go. What's different? The IP address is the same. The expiry is in the future. So I'm guessing the token just didn't match. So, and I forgot to print that. Hey, kitty, you hungry? I think the cat's hungry. So am I. I need to eat too. I'm being raided by Tim Bodette. Tim, I'm Tim Hype. I'm wrapping up my stream. I need to eat soon. But I'm trying to get token login in my game working, and it didn't accept it. Token mismatch. So I'm trying to find out why. And I'm losing my voice because I've gone like almost 8 hours without a break. I've been sitting here for 8 hours. Actually, I got up a few times to pet the cat. The cat just gave up on me, though. How was your stream, Tim? I think my token is just bad. And you know what I bet it is I did like... I probably didn't do the base 64 decoding. I bet I'll see that when I print it out here. Should be... is... All right. Should be store token is, and here I need a token, right? All right. Streamer's good preparing a new patch for the game. Uh-oh. Are you making it even harder? It's already hard enough, Tim. You don't have to make your accelerate even harder. Need to go to bed? Yeah, it's late for you, right? It's like almost 11 o'clock. Good night. I'm wrapping things up too. We'll probably be raiding someone else soon. Yeah, almost 8 hours. It's been a long day. Okay, so let's test this again, right? Log in. Remy123. We get a login token. There it is, right? It's in base 64. And then I reload. That looks the same to me. Wait a minute. That looks the same as that. What did I do wrong? Do I have some stupid logic bug up here? If the tokens match and the IP addresses match and the expiry is less than now. Oh. Wait. Yeah, expiry is greater than now. That's not it. He's updated most dev times. Oh no! And I was getting close to his dev time on track 1. There's one thing that's different. This IP address is not printing out. Oh no, never mind. That's just I'm printing it differently. So what's different? What's not matching then? Do I need to look at these bytes one by one? Do I need to do this? Select all, hit enter, and then open up a new file and grab these other bytes and paste them and replace those with enters. And I have an extra line there. And then diff them, because that's what I'm going to do. Select for compare. Compare with selected. Okay, yeah, there's a blank line, but is that it? Okay, okay, so then I'm doing something stupid. Like, something in my logic here. I'm wondering, do I need parentheses for these? If the tokens are equal, and the IP addresses are equal, and expiry is less... Oh. I know what I'm doing wrong. It should be greater than now. Yeah, greater than now. Yes, thank you, Dante. You probably found it at the exact same time that I thought about it. All right, now I feel really stupid, but that's okay. You know, we all make mistakes. Even developers make mistakes. That's what's called bugs. But see, we're catching the bug now before anyone else does. So stage the game, try one last time, and I hope it works. If it works, I think it's going to be dinner time. All right, log in. The password. Actually, login, we should have removed that. That's another bug. When I hit login, it should clear the error message. Okay, so we got a token. Now reload. Yay! We got it to work. All right, safe code can't save you from logic book. That's true. What safe code lets me do, though, is not get a sig fault. So there's that much to... Okay, now if now every time I hit reload this, we should get a new login token every single time. So the last thing I had on my list was log out should clear the login token and tell the server we don't need it. Right now, if I log out and I reload, it logs in again. Right? What kind of game am I building? It's a retro style game. It's inspired by old games like Ultima 4, Ultima 5. You can try it out now in that link that I posted in chat. And you won't get the same controls here, but you'll be able to move around a player in the game. So it's just simple 2D tiles. These are little slimes, right? You can go fight them. If you're in the game here, it won't be able to see through walls. It'll be like dark and stuff. These are torches on the walls. So mostly text-based with a little bit of graphics. Kind of like if you've ever played Ultima 4 or Ultima 5. If not, yeah, these are games from the 1980s, so very low graphics. This is it for the graphics. This is as advanced as it's going to get. And then text for the rest of the game. So I've been mostly, this is a test right here. We don't even have the new rendering done for Rust. The reason why it looks like I have like in production more than I have in testing is because the production code I'm rewriting in Rust right now. In production, it's C++ and JavaScript, so I'm rewriting it to be Rust front-end and back-end. You never seen the IDE I'm using? It's just VS Code. VS Code. You love Rust? I love Rust too. That's why I chose to start rewriting my game in Rust. Okay, I need to check this in. This was a significant progress. We're actually able to log in with the login token. So, allow a logging in using persistent login token. I actually don't need that debug anymore. Maybe just remove that. So that was only in here so I could do this stuff. Let's get rid of all this junk. Get rid of that. Okay, and then I no longer need the token itself. Where is it? What am I looking for? I'm looking for this guy. This guy doesn't need to be debug anymore. So that would remove that change. Okay, I gotta fix this later. I'm not refactoring tonight. I gotta eat. We're just gonna stage all of this and refactor later. Never refactor on an empty stomach. You've been playing with it for years. Best language out there right now. There's Are We Game Yet? Is it .org? Are We Game Yet? This one. .rs, I guess. So yeah, if you're interested in how far along Rust the language is as far as game development, they have a bunch of links and stuff. Oh, I have a bug on my screen. Go away, bug. All right. Do I have time to squeeze in this, or do I do this later? I don't think I have time to do it. So I think I'm going to wrap up the stream and raid someone else, because I have 10 minutes in which to eat dinner before my WoW raid. Okay, so let me find someone to raid. So this is what I accomplished today. So we did caching of Twitch. So we basically finished the login with Twitch deal. If you want to see how that works, let's go back And yeah, we have this feature where you can log in with Twitch, and it basically says to Twitch, this application wants to identify you. So I say sure, and I get back a web token. We give it to the game, and if I had an account, it would let me log in. It's not letting me log in because it is authenticating as a Twitch user down here, and I can't see it because I have something in my way right now. Yeah, my head's blocking it. So there. Oh, now Twitch is blocking it. Ah, how about if we hide that? Yeah, Chad is still blocking it. There we go. So we know which Twitch user it is. I'm blocking the login because that user doesn't actually have an account in the game. But I started work today doing that, and then we made it a little bit more secure. Then I did a bunch of refactoring, and then I did this Remember Me feature, which is this button here. That if we click it, now we remember your what you typed in for your name, and we requested the server give us a login token, so that every time we log in, we get this persistent login token right here. That when I refresh the game, it uses it to log in again. Every time we refresh, we're going to get a new login token because it's a single use. So that's what I did today. Thank you for the follows. I need to run though. The Primogen is going, and it's almost 8 o'clock. That's unheard of. I guess we'll rate him. Are you guys ready for some entertaining programming? Because this guy's way better than I am at being entertaining, for sure. Good evening, Dan Hedron. We're going to be rating the Primogen. He is the Dr. Disrespect of science and technology, and you'll soon see why. And I need to hit this raid channel thing, or it's not going to actually work. Here we go. So we're going to add our considerable audience to his overwhelmingly considerable audience, and I hope you guys enjoy the Primogen. I'll hopefully be back tomorrow, unless I'm completely burned out from today, and to do more of this stuff. So, yep, get your big hands ready. So, if you're a sub to Primogen, let's do this Primogen Big Rust Hands. All right. We're going to do the big rust hands. Okay. So I will see you tomorrow. Take it easy. Bye.